Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, my people, that winning up. Iwarama. Open mic, open mic. Oh, shoot. Astaghfirullah, I forgot to do one or two things. Let me just change up something. How you guys been? Hope everyone's good. Hope everyone's alright. Yo, big up, Kush. You telling me, my brother in the building straight away. I love that, love that. SS. Yeah, man, we're back, y'all. I thought I might as well start the proceedings from early, like, as I'm getting accused, what's going on? So I thought, you know what? Let's get cracking from early. Do you get what I'm coming from, my people, then, man? Then yeah. So I just wanted to know how's everyone. Let me just change up that a little bit. I had to do that. Get everything else up and running. Yeah, man. So yeah, I thought, what's going on? Let me start off the procedures for early. I know it's a bit unusual timing, but you know what? Yeah, gives us an extra 2 hours just in case anything happens. You know how it is. So I do apologize for anyone and all the brothers and sisters that yesterday I did again. It gets a bit, tiring. I think I get burnt out on after Wednesday, innit? And then it's always on Fridays that happens, that was because I had for some strange reason. So I need to put a stop to that. Let me just put out this, let's jump in again. تدوين let me flip it up. تدوين فضلا صار أخيرته. You know how it is. Open mic. The monster channel Kokoro, so fadlan, please subscribe on for like up the thing. And yeah, well, yeah, definitely, man. Come on, man. What type of question is that? I've been going there regularly. Well, what's happening tomorrow, man? The link's in the chat, so if anyone wants to jump in, jump in. Yeah. Are you going to the park? Yeah, well, yeah. I'm definitely gonna go there. Why? Are you going? That's the question. Are you gonna be there? Yeah, inshallah, yeah, probably, yeah. Link up the lads, do a little shoot, do as usual. Why is there something special happening tomorrow? No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, I know what's going on. Yeah, definitely, man's gonna be there tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. And yeah, man, that's something I wanted to talk about to a lot of people as well, isn't it? Yeah, what the man say? No. Yeah, because it doesn't really concern you, innit? That's why, innit? I don't want to get into that. Yeah. But yeah, definitely, inshallah, bro. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there. The usual timing, hopefully. Inshallah ta'ala, and hopefully, yeah, man. I just want to see what ends up tomorrow, innit? So hopefully should be recording. You just reminded me, I might as well start powering up the power bars, getting shit ready for tomorrow anyway. Yeah. So hopefully too cold and it's raining. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. That's the only thing that might stop, man, tomorrow. Just in case, if it rains. If it rains, that's the only thing that might just stop, man. But otherwise, yeah, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go. Why not, mate? You get me? But a lot of people, I've been hearing a lot of people say, "Oh, what's his name?" I don't even like saying that guy's name, man. Like Tommy Robertson, them lot. Then I'll come down, buy chocolates, and yeah, that's his thing, innit? He's entitled to do that and do what he's doing. So obviously, man's not really gonna be one of them people that's starstruck and So fuck it. Yeah, man's gonna be there, man. SS, man. We're always there every Sunday on time, anyway. Of course, what are you telling me, man? So bored, man. So like, yeah. I said, nah, man, it's too cold. I love the excuse. They said, man's gonna pull up with the weather, put me off. Yeah. We let that one slide, didn't it? We let that one slide. So if you're gonna pull up, pull up. If you're gonna pull up, pull up. But I tell a lot of people, yeah, man. Yeah, for me, I don't know, man. I can't really. The fear, like, alright, cool. Like, a bunch of them not gonna turn up. Man, them are gonna turn up. And what is it like? Like, is it a standoff thing? Is it like, oh no, so boy, it's gonna go there, usually do the usual rounds, record, do what we're doing, and that's about it. Yo, Kush.
What's
Hello,
good, man?
mate.
What's
I'm
good,
alright,
man? What's
I'm
good?
alright.
Man
Alhamdulillah,
said
bro.
I'm alright, brother. I'm alright.
I'm alright, geez. Now, do you know every time you come on, you have to put, I don't know, somehow, yeah, that Cockney accent comes out. It just comes out. It just comes out. Yeah.
It does that, man. It does that. What's good, nigga?
I
What's
thought,
up, man?
well, alhamdulillah, man. I thought I might as well kick it off from early because you know what it is, yeah. The last couple of streams, I've been falling asleep knackered. So if we at least start off this time and lock off a
I
couple
see
of
that
hours.
last night, man.
I know everyone's switching now. Like 1 minute I fell asleep,
I came through
woke
last
up,
night.
then I fell asleep again. So it's kind of crazy, fam. Then again, it's well, like this thing, it burns you out, bro. It
You had a
burns
long
you out,
day,
man.
yeah?
That's why I'm surprised. Yeah, a long day, but this as well, you know. A lot of people think the stream thing's a joke, yeah. Well, like, it tires the fuck out of you. Do you know where I'm coming from?
No, I feel you, man. You got a moderator and all of that. I feel you.
Yeah, I know that's all for so long. Use that ZK in the building. I hear you. Early bird. Yeah, man. Early out here, fam. Early tonight. No, but what was I
I'm
gonna
surprised
say?
where's the viewers
Probably,
at, bro? I'm amazed. I thought people would be popping in quick time, man. There's no channel streaming
nah,
either, do you know what I mean? It's mad.
nah. I think it's way streaming right now.
اه هي ده صح shit say, yeah.
I don't know. And I'm tired of Wagwan. I think she's cool, bro. I think she's cool, bro.
I
Hey,
know,
10
man.
people watching, man. 10 people watching, 2 likes, man. Come on, man. Come on, SS fam. You could do better, man. Come on, hit up the like, but yeah, nah, do you know what it is, yeah? It's been a long week, man. I've been seeing all of that, fam, man. Even the other day, I've just been telling people just the YouTube drama world is just it's dead. I think it's kind of played out. I think it's all played out. All this, we're doing this, that. For me, it's all played out, man. You get where I'm from?
You can send that.
You know, it's like that.
For real,
It's like
man.
that. You get me? HA in the building. What's all these people with these dead little initials coming up nowadays? A couple of the uncles were complaining. They said, "How comes everyone's got an initial?" Salam,
I
salam,
don't know.
salam.
I ain't seen ZK before, but I've seen HA in the chat before, man.
Yeah, I see him. He's always a regular. No. I think that's the Korea in the chat. He tried to come on a couple of times, but I don't know. He's one of them shook people to talk in it.
You should jump in, Zach, man. You should jump in.
Jump in.
Give me a sec. I'm just gonna close my window, man. It's a bit chilly.
Saying that. Mute up, didn't I'm probably gonna. What's going on? I started it. I don't know HA, man. HA, like, very jumped on. I got CD, GS. Who else? There was a couple of RR. He was another one. And who else? There's a couple of man with little initials. Like, I'm thinking to myself, what? There's a gang of them. I call you non-binaries, man. We don't know if you're girls, guys. Like I said, the non-binary people. Non-binaries, you know them ones. Even some of the sisters bunny down. HA, man. Even the sisters, man. Even they're jumping in, man. I see I was sending the other day. She just jumped in, said, well, go on alone quickly, just to show what in on. Haid and Hadia even jumped in. I'm looking at these man, them like they're just there, fam. Keyboard warrior, but they got the hell of most to type in, you know. This on the Kasankaya, you know, the keyboard warriors. They say a lot on the fucking chat here, but I'm just surprised sometimes why I can't, like, you know, why, you know, I understand the camera thing, you know. I understand the camera. And certain people hate to jump on camera and back quicker than you. But come on, your voice, man. Come on, man. You should just at least come jump in and say, yo, me there, man, a guy, man, a girl,
Some
we don't
people
know.
fucking, they got full anonymity out here, bro.
Isn't a full anonymity.
Hiding out in the chat. Like, don't get me twisted. Like, I spend a lot of time in chat and that, but I enjoy it, like chilling back. I don't mind hopping on panels. Like, you know, I'll hop on. It's nothing to me.
Yeah.
But
I'll lose the right panel for you, innit?
Yeah, it depends. Like, it depends.
Certain panels, I don't even think they'll let you in. They're like, ah.
Yeah, no. Some panels, I wouldn't even get up in there for sure.
You say you don't meet the criteria.
They be moving militant out here, you know what I'm saying?
So you thinking of tomorrow, man? You think tomorrow's a gimmick day?
More than likely, yeah, man. More than
It's all gimmick.
likely. I'd say just use a go in there. It's like Muslim community, just do your thing. I wouldn't even entertain the Tommy like community and all that, bro. Just treat it like Speaker's Corner and it's a normal day. Like what? It's not any other day on a Sunday. Do you know what I mean? Like this guy, it shouldn't affect you there. Like it's just a normal Sunday. These men should just roll there, have your conversations, and cut out. It shouldn't. These men shouldn't. Like simple.
That's why that's the vibe I'm on, man. Yeah, that's the exact same vibe I'm on. Like, you know, that's the exact vibe I'm on.
Yeah, man. So just go there with that vibe, bro. Simple, man. You'll be good. Yeah. Obviously, you might like, yeah. Obviously, expect. I don't know. Put your guards up, obviously, but yeah. Yeah.
Like the last one. I went to Trafalgar thing, innit? You see Trafalgar?
The Trafalgar thing. Yeah, no, but do you know what? I remember I wasn't even thinking about the Trafalgar thing. I was thinking about the last time Tommy's community came to the park. I don't know if you remember when it was a bit heated between the Muslim community and Tommy's community. Yeah, so like, hopefully it don't. Yeah, hopefully it don't go out like boil out to that. So yeah.
I think it is. It definitely is.
I don't know. People. I don't know. I guess people are going there with a heated kind of mentality, though. If they was to just go there like they I don't know. They're falling prey to the Tommy propaganda, bro. You know, like if they just treated it like a normal Sunday, and then it wouldn't be an issue, bro.
I don't know. I laugh if it's all a bluff. He doesn't even turn up. That would be mad.
Yeah, but then all that keys are done by a money somehow. But yeah, I feel you though. I feel you. He's the type of guy to do that. He's the type of guy to do that still.
Last minute says, yo, the picture of Chia, but I feel like, you know what? I feel that thing is just dookie, bro. It's like, I feel like it's a setup, man. I feel like this is the reaction these pussies wanted, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's the reaction they wanted, no doubt. Yeah. Yeah, that's everything they wanted, bro. Yeah, 100%. Why do you think she does that? She wants a reaction of that nature, bro. That's why she's doing it. She's doing the thing that Muslims find the most abhorrent, and she's doing it in a free speech place where she can do it, and she wants a reaction from the Muslim community, bro. That's the reality of the situation. Yeah, it's what she wants. It's what she wants, man.
Maybe,
what's happening?
Good evening. All.
I'm not saying it should happen. I'm not saying. Don't get me twisted. I don't want anything like. I don't want it to sound like I'm saying she should be attacked or anything like that. Because it's Speaker's Corner. It's a free speech place. You should be able to say what you want there. Nobody should be attacked. But I'm saying the Muslim community should be aware of what's being said there and shouldn't fall prey to. You know, is my point. Hello, IC3. How you doing, man?
Big up. Greetings all.
Yes, big up, IC3, man. What's popping?
Big up, Somali Speakers channel.
Yes.
So all I'm hearing is this kind of mumbling, grumbling, like earthquakes. That something's about to happen on Sunday. It might just be a nice, pleasant Sunday, and everybody behaves themselves. You never know.
You never know. That's what I'm saying. That's
right.
What I'm banking for.
Yeah,
that's what I'm banking for.
But it seems like either an individual is kind of stoke up something to happen, or it's just what's the tension in the air just seems to be like a storm gathering. Nobody's in actual fact planned it, or because some people are saying, oh, it looks like a setup, you know, the whole situation was a setup, and then there's other people saying, oh, it wasn't a setup, it's just the way things are at the moment that's has caused that situation to come into being. What do you think? Do you feel it's a setup, or do you think it's the weather?
For me, I just feel like it's been boiling up, and it's just weird. It's just weird. I feel like it's. I don't know, man. As a regular, like you as a public speaker, I don't condone violence whatsoever in it. I just feel like a lot of people are taking advantage of the place. You know, what do you think about ITV? It is a very unique place, isn't it?
Exactly, exactly. But that uniqueness kind of concentrates a lot of power. So it's like an opportunity to film something. You know, so sometimes people, maybe because people are getting bored in this lockdown, and you know, the boredom or the desire for something to take place to kind of release some pressure or tension, and people are just maybe just looking for some event in which to could we say it being human, or just to vent their frustrations, I suppose.
Frustrations on society.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You know, because if you're being told to wear a mask and don't gather in more than 6 people at once, all for your own good, and that we're cooking up some vaccine for you all, and we're going to force you to take. Well, you don't have to take it, but if you don't take it, life could be very difficult for you. So all these things brewing up on the horizon, it's like, who can people, or what can people vent their frustrations against on all those issues that seem to be coming on at the same time? You see, so hopefully it will be a nice, controlled opportunity to vent, for people to vent their frustrations.
I highly doubt that, man, because you know something. Kush said to me earlier. Last time it was there. Were you there last time on IC3?
When Tommy Robinson came down.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I don't think I was. No, I don't think I was. Yeah, but I saw the footage.
What's your stance on this whole scenario? What's your stance? Seeing as you're not Muslim, okay, obviously you're a black guy. What do you think from your stance?
I think
from a mutual point of view, what do you think?
I think all these, whether you, let's say the tech, you got to kick it off in France as well. So this kind of anti-Muslim sentiment, I don't know. This is where you start moving into. One starts moving into what do they call it? Conspiracy theorist, conspiracy theory. So territory. People start saying, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist," and so on and so on. So, which I'm trying to avoid because I'm so labeled up as being a conspiracy theory person. So I'm just trying to tone down my conspiracy theory style. Yeah, I feel that the causes of this tension are not the Muslims. I think the Muslims are being used in, or Islam is being used as more or less as a puppet, or no, scapegoat, like a scapegoat, in order to detract people's attention from the real agenda, that kind of thing.
So what's the real agenda?
The real agenda, I think, is that the powers and the forces that be are trying to bring in an updated world where it's more tightly controlled. So bringing new laws, new regulations, new systems to bring in a level of control, world control, that is unprecedented. And so the forces that be seem to have tools that have never been to this level of sophistication before. So the only thing they could see is, is to drive the management of people and countries and nations to unprecedented levels of control, and the moral high ground would be that the assumed moral high ground would be, the more tighter we control people and control the world and control everything, it's the more peaceful the world will be. So it's just like a super management system, really. Yeah, that's what I think the real agenda is. And then it doesn't really matter if you're Christian or if you're Muslim or whatever. It's all about, what, I'm going to go to banking again. It's just like a bank. You see, the bank is the ultimate temple. If you're Muslim, you're going to go to Barclays. If you're Christian, you're going to go to Barclays. You know what I mean? Whatever faith you are, you're going to end up in a bank somewhere.
It's all about the money for you. It's all about the money.
Yeah, it's about the money, but above the money is something else. But the money is the ultimate tool that that facilitates the ideology of those that print it, that choose to print the money. So therefore, it's like the rituals, like a part of every religion is that when you go to the temple, there are rituals that you have to follow to show respect and to receive a blessing, and also to strengthen the community. There's rituals that also bring memories and help educate the community. So the strongest rituals of any religion in the world at the moment are the banking rituals. See what the rituals you have to go through to approach the bank and how to operate within a bank. See, so I think with Islam, I think they have Sharia law. That's something to do with finance, correct? Am I getting that right?
Sharia law is the law of Allah. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's about how to handle money
Life
in the proper way, correct?
I think it's just handle everything in a proper, correct way, in an Islamic way.
Right. And so even the concept of banking and finance has its own Islamic way. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that is really the nearest we're getting to the truth of what a bank should really be, because a bank is really just should be an expression of the community, and whoever's running the bank should also share the same values and cultural values and religious values as the people that are using the bank.
Yes.
But if you're using a bank and you don't know who runs that bank, who owns that bank, and what are the religious values and cultural values of the people that run that bank, then your religion is finished, really. Even though you think it's going, but it's finished, because they've taken the soul out of it. So
just by using banks.
Yes, that's right.
Let's elaborate.
Yeah,
let's elaborate.
Because
Frank, how you doing? Fawzi, Adado, how you doing? Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, brothers. How you guys doing?
How you doing? Good. How you doing?
I'm good.
All good, Frank, man. All good, bro.
Carry on.
I'm enjoying this from IC3. There's times I want to interject, but he keeps going, and then I'm alright with it.
Have you got any questions for him?
No. I like him to keep on going.
I'm just about getting away before you guys say, whoa, hold it there.
I don't want to do that. I want it to be fruitful. I want you to let it get off your chest.
Yeah, okay, all right then, and then you can come back with questions and challenges. So I'm just going to put out my view, and let's see what you have to say. Yeah. So I'm saying that a bank really is the equivalent, has the equivalent power of a temple. I'd say that. So anybody wants to challenge that, and then do you want me to go on?
Well, equivalent to I'm not I don't know, I'm not a temple guy in it. I'm more of a
or a mosque.
How?
I
That's the
thought
house of Allah.
that was your way of and saying an analogy. I thought that was your example.
Right, and the question, what was the question that Khalid asked again? I was about to answer it.
He doesn't believe in temple. He said something about obviously a masjid is not like a temple.
Yeah, sorry, I was just about to go. Yeah, I don't. How can you equate a bank to a holy place like either a church, mosque, or a temple?
Right,
How can you equate
good,
that?
excellent.
He's
How can you
talking
equate
about the control, like the centralized control of it, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. So the question is, how can you equate a bank with a temple, a mosque, a church, and so on? There's different ways of approaching this. You see, the bank. What use is your church, temple, mosque, or spiritual place if the power of the community does not emanate from that space? The power, you see, the power to eat, to live, it seems to be attached with the bank, doesn't it? Because that's where the money is going through. And also, when you take when you invest in a bank, if you have an account where you just put your money in and then you take it out, and then if you have a savings account where you're expecting to get interest on the money that you've put in there, we'll take it at that level first. Interest. So when you put your money into the bank and you expect interest on the account, a lot of people think, well, that's really, that's good. That's smart. That's being really good, clever with my money. That's obviously the sensible thing to do, is have your current account and then you have your interest account where your money is working for you. So you get maybe whatever percentage, a small percentage on the money that you've saved in the bank, maybe 2%, 3%, whatever, and you carry on with your work and so on. But you don't know how the bank got that 3% to give to you, and you don't even know what the percentage is that they're earning on the money that you've put inside the bank, and that they can afford to give you 3%. So at the end of the year, you've got your money, your savings are there plus the 3%, but you don't know what they're investing in, because you don't know how they're earning that 3%, because you don't know what their values are. You don't know if they might be investing in things that if you knew what they were investing in, you would take your money out of that account. You stop dealing with that bank straight away, because you don't know what their values are. All you're doing is putting that money in the bank, and you think you're being smart by getting your interests. But what are their interests? What are they investing in order to earn, or to make, I should say, make that extra money? Are they investing in weapons to blow up your own people back where your heritage comes from? Yeah. So you can stop me anytime you like and just fire in, and we can we can challenge. I don't want to keep talking, but say you're here in the West, and the bank that you're as a Somali, you're saving money in the bank and you're earning interest, and then you go back home to Somalia every now and then on holiday just to see the family and so on, and you send send money back to Somalia to the family, and or when you go back home you have gifts. You go back more wealthy because the currency is stronger over here than it is over in Somalia. But who knows that the people that are running the bank where your money is being saved and that's paying you interest, who knows if they're not investing in certain projects in Somalia that is damaging the country. Does that make sense, or am I just sound like I'm waffling?
No, that makes total sense, man. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you make sense. You make sense. Yeah. Well, do you want us to like what? Talk, or do you want us to stand by?
No, you can talk. You can talk. You can challenge what I'm saying.
There's not the challenge. I don't want to challenge you, bro. I just want to talk. So
talk,
right.
yeah.
I'm happy to listen to you, bro.
Yeah, I'm only talking to generate response from you. So I'll just keep talking until you can say, well, okay, I disagree with this bit of what you said, and I don't believe it goes like that, or you might just say, well, yeah, I agree with what you're saying.
No, but I liked it because you said what do you call it? Back to a bank example, and I thought that was your analogy. You know what I mean? To explain it, and I liked it. It made sense.
Oh, right. So far it makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So if I say something,
the point that you're saying makes sense. Of course, having the values such as the people that are using it, that all makes sense. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll keep going, and then when I say anything that you will think is off, then challenge me on it. So I'm going to keep going until I hit some rough ground. So I'm pushing it right.
All you have to say is Somalis, and people will jump out.
So so you've caught that. So fundamentally, this the bank almost has the power of the temple, of the mosque, of a spiritual place, because it's not only impacting, it's impacting the way people live, it's impacting the culture, it's impacting so many aspects that only the center of your faith, that kind of power that the bank has, should be in the hands of the people that share the same culture, that share the same religion, that share the same faith. That power is supposed to be in their hands. How can that power be good for that community or that nation if it's in the hand of that wealth and power is in the hand of strangers who you don't even know who they are? Even if it was in the hands of enemies that you could recognize, then the people would behave differently. But the mere fact that people have the illusion that the bank has no biases, that the bank is just it's not anti-Muslim, it's not anti-Islam, it's not pro-Islam, it's not pro-Christian, it's as if the bank has the people running the bank have no religious or anti-religious values. It's just assumed that the bank is kind of a dead space. And I think that idea is promoted in order to reduce the suspicion of the banking activities. So that so you could have Muslim, Christian, Satanist, all using the same bank. Do you understand? So what? So what? So it seems to me that that's the most powerful way the bank can get control of communities, because the bank is pretending to be unbiased. Does that make sense? The bank is, it appears to be just a, it's not harmful. It's just there. It's just for our convenience. And even if you got your money in, even if they have accounts where you say, well, I'm a bit suspicious about banks. I'm a bit suspicious about this bank that I'm using. I'm a bit suspicious about how they earn interest. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my money in that bank, but I'm going to get an account that doesn't pay interest. That way, my hands are clean, and I'm not involved in any of the bank's investments, whether they're good or bad, whether they're pro-Islam or anti-Islam, whether they're pro-Christian or whatever. But the mere fact that your hard work and your values are in their hands, and you trust them, because also the temple or the spiritual place of being, the mosque, the church, whatever, that's almost the center of trust, isn't it? The trust in the community. It's like it's like a spiritual.
That's a holy place, man. There's a difference between that and a bank, man. Come on,
exactly. That's exactly the point I'm making.
And plus, my brother Ali said something in the comment. Yeah, I just came back here. He said, "We are Muslim. We don't do the we don't mess with interest."
Right, good. Exactly, and there's a reason for that. Why, if I ask,
I don't know, some guy called Ed asked him, "Do you have a bank account?" What does that have to mean? What does that mean, though? I want to know what does that mean, Fawzi. What's the guy like? Come on, man.
I said if you have a bank account, you do, because basically what IC3 is highlighting is that if you have a bank account, they're using your money to fund things you don't know they're funding.
Yes.
Like you don't. Basically, is what he's highlighting right now. Yeah.
So all right.
And also, the person who said, as Muslims, we don't mess with. He says, Muslims don't mess with interest. Okay, now why don't Muslims mess around with interest?
Because it's forbidden. It's haram, isn't it?
Right, but now why do you think it's forbidden?
We can speculate, but we just go on by it because it's it's the rule. It was instructed.
Right. Okay. Good.
We can speculate, but if you want to speculate, we can go speculate. I don't mind. We can talk about it.
Right. Yeah. So that rule, there must be a reason for that rule, and it's a very powerful rule in that it's not even it's unquestioned. Yeah. So I believe that rule. I would suspect, I don't know, but I would suspect or speculate that rule is addressing the very thing that we're talking about now. Yeah. So a true Muslim wouldn't speculate with interest, but also look at the if a Muslim now, or anybody, any faith, when you buy a property, yes, and if you buy that property because you expect that property to increase in value, yes, as an investment, so you're investing directly in the property because you have faith, you believe that the property will increase in value, and or you hope. It could be seen as a gamble, yeah. You hope that the property that you've invested in will increase in value. To hope that property is going to increase in value is also to hope that the culture and the people and the society and the state is blessed in order to increase the value of all the properties of which you've chosen one. So therefore, that investment is also an investment of faith in the regime in which you're investing in. You're hoping that that regime will grow in power and will be blessed, therefore increasing the value of your property that is within that regime, so that you will benefit from the prosperity of that regime and that state that you're in, that country that you're in, and the currency. You want the currency to be stronger in that place where you're in, even though you're just buying a property. And it could be that state, like a bank, might have plans that are counter to your people and country, your home country, your home nation. Does that make sense? So it's almost the same trap. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I never got all of it, but probably makes sense. If not, how's everybody anyway?
How you doing, GH? CD in the building.
Greetings.
Greetings.
IC3 was trying to break down banking and how important banking is, but he tried to equate it to holy places, so I didn't quite get that.
Right. Yeah, it's equivalent. I'm going to push it. I'm going to say that the bank is more powerful and higher than the church, the mosque, the temple. The bank rules all of those.
Yeah, but IC3, you're making a mistake, brother. But Islam doesn't have a clergy. It's not supposed to have like a church system. The ulama are supposed to be separate from the state and do their own little thing. That's why there's less corrupt. The ulama or the scholars, it's not. Islam doesn't have it's not supposed to have like a church. Like, you know how the church is structured?
Yeah.
You know, like you have like the Pope. Islam's not really supposed to have that when you really think about it, because it talks about the clergy or the ulama and
clergy.
Yeah, clergy and the side effect of having too much power over there. So Islam, in essence, the ulama traditionally within Islamic culture, yes, they've had like laws and regulations, but they've always been separate from the state.
Right, the religion's been separate from the state traditionally.
No,
is that correct?
No, the power influence. So the state, the leadership, they didn't have to report to the leadership. So when it comes to Sharia law, has always been separate from the power of the government, of the leadership, or the people who are governing. So in essence, Islam actually, the ulama in essence actually control what the laws of the land are.
Say that again.
So how can I put this? So it's like this strange system where you have, like, for example, it's a Sharia country, but when I'm saying to you, the laws are not something that the elite make themselves. They don't make the laws up for themselves. It's the ulama that use from the Sunnah and the Quran to make the laws in the country.
Right. So the religious leaders, they're the ones that make the laws for the country.
And
correct?
They're separate from the state.
And they're separate from the leaders of the state.
Yes.
Right. So church and state. Oh, sorry, not church and state, but the faith, the religious leaders are separate from the state leaders, and then they just work together.
Yes, it's kind of a weird thing. I can't really explain that. I need to probably get a good wording for that. But that's the head.
Right.
That's the thing.
So, which is more powerful, the or has the strongest impact on the people? The leaders of the faith or the leaders of the state?
So probably since okay, there was a big civil war. So what happened was in around the 10th century. No, actually, yeah, it was Ibrahim Hannibal, who was a squack. I've got speech impairment. My pronunciation is terrible. But what happened was there was a battle. The battle was like a political battle. And the battle was is the Quran created? And if the Quran is created, then the Caliph should have the power to rule.
Who's the Caliph? What is the Caliph?
The Caliph, which is the leader of the country. But what happened was,
the Caliph is what the leader of the state. Is that
right?
right?
The Khalifa. He means Khalifa. Yeah.
All right. They're leaders of the state. Okay, continue.
Yes. So what happened when that battle happened? There was there was a civil war in essence between the philosophers who believed that the Quran was the created word of God, that God created the Quran, and then on the other side there was the Sunni Orthodox who believed that the Quran was the uncreated word of God, basically an attribute of God. The Quran had existed since the beginning of time. That's what they believe.
Right. Who's that? That's a Sunni, yes?
Yeah, that's the Sunni hadith, which is basically Orthodox Islam. They had that viewpoint. There was this big clash. Basically, what the clash was about.
One second, I'm just writing this down. Go on then, Karen.
So don't write this down. Don't write that. You can Google this. This is quick information.
No, I'm writing it down for the conversation.
But listen, let's not dive in there. Let's stick to what we was talking about, man. Let's not go into Islamic. I don't know where you're going with this GS, man. Let's stick to what.
Wait, I'm just
it's important. It's actually on the point. Yeah.
I know, but you can Google this.
And I thought you're trying to go left, innit?
Yeah, it's going left, bro.
I'm not going left, bro.
No, let GS continue, man. He's just explaining to the guy. Let him explain, bro.
Yeah.
You would say that, innit? You would say
that.
I'm
not going left. Honestly, I'm not going left.
Okay.
Bear with me. I stopped arguing. Them. I'm all about peace now. Anyway, what was I on? So what happened was
one second. Let me repeat why I think I understand what you just said.
Yeah.
If I repeat it correctly, that means I understand what you're saying. So basically, there was a clash some time ago, where it seemed to be a clash between religion and the state, and the caliphs represented the state, and the Sunni represented the religious.
Yes.
And they were clashing to see, because the question was, which is more powerful? Is it the state or is it religion? So that was the question. And then you started to explain this to me so that I could understand answer your answer to this question. So continue, please. Yeah.
So what happened was, what happened then was the philosophers, they were arguing for the case of the Quran was created, and the other lot were arguing for that it was uncreated. Of God.
Right.
So so when you got that, so what this whole festival was, it wasn't really about religion. It was really about power. So basically, what the traditionalists wanted, they believed that the ulama should be the ones that are interpreting the Quran and the hadiths. The ulama should be in charge, and they should override the Khalifa. But the Khalifa wanted.
Who are those? 1 second. The ulama are the people of the religious leaders under the Sunni. Under Sunni.
Yeah, the Sunnis, but
okay.
Scholars.
Right,
scholars.
okay.
The word is scholars. The scholars,
yeah,
they believe that they should be the ones that have the power, and that the Khalifa, there was no need for the Khalifa. But if the Khalifa had got his way and said that the Quran was created, at that time, he would have been able to say, if the Quran is created, I must interpret it because it is created from God. So there must be someone on earth to interpret it. But if it's uncreated, then you just really have to read the hadiths and the Quran. Do you see the battle there?
Yes, serious one. That's right.
Yeah, and basically at that period the traditionalists won, and they believed that the Quran was the uncreated word of Allah, and they won.
Yeah.
And then from that you have this thing where basically in any state the ulama can literally say, if they're not following the hadith and the sunnah, they can say to the leader, you're going against Islam, and declare war.
Right. Yes, you said this is the Hanbali, yeah? Isn't this like Saudi Arabia?
No, but Hanbali was normal Sunni. This is like all four schools. This is Sunni Orthodox.
So what is Saudi Arabia today then?
Well, Saudi Arabia is the Ibrahim Wahhab. It's like all the way down the road, like the 17th century.
They followed the Wahhab, the Hanbali school of thought.
Yeah, but they also follow Ibrahim Wahhab.
Okay, carry on.
So like that's basically was, and that basically was the basically what happened afterwards. Basically, what happened after that period was that the Al Hadith became the dominant tradition of the traditions. Basically, were the popular school of thought.
Right.
Yes, let's move on, bro. You know,
right, okay.
Justice, man.
Right. Okay. So that's good.
I send you the Wikipedia page in the backstage, and if you want to look at it, yeah, that's it.
No, because I'm not going to Wikipedia all this. I just wanted the quick summary to that question that I asked. In Islam, which is the most powerful? Is it the state, which is the Caliph, or is it the religion, which you let me know it's a Sunni? Yes.
Sunni scholars. They're more powerful.
Sunni scholars. Yeah. Okay.
They're more powerful than the Khalifa.
Yeah. All right. So I understand now. That question's answered. Right.
The Khalifa can't go against the Sunnah and the Quran.
Yes.
In the traditional Sunni perspective, they can't go against it. Even if there was a Khalif, the ulama would be able to control them, and that's historically what's happened.
Good. All right.
I don't know why Fosi was getting triggered, because I literally.
Yes, I don't know what you're talking about, because the Khalifa at that time, he was oppressing all the scholars. He was punishing them.
Fosi, did you not listen to what I was saying, bro? He was oppressing them because it was in his interest to oppress them. He was arguing for his own personal interest, which was basically to have the final say. And the ulama were like, no, the Quran and the Hadith have to be the final say. I don't even know what's controversial.
I don't know about this.
Then read up, man. It's not arguing for the sake of it, bro.
But I know, but I can read in Wikipedia, but that's not going to do justice, bro. We need good sources of knowledge.
This is simple stuff. Don't read Wikipedia. Watch YouTube videos.
It is very serious, bro. It's very serious.
It's not very serious, bro. You're making it more complicated than it was.
It is very serious, bro. You're not giving it no justice. Imam Ahmed Rahimullah, bro, is a very big topic, bro.
No, but was I disrespectul to him?
No, I don't know why you was disrespectful. I did not say you was disrespectful. Where are you coming from?
No, but the way you're arguing, you start like unnecessary.
All I said was let's move on. And you're diving into something, and now you're getting triggered. Why are you getting triggered?
Hey, you got triggered, bro.
Like, how? I said let's move on.
Stop being dogmatic.
I've been dogmatic. He was talking about banking and so on. I said he
wanted to find something, and I explained to him how it happened, and everything that I said is actually from history. It's like a simple take. Okay, you don't have to be a rocket science, bro.
Okay, let's move on.
Continue.
Okay, so, right. Okay, so you see now how this subject it gets deep. It's to the roots of everything, not just in Islam, for all of us. So right. So now, how it relates to what I'm trying to say about banking, because Khalid was saying. I'm saying that the banks are the equivalent, are stronger than all the religious. The bank itself is the ultimate religious center, even though people don't see it. It's like an invisible or hidden religious center. And Khalid was saying he didn't understand how I come to that conclusion. So now I'm going to try and go on a bit further. I am saying, open to challenges, that the way the banks operate, they operate as state and religion combined. That's how that's the power of the bank. So even if you can't see how the bank relates to the state, and even if you can't see how the bank relates to religion, I'm saying that the bank relates to both, and then the battle between the state and religion, that very war battle is taking place within the bank, within the powers that operate.
I don't know what you're trying to get at, but no one denies the power of a bank. We all know the power of a bank. You know.
Yeah, but I think what IC3 is saying. He's saying that in essence, the banking system, especially the world that we live in, is probably the most powerful system that we have in the world right now. It literally controls everything. And when you're coming from Sharia and religious law, he wanted to find out in Islamic banking, who would have the final say and how that would be made. And I explained that to him.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right?
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now. So now, I've left myself open with that statement because people are going to say to me, "Where'd you get in that idea? Where's your proof?" So when you guys coming up with these conspiracy theories, the bank is just the bank. Okay, so if what I'm saying is nonsense, then the bank is just a bank. It's unbiased. It has no spiritual aspects to it. It has no. It's not impacting the state. The bank is just the bank.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a spiritual thing, bro.
Whoa, you see, this is the thing. This is the thing because I'm saying it is a spiritual and state thing combined. But then, as soon as I say it, people start. I can see people in the chat saying, "You're talking nonsense," and they're going to start asking me, "Where's your sources?"
You're not talking nonsense because as Muslims, and especially Orthodox Muslims, they believe that the banking is actually divine. So within Sharia, it's like divine law. So even when it comes to banking, the way you conduct yourself is under the law of God or the law of Allah.
There you go. You see. That's it. That is it. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, when you take away secular, when you take away God away from that, then it becomes a very brutal system, which is there to oppress people and not to people off.
Yes, you got it.
That's the Sunni argument would be that argument.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm agreeing with the Sunni there. Yeah.
Halal. There's halal banking, a righteous way to do it, and there's a haram way and a non-righteous way to do it.
Right, that's it. That's the point I'm making. But I might not be able to have the sources, or the proof. Yeah. So I'm just making a statement.
Yes. So actually, it was Imam al-Ghazali. He was actually one of in his books. He used to actually talk about that idea of ethics. So what is ethics? So because Muslims are a religious people, everything is divine. Everything is from God. So the way you conduct yourself, your ethics, the way you do like banking. The way you do trade has to come from the Sharia, has to come from the divine law, and your conduct. Yeah, but the secularists would say everything is mechanical and there is no divine law.
Correct.
There would be extremely rational. I say 1 + 1 = 2 = 2, but that would be denying the hidden ego, the ego or the devil, whatever you want to call it, your innate interest, which is basically in Islam. Or in one of the terms for thing is just the devil is things that are only the interest for yourself and are against the interest of everyone else.
Right.
So like if something's only in the interest of yourself and you only do it for yourself and everyone else is getting screwed over, fundamentally that would be haram. But in a secular society that would be acceptable because it will be survival.
Exactly. Yes. That's the point. But I'm unable to find proof for that. So I'm just speaking from the gut.
That would be Islamic banking. That would be the gist of Islamic banking.
Yes. And so that being true, you and I could agree if you think about that carefully, that conclusion that at least we agree on, maybe others will disagree. You could see that the bank is a center.
Of
the
course.
Bank in this is now the center of the spiritual and the secular. It's all combined. So that's why I made the statement earlier on that the bank is now is the real temple, and that the priests of that temple are perceived to be too holy
to be questioned.
For you, that's right, to question them. You don't even know who they are. You don't know who their names are. You don't know nothing about it because you are nothing.
Yes, you're nothing.
Outside the bank, you're nothing.
Yes, you're just a piece of paper.
Exactly. Why are they going to talk to you? They're going to tell you nothing.
Fantastic.
They've got nothing to tell you.
Basically, that also goes into something else. When you look at the Western banking system, and if you could explain the Western banking system, it's actually a debt banking system, which is in essence, there is no Islamic banking because the foundation of it is the American currency, which is based on interest of debt.
Right. Yes.
So they make nothing They print something out from nothing and they put interest on it and then sell it to the government. These private banks. Most Muslim people have no idea about that. If you go just try to explain that to them so they have a concept.
Yeah, they'll jump on you. Yeah, I'm glad that you're here. At least you understand what I'm saying because I'm talking and it sounds like because I can't back up what I'm saying. I just feel like people just say I'm a bit mad.
For everyone that doesn't know, the Federal Reserve is a private bank. the Federal Reserve is not a government bank. So the Federal Reserve is a private bank owned by shareholders. It has its own interests. So these people are people like the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, these elite families who basically instigated it and killed. Some argue, and I don't know how far this goes.
Or is it conspiracy theory again?
No, this is the idea that the federal bank is actually a private company. That's a fact. Just Google that now. That's a fact. The conspiracy.
Bro, I just googled it. It's not private at all, and you're waffling.
Okay, the Federal Reserves.
It's not. It's not, bro. I just wrote Federal Reserve, private or public. It says the Federal Reserve is not a private corporation at all.
Okay. ICP, you want to explain?
You see, this is it. So let's explore. Let's say that we're in the conspiracy theory camp. I'm going to sit on the conspiracy theory chair, and then we're going to ask some questions to those that can Google or whatever for information, and see if there's any information out there that would that's publicly available that would counter the question I'm asking. I'm saying that I can only say suspect, because I'm sitting on the conspiracy theory chair. I'm saying that the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve.
So let me just
have private shareholders.
That's a fact, and I will put.
Hold it. I'm not going to say a fact. We're going to say a fact. So to that statement, let's start there. Basically, does anybody doubt that? And if anybody wants to Google it, it is what I've just said. The statement I've just made. Is there any evidence out there, or does it sound like complete conspiracy theory? So I make the statement again. I suspect, and I'm stating that the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve,
not the Bank of England. The Bank of England, in the early 90s, actually, I think it was actually before that, they actually bought it. The Bank of England is 97% owned by the UK government. 97%.
By who?
By the UK government.
97%. 97%.
It's the America that's actually still partially private. Okay, I got an article on the back chat for CD just to show him, and there's a few other articles as well.
Okay, let's do with the American first, the almighty dollar. So is the statement that the Federal Reserve has private shareholders in it, is that correct or not correct?
Come on, panelists, don't all be quiet. What's your opinion?
No, it says it's part private, part public. So the board members are private owners, but they act as an agency to the government, to the federal government.
Right. So listen to that one. So the Federal Reserve is part private.
Right.
Correct? We could all agree on that, can we? And then progress on. Okay, right. Whoa, part private, and I'm going to push it a bit further. I'm going to say that the way in which the Federal Reserve is part private and part public is the same as saying that a bank is part state and part religious. I'm saying that the private interests equate to the religious interests, and the public interests relate to the state interests. I'm making that parallel. Is anybody disagree with that, or I'm saying it's the same duality?
So CD and Fosi, what do you guys think? CD was saying I was waffling, so come on, CD, speak up.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Continue.
You'll see. It's gonna drop shortly.
Okay,
Go on.
Carry on.
Yeah, go. Yeah. So what was your response to that? Should I say it again?
I was gonna say no. You can say it one more time, but I just wanted to address just what he said.
Okay.
You made it sound like it was completely private, bro. Because when I read it, it said part private, part public. So
Yeah,
it's
I
not
actually
completely.
showed you another article. That's what they do.
No, that's
They
the
don't
one I
do.
read, bro. It says it's both.
Fantastic. What they do. There's another one as well. What they do is they try to put it in a thing so that people can't see it. But once you actually do your research, you'll find that it's actually private, totally private, and it's a scam. It's basically a scam that was set up in 1913. It's a scam that was set up.
It says yes and no, and it's due to the fact that they don't want the feds to pressure them to to work in their interest. That's why it's a bit independent.
That's the diplomatic sense. And I sent you another article, which is even better, which actually goes into the details of it. But once you do your research, you'll come to the conclusion that it's a private company.
Even I don't. It doesn't. I don't have a dog in this argument. But this IC3 is constantly trying to bring this religion into it to to get people talking.
We're not criticizing religion, bro.
What do you mean?
I don't know why you guys are so sensitive, bro. Like, literally speaking.
You're own person. Stop
you guys.
everyone.
I'm
saying this guy's got group. He always thinks groups. He always tries to start something.
No, Fosi. The thing with you, brother, is I don't know if you're dogmatic, but I don't know where it is. But we're having a discussion, and we're trying to say that the secular movement.
No, he's trying to get to somewhere.
Yes.
Let's let IC3 get to the I want to know where it's heading, innit? Yeah.
Yeah, IC3 could just go fasten up because I don't think these guys have the patience for it. Just fast as possible.
See, this subject is very heavy. It's to do with life and death. If you can't speed. It's not one of those subjects that you just speed through like football or something like that. This is heavy. this
I know,
stuff
but they're not ready for it. They're not ready for
it. Yeah. So you just tell me to shout when you're ready. So I'm saying, okay. So that's a good question. I like the challenges. Why am I trying to associate? How am I trying to bring religion into banking, and why I came to the brought everybody the conversation to the point where I said that, for example, using the Federal Reserve as an example, the fact that the Federal Reserve, which I think we'd all agree is a very powerful organization, is part owned by the private interests and part owned by state interests. Yep. So there's a split there in the power control of the Federal Reserve. And we looked it up and we found some evidence for that. So now I don't sound so much like a conspiracy theorist on that point. But now let's see. We go to the next level now. I'm going to make the next statement. I'm going to say that the private interests of the Federal Reserve, just using Federal Reserve as an example, but I'm saying it applies for all banking, but we're just going to use the Federal Reserve as an example. I'm saying, this is the next statement that can be challenged, that the private interests of the Federal Reserve are equivalent to the religious and spiritual interests and power of the Federal Reserve, and the state, the public interests of the Federal Reserve are equivalent to the state interests of the Federal Reserve. Therefore, to go back to what we said earlier, that if we're using Islam, what happened in Islam some time ago that you let me know about, there was a battle between the Caliph, which represented the state, and the Sunni, which was scholars who represented religion, and the religious side won, and so it can now be accepted that the power rests in the power within the world of Islam rests with the religious, and that the state is subject to the religion. The state is subject to religion. I'm saying, let me get this out. So I'm saying that the state, as represented by the public interest of the Federal Reserve, are subject to the private interests who represent the religious division.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Fantastic. Anyway, so let me break it down. So basically, what the private people like JP Morgan, and I've put some articles on for you as well. You could do your own research because this is actually one of the most powerful. If you understand this, you understand the geopolitical situation in the world. Why they're going after Iran? Why they went after Syria? Why they went after Iraq? They went after Libya. Because in Libya, what Gaddafi wanted to do was create an African currency.
That's right.
So if you create an African currency, you basically have more power, and then you can be a competition to the status quo. That's why they had to take Gaddafi out. That was the idiocy of Gaddafi. Gaddafi became friends with the Americans and the French, and then afterwards, what he did was basically say to them, "Okay, now I'm going to create an African currency, an African bank, and I'm going to help Africa in that way." What happened was that was directly against their interest. And when you see what's going on in the world, basically everyone's in debt to America. So America is like gaining all this wealth from the rest of the world. It's like a vampire that's sucking the wealth out of everyone else and then taking it as their own.
Right.
And it also says IC3 also understands something else, why they can never truly be an Islamic state until the West are powerful, because in an Islamic state, it would be against their self-interest. So you can't have an Islamic state in which the Khalifa is more powerful than the Hadith of the Quran.
Exactly.
Hence that system. And this also goes back to why the Ottoman Empire collapsed, because the Ottoman Empire was in its essence against the new banking system of the 18th century, and they couldn't function within that system. Fantastic.
Right. That's the fight. That's right. Right. Yes. You're on it. Yes. Yeah. So anybody any challenges out there?
No, I have a question. I don't really want to challenge. My question is, so would you have like the same thing, like a black Federal Reserve? Like, is that where you're heading to, or?
Right. Okay. So now, if we can see, we'll go into the solutions once we can agree on the problem. I don't want to jump to solutions without going step by step. So I want to move up a level.
I see. So let me just break down the problem. The problem is basically you have a private company and people and banks that print nothing money from nothing, and then put interest in that money and then give it back to the world, because that's basically the problem. So the problem is you have a bank that's a private company that people think it's actually a public company that creates money from nothing and puts an interest onto it. And even if you're a Muslim, you should be against that because you're indirectly paying interest.
That's right. Yes, that's right.
And if you understand that, you understand why there's all these wars that's going on.
But saying private or public doesn't make a difference because they're still creating money from thin air.
No, but you don't understand. Okay, CD, you still haven't got it. So when they print nothing out for money, they put interest. Then they give it to a private bank. That interest that you're paying, you should not be paying that interest. So if America was a public company, they would print nothing out, print the money out, and just give it directly to the people instead of putting the interest.
No, they would never, because the government still wants to make money, so they're still gonna put interest on it. It's the same thing.
IC3 answer this question for me.
A government is meant to be making money themselves. It's the same as a private. It's just it's owned by the state.
Good challenge. Okay, so let's park the private side of the banking to one side, and let's talk about the state. And I think what you're saying, CD, is that the state has to make interest in order to serve the people. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right. Good. So the state has to make interest to serve the people, to serve its people effectively. Right. So this is what I'm going to say. Right. If the state if the state is comprised of the same people which it is serving, and if the state is comprised of people that share the same religion as the people that state is serving, and if the state has the same faith and values and cultural values as the people it is serving, then the word interest is the interest of the people. It's that word I'm trying to double speak with the same word. The interest that the state is in the interest of the people, because the state and the people are one, and they share the same values, culture, religion, and everything. So the interest of the state is in the interests of the people. And
so what are you saying? They shouldn't be making a profit off them if they all have, the same culture, same values and whatnot. The government, the state, yeah,
that profit is the profit of the people. Because it's all one. That the state is just the extension of the people. And to make it clearer, I'm going to show you the other side. If the state is not representative of the people, so in other words, you have a state that has certain principles and religious values and cultural values, and there are people living in that state who are foreigners or immigrants or temporary workers who come from a different place, who have a different religion, who have different values, and who are different people from the host state, then the interests of that state will not serve the foreigners in that state, even if the state, that's it, will not serve the foreigners in that state, because the foreigners are not of the same people.
Fantastic. Can I break it down to you so that everyone in the chat could understand? Basically, if you have a system in which the state puts the money and puts interest or whatever a value to it, whatever you want to call it, that money is going to the people. What we have a problem is when you put interest and the money goes into private banks and they make billions and trillions of dollars and nobody knows about that. And then yet you have mass hunger, mass poverty in the world. What we're saying is the system is so fucked up. You basically have this hidden shadow government that nobody knows about, that's making a killing from charging interest to the government, when the government could print the money out and directly give it to its citizens. But you have people like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and these elite families who use, for example, Morgan and other banking institutions to basically game the system. So the system is, in essence, crooked. In an Islamic society, that would be regarded as completely haram and the work of the devil. That's what they would regard it. Continue.
Definitely, I would agree with you. Definitely, 100%. I don't know what anybody else thinks, sir.
Yeah, but that's GS. But actually, you're not Muslim, so what is your stand on this? So why can't you go along with this? If I was not Muslim, why would I have? Say that again?
I agree with what he said.
I know, but I'm saying he's coming from the Islamic perspective, but you're not Muslim. So what are you standing on? Because this doesn't go against your beliefs, and so So why not go along with it and exploit the people?
Right. Good. So therefore, why I'm in harmony with what GS is saying is because I am looking at the principle, because the principle is almost like the power of truth. You know, it's just anybody who understands these principles, they will see that it's true and correct. Anybody will see it once they understand the principle.
Yeah,
they'll
but
just look at it.
His principle as a Muslim are set group. So what are your principles? So why is it not survival of the fittest? You know.
Well, it is still survival of the fittest because the fact that the state should serve the people, and the state should be representative of the people and share the same faith and the same religion and the same culture as the people. If that state is overrun by a more powerful force from an outsider, and they manage to take over the state, it's just war. They take over the state and conquer the state. Then obviously,
but are these banks not working in the interest of the people here in Europe and America? Are they not working in the interest? Us Muslims are other religious backgrounds. We're minorities. They're not here to represent us.
But Fosi, let me. I'll try to break it. What he's saying.
Please let him. I know. Yes, please let him talk to him, man. I don't hear what you got to say, bro.
Oh. Continue, Fosi.
So if we put a survival of the fittest, if you are defeated in battle physically, then people just take all your goods. Correct? They take all your goods, and they go off and take it back to their base. Because they won the battle. Right. So in a financial battle and a spiritual battle, the most powerful will take your values, will take your interests, will take and taking your interests the same as taking your values and your cultural values and your religious values and dominate them.
Yeah.
And then they'll just leave you in the cage. It's war.
Yeah.
That's why people don't mess around when it comes.
Battle of ideas. I agree with that. But I'm saying to you, what do you call it? These banks are working in the interest of the people. Look at Europe. Look at America. Look how much they went forward, the quality of life, and so even China, they taking full advantage of capitalism, and it's working for them. They're working in their own for the interest of the people.
Right.
IC3.
Go on.
IC3.
Yes.
So IC3. I don't know, but IC3. But basically, from what I gather, the counter argument is in the West, the interest of the people has been served. And I would counter that one and say, no, it's not been served. That's why we have mass poverty. That's why we have mass inequality. It's because the system has been fucked over in the inside in 1917 as a way to corrupt the system, as the way to create an elite within a system that is unaccountable, and that's basically taking a value, a percentage of the value that could be used to end poverty.
Yeah, but what is the interest of the people then? Isn't it just capitalism, just to make money and make more money?
Yeah, but okay. But if the system has been set up to be crooked, so in 1970 the system was set up to be crooked. It was basically what happened was Abraham Lincoln. One of the reasons, this is because a conspiracy theory, but it actually makes sense. But basically, Abraham Lincoln, one of the reasons why he was assassinated because he refused to allow the banks to do this, because he knew the banks would be a hidden movement. Basically, there are millions of people dying of hunger, and you've got basically 30% of the world's wealth, or even a large portion of the wealth that's going to people's pockets, yet nobody knows about that. Do you see where the problem is? Yes, we're not saying
of course that's a problem, but you said the state serves the interest of the people. The interest of the people is to make more money. That's why they keep voting conservatively. Nobody votes for socialist.
One second, Jess. yes,
corruption.
I understand what's going on. 1 second, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You're because you know certain stuff. You're zooming ahead to certain things, and people can't catch you there. They can't follow you there. That's why I'm not going there yet. I'm going step by step, level by level. Remember, I started off the talk by saying that the banks are more powerful than all these religions, and everybody was saying that not everybody, but people were saying, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist. How are you connecting banking with spirituality? How are you connecting banks with temples? You see, that's how it started. Yes, but that's how it started. Yeah, and then I had to go step by step, and now that nobody's questioning that. But when I first started, people started. I come across as conspiracy theorists, but as you went step by step, and we looked at the question was asked. I want to do a rewind now, just to show how we got to where we are now. But we'll go step by step.
Go on.
Remember, yeah. So it's good to go step by step to make sure everybody is on the same page, because then you can start getting to deeper stuff. But if you start pulling up some of the stuff that people are just going to lose it. It's going to go over people's heads. So remember, so I can do a rewind. I started the conversation by equating that I'm saying that the power of the banks is more powerful is the most powerful religion in the world. So that sounded a bit crazy when I first started off. And then I was saying that the banks, we don't know what the religion is or what the cultural values are of the people that run the banks. We don't know nothing about them, but yet people of all faiths and religions are banking in the same bank. So they're under the illusion that the bank has no spiritual interests and has no public. It's not running the state. It's just an innocent servant of the state and the people. Yeah, and then we went into a bit of history, and I said in Islam, which is more powerful? Is it the state or the religion? And then you explained that there was a battle between the state, which was represented by the caliph, and the religious section represented by the
that's
Sunni.
what I'm saying, because you keep referring back to this, this little folder that GS put forward with, Imam Ahmed. I don't think that's right.
That was the connection he was trying to go, like, he was just trying to recap.
There's plenty more.
There's
plenty more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
My bad.
Each level. But I'm just trying to do a rewind, because I think we're going to now move into a deeper level. But I just want to do a rewind, a refresher, and then bring us back up to where we are in the conversation.
Actually, I'm sure you will find what Nasir has to say interesting. Nasir, you want to come in?
No, I'm just listening for now.
All right.
Are we still talking about banks, man?
Well, I don't even know, man.
Because go through this. This is
and by the way, what GS said about spirituality and so, I have no objection whatsoever about that.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
so we're all together so far. Yeah. And
well, are you waiting for someone just to disagree? Yeah.
No, he's making a point that the bank is more authoritative than religion in a state.
In a secular
but,
state.
Yeah, nobody would disagree with that in a secular state. Exactly. Nobody would ever disagree with that.
No,
and I wanted to say that a bank like the Federal Reserve or any institution, financial institution, that is part privately owned and part publicly owned, that's the equivalent of being part religious and part secular. It's the same parallels. It's the same parallels. Yeah, as the spiritual and the state. And then yes. And then moving up to now to the last point, the question was asked. I think CD was saying, well, aren't the banks, because now we kind of come to agreement on the power of the banks, aren't the banks serving the interests of the people in the West? Yeah, so that's what, right? And then GS wanted to challenge that. I say, don't challenge that yet. that question is a very good question, very powerful question. Are the banks serving the people of the West? Because that question came about because we agreed that if the people and the state are the same people who share the same religion, who share the same cultural values, the people and the state share the religion, they share culture, and they share tribe, they share all these things. The interest that the state makes is in the interest of the people. And in contrast, if the state has immigrants who come from different countries and immigrants who have different faiths living in that state, the interests of that state is not going to go to those foreigners. It's going to go to the people who the state recognizes. And then the question came from CD. Well, isn't that, if that's correct, if that is true, well, isn't the West enjoying the interests of the states, of the banks itself, because the banks are a combination of states and religion? Is that a good summary? Have I got something wrong there? Anything needs to be clarified?
No, it's good. It's pretty much bang on. But you said the state doesn't recognize foreigners. I'm pretty sure they do, unless you mean like illegal immigrants.
No, okay. So you see, if the state, yes, the state recognizes that foreigners are living within it, but a foreigner is still a foreigner, even though the state might not tell the foreigner, "Look, hey, you're a foreigner. Don't get too comfortable." They might not talk to you like that because the foreigners may be guests, or the foreigners might be brought here, or the immigrants might be brought here to serve that state. Yes, so obviously that state is going to look after the foreigners and the immigrants just enough so they can continue to work effectively for that state. And those foreigners and those immigrants might be made so comfortable within that state that they start to believe that they share the same values as that state, while the state all the time has been looking after its own people. It gives priority to its own people. It's no way is it going to treat its own people like it treats. So no way is it its own people going to be the same value as the immigrants or the foreigners. No way. No matter how comfortable the foreigners feel.
No, I kind of agree with what you're saying. If you say like the Arab countries, that's how they are, like with Asian workers, Asian migrant workers. But in the West, I don't think that's true. Like in England, I mean, that's why you have like, sorry to use this word, but like chavs, who support like UKIP and whatnot, saying we want Britain to be back British and stuff. Like we want to have the first, we want to be first for the job or something along those lines. So
right, good.
It is happening in like UK and stuff.
All right, okay. Apparently, okay. So, yes, you raised a good question, and I think we've
guys, I'll come back here. I'm going to be 10 minutes here.
Okay. Yeah, you raised a good question, and I think we've come to agreement on the relationship between the state and its people and the immigrants and guest workers and so on. Now then, GS was trying to, I think what he's trying to explain, because you raised the question again, the point again, how come the chavs and the poor British people, if we use Britain as an example, how come the poor there's British people who you imagine would be the people of the British state. Why are they living in worse conditions, some of them worse conditions, than the immigrants and the foreigners? So that that's the next level now we're going to move into. Why, if the state, the priority of the state is to look after its own people, because it looks like the people look like it, and it looks like the people, and they share the same values. The state and the people share the same values. They're both British, yes. So Britain.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. They don't share the same values.
We're going to go hold that point. I've got that point. Okay. I'm trying to address that point you're making now. It's a very good point. It's a very strong point. So that's why I'm trying to clarify, get my words right, to try and clarify the situation. According to the principles, and then try and address that anomaly that you've raised. Yes. So if what we were saying was early on is that the state, the British state, should it looks after the British people first, or should do that first, because the British people share the same values as the British state, then the British people should be living better than the foreigners and the immigrants and the guest workers and the people of different religions who happen to be living in that state. So therefore, the British people should be doing better than the foreigners and guests. And then you raise the point that how come there are British people that are doing a lot worse than the foreigners and the immigrants? So that seems to be an anomaly. So this is my how I'm going to address that point. I'm saying, this is a statement now, see how far it goes. I'm saying that the British state is not under the control of the British people, and that foreign entities are controlling the British state, which therefore makes the British state not look after its people. The British state is infected, and therefore the British state will look after certain foreign elements.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying, but you have to like, we keep being vague about what the interests of the people in Britain are. It's capitalism. That's all it is. They only have one interest.
CD, but it's not that. Now you have to link it. CD, what you should have done was link into the private sector. If the people that are printing the money are a private company and have their own interest, do you understand?
I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, continue. I'll be back in a minute.
So basically, what he's saying to you, CD, is if you have, like, for example, if you're printing money from a private company, so if the money that you get from the country comes from a private company, so the Federal Reserve does not control it. It's a private company that has share. So one of them being Morgan Stanley. What happens is their interest, because their interest is not that of the people. Their interest is for their shareholders, which is these private entities that are printing the money. That is why they're not looking after the British people. Do you understand?
Yeah, but even, okay, look, in any country, any state, you have three entities, yeah? You have the people, you have firms, businesses, and you have the government. Yes. They all, the government and the firms, they all serve the people, both of them. It's not just the government.
Okay. But what we're saying to you, is, if, like, for example, if you believe that the money that you're printing in a country is by the government, that would be the case. But the majority of people do not understand that the Federal Reserve is being printed by a entity that is not for the state. So they are assets. So what happens is that when you're not in the interest of the foreign, when you're printing money out and it's from a foreign a private bank, that bank doesn't have a desire. Its interest is not for the people; it's interest for the shareholders.
Well, GS, it isn't for the interest of the people. It's in the interest of a whole nation.
No, but you don't understand. But they're not. That's the state. But the state has been corrupted by the people in 1917 when they made it into the banking system into a private institution, a private bank. That's where the corruption.
I understand the point, but I'm saying it is in the interest of the people.
It's in the interest of the people for the money to be printed of the government, yes. But what's happened, because there's a private company that's printing the money, and the people don't understand the banking system. People don't understand the how they're getting ripped off. So what happens is when, for example, you have Brexit, or you had Brexit and you had working class people in the UK not having good standard, is because at the top the system is corrupted, because those people, they don't care about the working class people. They care about their own interest and profitizing their own interest and making money and keeping the system for them. Do you get it?
I understand your point. Yeah.
So there has to be an understanding of if you want to create like a Somalia, Somali people have to understand the system that we live in. And if you go against the system and say, you know what, I'm not going to use the petrodollar, I'm not going to use something, you're going to be taken out. And that's what they did in Libya. See, do you get it, brother?
Nasir, what do you think, man? Nasir? Yes, I guess I only asked you, bro.
So yeah, so that's what basically is. Basically, there's the business system has been corrupted. There are people who have a foreign interest, and this happened in 1917. Guys, do your own research, and then you'll find out the conclusion that we came to. Fosi, how have you been, brother? What have you been up to?
Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. I just took full advantage of going to the gym because, Boris Johnson's going to put us back into a shutdown, bro. So what have you been doing?
I've been doing nothing for the last 9 months. Practically nothing. It's driving me crazy, bro. It's boringness.
MashaAllah, you got a lot of, I like you, man. You got a lot of general knowledge, bro. You got dip there, Yeah.
That's good. Thank you.
We should hold a quiz night here and see who's got the best general knowledge. I love general knowledge, man.
Do you?
Yeah, mate.
That's good to hear. So, Fosi, I want to ask you some questions, bro, because I'm interested. So, what's your passion? What's your goals in life?
My goals in life. We can talk about this kind of stuff in the hangout, bro. I'm prefer not to talk about this in the stream, bro. Let's talk about something more interesting for our people to talk about.
Okay, Khalid's back. Khalid, how are you, brother?
I'm alright, bro.
That was a dirty burp, bro. Bro, what you been eating today?
Sorry, man. I just had a little munch, innit? That's why I said I'm gonna be 10 minutes.
Beans and cheese, yeah?
Nah, man. Man, don't eat them things, man. That's some funny man food.
You don't eat beans and cheese?
Nah, I don't eat none of them beans and toast things, but I hate that shit. I hate that crap.
Wow.
Yeah, nah. Beans are done right. Somali style beans, like yeah. None of this like straight out of the tin, I can't do that. Well, like, what's going on tomorrow, man? What's everyone saying? Like, everyone's saying who's going out, who's going to a park and Belayo, and people going on. Are you in a lockdown? Are we in lockdown? What's going on? All day I've been hearing there's a lockdown.
I think he's gonna have he's gonna say out on Monday or something. I'm not too sure.
So there's a new lockdown.
It's coming. He's gonna have a whatever you call it, press conference, isn't it?
I think there is a lockdown, Frank.
Well, he's way already.
I think it's confirmed. Yeah. He has conspiracy squad. What's going on?
Conspiracy squad. My God.
What's going on?
They caught me in the building.
Nice. I'm
alright, man. G. I'm alright, man.
My favorite pastime on the conspiracy theories, so I thought let me get on.
Yeah, well, I do. Yeah, you're a conspiracy theorist. What do you think about the banking thing, man?
Yeah, man. Well, the brother had some solid points, but a lot of them forgot about globalization, man. That's what's going on, bro. These banking system have no loyalty to anyone. All these corporations, not one country, not one people. There's one world thing. It's evil individuals that came together, and all they care about is greed and money.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's suffering, man. And that's doing the joke. And as GS said, if you don't agree with their agenda, you're pissed.
Yeah, come on. You're getting taken out of the game, man.
Yeah, that's it.
You're getting taken out of the game, fam.
Yeah. And everyone makes it sound like it's religious beef. It's not. It's not color beef. It's not religious. It's not class. It's just certain people have certain agendas and they want to implement it. And the rest of us are just guinea pigs for the experiment.
Yeah, you think it's non-religious?
It's not religious, bro. The beef's not religious because they're corrupt Muslims as well, bro. That's with these people.
What do you think of this? I'm saying it's religious because
the principles of Islam obviously is against.
Yeah, but would you say that? What's your religion? What's your compass, man? Come on, man. We see you in the Hitler Nazi things. What is your thing? Are you an atheist? What's your stance?
First of all,
it's a direct question.
Yeah, I got the direct question, but sometimes to answer a direct question, sometimes people ask questions, but they haven't really fully understood the question that they're asking. You know what I mean? That's why I go step by step.
Directly. There's no step by step. I know. We're not going to go to a 1 hour seminar. I just want to ask you.
Exactly, but the questions you're asking are so heavy, so deep that
it's like I don't believe. I believe this one, that one. It's not really. It's not
I know. Yeah. I know. Some questions are so heavy. Some people don't realize the magnitude of the question they're asking.
IC3, do you know what you're doing? Have you watched Matrix? You see Neo when he dodged the bullets.
Oh yeah.
You know what I
mean? That's right.
That's when he's dodging bullets, you know.
Yeah.
No, man, bro, it's not simple.
That was a loaded question. What do you say in the industry? What do we say in Speaker's Corner, the industry? What do you say? That's a loaded question, IC3.
It's a simple yes or no.
Right. Simple. It's simple. I believe in it.
He got scared.
What did you think of Hitler's politics?
Where's his shoe? Have you seen IC3?
Michael.
But you know something? Sometimes somebody asks a question and you know the answer, but you know that if you give them the answer, they're not going to understand the answer, and they're going to ask, and you know what the next question is going to be, and you know about.
How do you don't know? We've already assumed something that we don't know the answer.
Wait, are you saying it's something we've never heard
question
before?
Asked so many times. You know what they're going to ask about 7 questions into the future. So therefore, you try and give an answer. That
you're assuming right now. No, you're assuming right now.
I know.
We might just say that. Oh well, is that you?
Yeah, okay. Just one question, isn't it?
I think we can be fair to ISIS-free. We can ask him. Just keep out one question. Are you agnostic? Or are you atheist? That's it. Are you theist or are you atheist?
No, I'm not atheist. I'm not agnostic.
So, okay, I
believe in God. Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay,
that's good enough.
Yeah, definitely.
That's good enough.
So that's why I wanted to say to you, because somebody said earlier on that these people that they don't believe in God, they got no religion, they just believe in making money, and that's. But I'm going to say that the only way a group of people can manage that level of power without losing it is that they have to be a member of some faith, some religion, to keep themselves organized. Otherwise, they kill each other. So they have what that faith is, what that religion is, I don't know. But they need something to keep an order. You got to, because it's human beings, and when you got it's like if you put a lot of guns and grenades in people's hands that don't know nothing about guns and grenades.
They're gonna organize.
They've got to be organized. They've got to know, because you can't put that kind of power in their hands. It'd just be chaos.
Wait, who do you associate yourself with?
Serve?
Yeah, not who serve. Like, who do you associate with? Then who do you align with?
The Almighty.
The Almighty.
The Almighty. Wow, mashallah.
The Almighty.
I see. What you're saying is basically you believe that people can't come under the ground of reason. People need external source, revelation.
External forces. Yes.
Revelation.
Yes.
So you're basically
some belief. Yeah.
Yes. To do
They
with
need to have
high
some
levels
belief.
of power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Or
give
something.
me a second. Guys, give me a second. So basically, what IC3 believes, he believes there was this. Actually, within Islam, there was this debate, and which is the idea that can humans agree without revelation on something? Can humans actually come to a consensus without chaos? And the Sunni perspective was that revelation has to always be the one, divine revelation has to be the one that connects humans, because humans can't come with reason. Because what's reasonable for you is not what's reasonable for me.
Yes, that's right. Good.
That's the point that you're making.
Yeah. So atheists and agnostics who say they don't believe in God, they're under the power of those people that do. But the people that do, they're not even going to talk to them. Because what it is, those people have to go, the atheist is still going to the same bank. And the atheist doesn't even know who runs that bank. But his faith is that his savings are going to be okay in that bank. You see?
No, but the banking system has no allegiance to anyone, man. World wars that prove of that.
Whoa. That's a statement. The banking system has no allegiance to anyone.
Yes, they'll serve both sides like the devil, man. They're there everywhere.
No.
Whoa.
Michael, that's
celebrating today. It's the
I see you wanna go or I go?
October.
You go.
You go. I see. You go.
No, you go.
No, you actually more diplomatic.
That is a powerful statement. Let me repeat it again. Let me repeat it again. The banking system has no allegiance. Does he say anyone? To anyone.
Yeah.
Right. Whoa, what a statement.
Yeah, I agree with that though. I agree with that statement. That's crystal clear.
Come on, bro.
That's not really true at all.
Okay.
They were giving money
That's
to
not
both
true
sides.
at all, man.
You go ahead,
Bro,
Isaac.
they align themselves with capitalists. That's their whole
They're
thing.
everywhere.
Like, yeah, they align
if they
with
have
other
an agenda,
capitalists.
they might support that cause.
IC3, you said every single person organized. If you gave a gun to everyone, they'd be in groups and stuff. So, like, these people, they're people in it. The people that own banks and stuff, they would like be with other bankers and capitalists.
No, but there's people that just care about the end results. You know, they don't care at what cost they get. They don't care if two countries go to war. They don't care about poverty. They don't care about what's happening to people.
At what cost? Yeah.
So it's about it's about basically just making money. It's about human greed. And some of them obviously have their own nefarious agendas for what they do.
Yeah.
And some of them have their own way or certain ideologies they want to put in society. So they'll control it through the banking system and wealth and all of these other, incentives.
The banking system is a faith. Those that are running it, those are at the top, they share a faith.
Yeah,
what
they
that
share
faith
something.
is, I don't know. And I'm saying that because I'm saying that the level of power and wealth, if you don't have a religion or a faith of some kind, you're going to turn into savages with a lot of power.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Go on. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Salam, Jackie.
See, man, all the conspiracy squad tonight is popping, man. Come on, guys.
I know the conspiracy team is in the building.
Let's make this ridiculous today, man.
I was gonna say in reply to what he just said. You do know what faith the people that run the banks, but I ain't trying to get this channel flag. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. Even their own people were butchered, so I doubt they have a specific faith.
Hey, I mean, the Rothschilds. I mean,
yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, we know about them, man.
IC3, when Maquan just said that the banks don't have a specific leader or one interest that they're all working towards, you said that's a bold statement, and then you just made the statement that they're all working and they all have one religion or goal in common. Why isn't that just as big as a statement as Maquan made? If not bigger,
because the faith is having a faith or having a religion enables one to believe that there's a power above oneself, and that power is above all those people that believe in that faith, and therefore they kind of respect that central force, that central power, that central principle that keeps them all in check. So their faith keeps them all in check.
How can you say that though? You don't know that. They could be atheists for all we know.
Alaikum assalam. Is that Abdi?
Yes, Abdi.
How you doing, my brother? Welcome.
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
I got a bone to pick with you, Abdi.
Okay, sorry, no, play. Alright, listen. Go ahead. We've got a little conversation flow. Go on.
No, I was just asking IC3. Like, you can't make that statement. You can't say they all believe in God or they all have a specific interest or a higher power because you don't even know who they are. So then,
correct. Okay.
Then if you don't even know who someone is, then you can't start talking about their characteristics without knowing who they are, right?
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay, good. So, it's based on the assumption that it's people and religion and faith is the only way in which people can organize themselves and relate to each other effectively. So that's why I'm making that assumption.
Yeah, so you're operating from an assumption, and for everything else that you say, for it to work, you have to already believe in the assumption that these people, even if they are a group, they already have a religion, and that they are working towards the goals of their religion's ends.
Yes, that's right. Because, and I'm saying that, I'm making that assumption because I am saying that faith and religion is the most powerful and is the only power that can cause people to use, how can I say, hold power without blowing themselves up.
Is it possible?
Hey, I'll get.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you think it's possible that maybe there isn't this selective group that you guys are talking about, but there's interest groups? For example, Facebook. It's in their best interest for Twitter and these other competitors to fail. But if there was ever going to be a law against, social networks or anything like that, they would all team up together in that instance to support each other. Same with oil companies. They would prefer that their competitors fail, but when it comes to things that benefit all of them, they all pool their money together to lobby, right? Can it be just be that instead of this grand conspiracy of select group of individuals, with a nefarious plot?
Okay, good point. So let's talk about money. A lot of people, they talk about, they use money, but they don't really know what money is. They know how to, they know a bit about what money can do and how it can be used.
Money's just work. We could just use it.
Wait. We're going to go there. We're going to go there because I'm going there to address the issue or the questions that you've raised. So I'm just trying to set up the foundation because we're going to launch into another level of conversation. I think it might there'll be even more challenges. It could get a bit more heated. So I'm just trying to clarify, lay the groundwork because I'm about to launch into something. So I'm just give me a few moments to lay this down before we get, because what you said is quite heavy, and to address that question or address that point, it's going to we have to go a bit deep. So, because let me rewind now and see if I understood what you were saying. You were saying that is it not possible to correct me if I'm wrong, remind me in case I've missed it, that it's just that people have a common interest and that's sufficient to keep them cooperating in the realms of power effectively. Is that a good summary of what you're saying? Just common interest is enough.
I personally don't believe there's a select group of individuals. I believe it changes over time with whatever corporation gets to the top. For example, Zuckerberg, Facebook, right? The Twitter guy, all these different people who've become millionaires, multimillionaires, if not billionaires, in the last 100 years. They didn't start in that position. They don't have a cult, a religion they follow. They came up with an idea. Whatever methods they use that method to make billions of dollars, and now it's in their interest to make sure that their company doesn't fail and they don't lose that money, because most of their money is tied up in stocks, right? And the worth of their company. So they're going to do whatever they can in order to keep that company afloat. But it has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with anything other than, hey, I built this thing from the ground up and I'm going to keep it standing. Some of them may go and do things that are like immoral, for example, like Nestle and like some of these companies that Nike or whatever, if you want to talk about socialism, capitalism, they may do immoral things to keep their company afloat, but I don't think it has to do with religion. It has to just do with money, and that's
good.
It.
Hold that point there. Beautiful. Right. So he doesn't think, Nasir says, he doesn't think it has to do with religion. It has to do with money. So that's the point he made. And then I started to say, right, okay, let's talk about money. Because I think we have to understand what money is to know how to handle that point. Very good point that Nasir's made.
Before you do that, I just want to put the elephant in the room.
Go ahead.
Which is if you're if my memory serves me tonight, everyone here is a Muslim. If you're a Muslim, you do believe in what we call the devil.
The shaitan.
You believe in the Satan. Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nasser's point, it's kind of intuitive, but I see to get back to the point, bro.
Okay. I was gonna say before he went on too. I had this on my mind too since the start of this conversation. I believe that atheism is a religion because look at communism. Communism is state-sponsored atheism. They believe in the state. They worship the state. They put up pictures of Stalin and Mao, and they worship them like idols. Literally, they have statues over there. People go there to praise them. They put flowers on their graves. And so it is religion. A political ideology is basically a religion. I mean, even liberalism. People worship liberalism. I hate to say this, and I'm not trying to get this channel flag, but the rainbow community is a religion.
There you go. Anyway.
But there's a difference between a religion and a movement. You might have the characteristics of a religion, but it's a movement fundamentally. And that goes to another debate. But when I'm saying to you the concept of if you believe that there's a God, there is good and there is bad, then Nasser can't say stuff like there can't be a system of people that are based on evil entities. You can't really say that. You can't be a Muslim.
No, look. What I'm saying is, GS, that not all these, yes, the shaitan doesn't exist. That doesn't mean everybody's working for the shaitan, right? I believe, obviously, in Islam, we have our beliefs. That doesn't mean everybody's working. Like, even in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the Persians and the Romans were fighting. What you guys are trying to present is, in my opinion, you guys are trying to present a very, very, perfect structure of there's a top branch, there's the middle branch and a bottom branch, and they all have the same exact agenda. They have the same exact goal. Everything is it's a structured plan. What I'm saying is you don't need all of that to make this make sense. Literally, you just get a group of people, you put a resource in between them, and chaos and all these things that are happening now will ensue, and you can do this, you can run the same program thousands and thousands of times. Take any group of people, put a resource there, and then the same thing that's happened before is going to happen again. That's just how it works. You don't need this nefarious plot.
But Nasser, and that's the thing, because you haven't done your own research. And W actually agrees, and I want ICT to come in, but I just want to put some little bombs into the thing. When you look at these secret societies, their practices, what they do, like
Satanism, the Dajjal system.
Satanism. They have these practices. Even the people that claim to be secular atheists, they still go.
They're
in the 19th
anti-God,
century.
basically.
Yeah. They go. They have their unique meeting points. So what we're saying is, we're not saying to you every single system is based on this, but we're saying that as humans, you will have two collective systems. You have a system that's based on the devil's work, which is to enslave humanity, and they're always plotting to enslave humanity into their agenda and to create their chaos. That's what I'm saying anyway. But I'll let IC3, because IC is does a far better job at breaking it down for you guys. IC, go ahead, bro.
No, we're all together breaking it down together. We're bouncing off each other. Even when we disagree, it's good that we're bouncing off each other. So yeah, that's right. So now I'm going to talk about money. And the reason is because of what Nasir said. Yeah. So I'm going to say that a lot of people know what money can do, but they never really think about what money is. So what is money? All right. The angle I'm going to say that money is a combination of or a relationship between two things. You see, you have money, or the physical, what you can see, and then you have currency. So I'm saying that money and currency follow the same pattern of what we were discussing from earlier on as the state and religion. So the state is kind of the just like you have a coin. It's like a pound coin. The pound coin is the physical thing. You can hold it in your hand. You can look at it, but the value of the pound coin can go up and go down. So so in the realm of value, it's the invisible realm, and I'm stating, which you can all challenge me on, that the invisible realm it relates to the spiritual realm. So even though that pound coin is the same, if its value goes up, it does not get bigger. If the value of the pound coin goes down, it doesn't shrink. So the real power of the pound coin is in the invisible realm and the spiritual realm, because the pound coin, to move a pound coin or to move money, you can put it in a vessel or put it in your hand, and you can pick it up and move it to another place. So then the question goes, how do you move the value of a currency? How do you move the invisible? See, then we start moving into the serious, because when people think of money, they're looking at the coin or the paper note. But the real power of that coin rests in its value. I think the last time I looked at it was £1 to about 777 Somali. What was the Somali currency again? Shilling, Somali shilling. Why is £1, just one, worth 770 odd Somali shilling? See, and that's in the realm of the exchange rate. That's in the. There we're going. That's right. That's where we're going. See, because that is the question. That is the most powerful question. So, a lot of these movies and stories always get people to fight over money, money, money. You always hear it in people's mouths, money, money, money. You always see in the movies somebody gets shot up, blown up, and this case full of cash. You know, it's so much death and destruction is all about this case of gold or money or crate, something you can see. So all the movies keep people on that plane of what they can see, and then but the real power is in the realm of the invisible, the realm of currency, the realm of exchange rate, the realm of value. and they don't teach. They don't even want people thinking about that. And the only times people start thinking about currency is if they're traveling, and they think, well, wait a minute, if I exchange my pound for Somali dollars, what will I get? Okay, so I'll exchange that. So when I go back to Somalia, or I'm going on a holiday to the Caribbean, what's the exchange rate? What's the exchange rate in this country to that country? That's the only time they really start thinking about currency. But most of the time, people just talk about money, money, money all the time. Because if they start thinking about currency, they start moving into the realms of power. Because just like you can see how to move a physical thing, a block of gold or a crate of gold, you can use a forklift or you can use your hands. It all depends on the size and weight of the money. But when it comes to moving the exchange rate, that's the real thing. That's the power. Because if I can devalue your currency, I can devalue your people. I can devalue your land. I can devalue your resources. I can devalue your women. I can devalue your culture, all in one move. I just take down your currency, and what it is, I can take your whole nation down and its people, and you wouldn't even know that. You wouldn't even feel it. Well, you feel it, but you wouldn't even know how I did it.
IC3, I've got a question. How do they devalue a currency then?
That's the beautiful question. That's the just even if the stream was to finish right now, that is the question, because that's the question. If you can answer that question, right, you've now moved into a new dimension. You've become a very dangerous person. If you really knew the answer to that, and you, because that's what that is the power. That is power. And those that know, so I can only speculate because I haven't been initiated or whatever to know the answer to that question. So I can only speculate on what I think the answer to that question is.
There's several things that
Sorry?
There are several things that impact the value of money. It's not just one thing.
Why? So that you made a statement.
Yeah.
Right. So you made a
for
statement.
Example,
Hold it. So you made a statement. That means you know.
No, I know. I have a couple of examples, but I mean, because it's not one thing. I don't want, like, it's not one answer, you know.
Okay, I'll give an example. You know, for example, Turkey. Recently, he made a comment about Macron, and straight away, the Turkish lira was devalued.
Whoa! There you go.
The question is, what did they do? That's what we have to ask.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, and it's happened just like the Nigerian naira was the same as the pound, and then now it's about 500 naira to a pound. So they upset. You see, so if you upset certain people, and just think that the normal person wouldn't know what's happening. They'll start trying to kill the leaders, fighting and squabbling, but they just don't understand what has happened. Why is it? Why can't we get this anymore? Why can't we afford this? What's happened? Because it's that the power, the magic has happened in the realm of the invisible, in the realm of the currency, in the realm where people just don't talk about, they don't know about, and they don't teach. They don't teach people about that realm. Yes, so you've raised you made a good point. See, yeah. What did they do? See, you know, the leader of the whole nation. You know, a leader might say something, and then the whole nation sinks. It's like, imagine the nation as a ship. You got all these ships floating in the sea, and then some captain of one ship says something wrong, and they can just cause it to drop a bit lower to the water, to sea level. Just take out all the people in one go. Culture, food.
IC3.
Yeah.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Okay, so CD was saying it. I think we just glossed over it, but there are several factors that do affect the value of your currency, right?
Right. So what are they?
They could be plenty of things. Example, if other countries put some sort of embargo on you, they refuse to trade with you, they refuse to work with companies that work with you, they'll devalue your money very fast.
Okay, and what else?
Yeah, so those are things that devalue your money. But even if you were just to ignore money, if we were to go all the way back in the past when people were trading chicken and goats and whatever, like even those things themselves, their value can change. For example, if I have a bunch of chickens that can make me eggs and you come and try to sell me an egg, it's going to have less value to me than to someone who doesn't have that ability, right?
Yes. And so
it's not just money, it's everything. Everything's value can change at any time based on circumstances. Your home's value can change based on, where the majority, like let's say a really good company builds, in the next city over and you're too far from it, your home's value will go down if people want to be close to that company to be able to work at that company. Or your value might go up if people are trying to avoid the traffic and all those other things. So it's not just money. What you're looking at is the value of things. That's what you're talking about. And those things change with time and circumstances.
And so
I don't know why we're so fixated on just currency and money.
Yeah, because currency is just a tool used to exchange, goods and services, isn't it? It's not really.
No, but you don't understand. That's in the material realm. In essence, what money is value. Value is fundamentally is an energy. When you put what Maverick said. Give me a second. Maverick said need, desire.
Need and desire. Yeah.
The way you're interpreting, that's like you call it biological. You could call it a tool. That's like a thing that our intellect is using to interpret value. But in its essence, the money is the generation of value that's created by a civilization. Money is just the physical form, but the non-physical form is the energy or the value, as you'd call it.
Well, lovely. GS is on it. GS is up to speed.
So
yeah, but that doesn't change anything Nasser said. That doesn't change anything. Like his point still stands, bro.
No, but when you okay, fantastic.
GS has answered it.
Yes.
you got to understand. So we'll get there bit by bit. Go on.
So I'll connect to the project that ICT is talking about. If you understand that money is a value and that you understand this is a circulation of a tribe, this is the value of a tribe. Once you get a foreign agent to put interest to that value, he's basically taking money away from people into his own pocket. He's basically gaming the system. This is the whole point. I'll let IC3 talk because I can't do the whole layer by layer breakdown.
You got to hit him straight. Okay.
Yeah.
So
IC3, can I ask? I want to know what Zaki's got to say about this. Especially with his position and and where he's working. But Zaki, what do you think, bro?
Yeah, man, it's pretty interesting the points he had to make. I agree for the most part, but I guess one of the what you guys just discussed was how you devalue currency. Am I correct?
Move currency. Yeah, because that's the power. The power to move it.
Oh, hey, well, to get that answer, you can ask your local roadman, ain't it? You know what I'm saying? They move you know what I'm saying? They're trapping. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But real talk. How you move currency, man? I mean, I hate to say this. The reason that war is so prominent, people want to blame religion. People want to blame political ideologies. A lot of it is to move currency, man. Like if you look at the Great Depression, for instance, right? The Great Depression helped usher in the greatest war that everybody knows about, World War II. Right? You know what I'm saying? There was stagnation, economic stagnation. At least over here in America, right? Here in America, we even acknowledge that the Great Depression got us out of World War II because we were the so-called arsenal of democracy. We produced all the tanks. We produced most of the weapons because you guys in the UK, man, no disrespect, you guys are getting your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, we were like, giving you guys guns and weapons. They had this program also called Lend-Lease, where we were giving you guys ships for the islands, for some of the islands in the Caribbean. That's why there's the U.S. Virgin Islands. We took that from y'all because of Lend-Lease. So, and there was like credit also. So UK actually used to be the center of banking in the whole world at during the modern era with the British Empire. But after both of the world wars, they transferred all their assets to the U.S. because guess what? Insurance, right? You know, it was too much for banks to stay over in the UK because the banks were getting bombed and stuff, and they were afraid of them getting taken over. That's my opinion.
Very good, very good.
That's interesting, very interesting. I really like your take, Zaki. Abdi Dirye, yo, bro. Abdi, yo. Bro,
hello.
Yeah, Abdi, if you want to, Alexander, bro. If you want to, put your point across, bro, you're more than welcome.
I know. I have a point. I have a question for CD. CD, how CD?
CD,
please don't change the topic, Abdi, please.
Nah, it's one question.
Another time, please. Another time, but not now, please.
Okay. Another time.
Okay, he wants to go there.
Give me a second. So, Cash, he made a point that the value of currency depends on the import and export. You're right, but you're talking about level 7, where we're talking about level 1. So you're talking all the way down. We're talking at the root foundation of the system, of the banking system of the world. In essence, the banking system, and I'm kind of jumping the gun, but the banking system is based on scarcity. So why it's haram as a Muslim is basically what it's doing is it's taking the value away from the people and giving it back with interest. Hence, you're always going to be in poverty and you're always going to be poor. So, Cash, what you're talking about is level 7. We're talking about level 1. Fantastic.
Yes, can you and IC3 just get right to the meat of it? Are you guys trying to insinuate that they're trying to steal our soul or energy or something other than just our time?
No, the system is based on that. So the system is based on basically on poverty. So within a capitalist system, because you're already taking money from the jar already, you're always minus. So it doesn't matter what you do.
I'm asking about level 1. No, level 1. What is the
level 1?
Because when I said the things that I said, you said yes, but that's just the cosmetics of it. There's a layer underneath that. What's the layer underneath of trying to make money and get as rich as possible and have as much properties and all the things that a person wants, a materialistic person wants?
Good question.
Isaac, just give me a second. I'll answer this. So level 1 is that, first of all, they separated revelation from reason. So they said everything is based on reason. Hence, the seculars win, which in itself is false, because what they're saying in that thing is there is no God. So there is no God. But in essence, they're doing the contrary, because they're believing, as Muslims, or anyone who believes in God, anyone who has from the Abrahamic, they're believing in Satan, which is the devil. So that is level 1. So level 1, they've already convinced you that there is no God. So they're claiming that they're coming from reason. Level 2 is when, or actually, I'm kind of jumping. It's not level 2, but let's just say 19th century, when they basically create the banking system and they basically have a private bank that's the Federal Reserve becomes a private bank, and there's stakeholders that are private. So these stakeholders are private, have their own interest in the system. So wherever you print money,
yes. I'm not asking how it works. I'm asking why. What is the purpose of you guys? What's the greater purpose of this conversation, other than that's what I'm trying to find out, because everybody understands how capitalism and all that works.
What did you say? Everybody understands.
We all understand how capitalism works.
No one before today. No one understood that the banking system was a private company. That the Federal Reserve was a private company, and that when America are printing dollar bills, that they're actually paying. It's a private company that is doing that, not the American government.
Whether it's a public or private,
how that affects you? How that affects you?
Drive is still to make money, right?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, go ahead, Assis. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Because you come a bit later into the conversation, so I can't try and do a bit of a recap. Yeah.
No, I listened earlier when you guys were saying that the government's job is to help the people, or their
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
People.
But
I don't completely agree with that. Their interests are in the interest of the people who lobby them, essentially, the politicians. And the government isn't a person; it's different people at different times.
Correct.
And it's whoever they choose to let lobby them.
All right. So, So therefore, we'll go back to this thing of what is money, and then and when we was in this short section, we're saying, okay, what is money? Then we started talking about money and currency, and how money is represents more the physical, which I would say suspect relates to the state, and the currency, which is the value, which can fluctuate, relates to religion and faith. So we're digging into what money is itself, and then now we started talking about currency rather than talking about money, because we once you understand the relationship between money and currency, you'll understand that the power is in the currency, which is the value, which can move up and down, whilst the actual physical thing does not expand and shrink with its value. The pound coin remains the same size, whether the value of the pound goes up or goes down. So then we moved on to start speaking about the currency, and talking about the realm of the invisible, which I'm saying is equivalent to the spiritual. And then we all got onto that level now. So we stopped talking about money, and we talk about currency, and we talk about currency, and we talk about value, and we talk about value moving up and down, increasing and decreasing. Yes. And then the question was asked, how do you move, or how does one, or how does a group of people move a currency? And the movement of currency in terms of how does one increase the value of a currency and decrease the value of a currency. And then somebody else brought in a real world example, saying that when the Turkish leader spoke against the French leader, the value of the Turkish currency went down. So the question is still floating. How?
I see. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't catch this last bit. You said something about the Turkish what?
Somebody earlier on said that recently the leader of the Turkish people said something that upset the leader of the French, and as a result, the Turkish currency went down in value. Somebody said that.
I don't know about that, but I think he means the comment where Erdogan came out saying, Macron's got a problem or something. He's mentally ill. So I thought it was funny.
Oh, right. Is that what he said?
Yeah. So what about Macron when after attacking Islam and so on? So the whole French economy, they took huge losses.
Oh, the French economy or the Turkish economy?
The French economy. French economy.
No, not the economy, but how about the currency? Was the French? Well, the French currency is euro anyway, isn't it? So
yeah, I would say there's a little debate going between Abdi and
Abdi
and CD.
I think we should do
we're going to wrap this up. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we should do a part 2 next
week.
Yeah,
we'll wrap it up, or we can't wrap it up. We'll leave it for another day. Because GS.
No, I think we should wrap it up. Let's not just leave it here.
Okay.
You can't wrap out, bro. It's
CD. They want to explore this. They don't really have a. They just want to explore this topic, which I agree is really interesting. But they're trying to portray that they got an agenda when they don't have an agenda. They're just exploring the topic. So I think that would be.
People have an agenda. If you're a Muslim, of course they have an agenda.
They need to come with proofs.
You can't be a Muslim and not say they have an agenda.
IC3, he doesn't really. He just wants to, explore. He wants people to talk about it. That's all it is.
Yeah. No, but fundamentally, me and IC, we agree. Okay, if you be speaking to you for an hour and you don't understand that, or that it's like you can't understand this. Like if you don't like, it's like this is confusing. Like I can't put this into words. Fundamentally,
it's
difficult.
Yes, everybody understands it. That's the point. You guys are. I don't.
No,
understand
they don't. Wrong. Not everybody understands it. Definitely not. Otherwise,
well, okay, I think most people understand.
We leave it for another day.
We'll finish another day.
Hey, I got a suggestion.
Go at each other.
Let Zaki make his point.
Hey, I got a suggestion. So if you guys would be down to talk about another topic, the last stream, before this guy Raj came on and totally just derailed whatever we were talking about, we were talking about, I brought up, I was talking about how do, Muslims, feel, of course, about things like entertainment and music, because although a lot of scholars say that it's haram, one thing that I noticed that other religions do is they realize that the youth are the most important part of the religion because they're the ones that carry the legacy, right? So they use music, entertainment, and movies to display values or the tenets of that said religion. I used to be a Christian and a Hebrew Israelite. That's how I grew up. Music was a big part of our worship. Music was a big part of how we convey messages to each other and especially to the children, because kids music is one of the easiest ways for them to learn stuff. That's why a lot of teachers teach their kids songs about, like, let's say the ABCs, numbers, history, things like that. I don't know if you guys have that in your culture as well, teaching songs to children. So I was wondering why it has in the Muslim community as a whole, why haven't we tried to do the same thing? Because if you look at Dean Squad and all those people get a lot of smoke. That's why I want to talk about.
They split up themselves. You know what happened, right?
But Frank, before we do that, Saki, before we go into this conversation, I just want CD and Abdi Diyar to have this argument that everyone in the chat wants to have.
Wait. Yes, his name is a beautiful name, bro. It's Abdi Diyar.
And then afterwards we'll have a conversation.
Wait.
Is that okay, Zaki?
I have a question.
That sounds good.
We can talk about music, yeah.
CD and Abdi and Diyar, go ahead. Everyone mute up.
The people ask for it. Let's go.
Wait. I'm CD. CD is the same guy who said.
I'm sorry, guys. This guy's gonna be in Somali, so guys, if you guys wanna come back, we're gonna dive into that music one straight away. But it's a debate that we've all been waiting for.
Okay, so I'll catch you all. Have a good evening.
Take care.
Don't leave.
Zaki, don't leave.
No, Zach, you stay on, but we're gonna be speaking in Somali for a hot minute. We'll translate for you in a bit.
I got you. I got to do anyway.
All right. These guys have been going back and forth. All right, Hassan in the building. Hassan,
what's up, boys? Okay.
Hassan, you're the referee in this one, yeah. Labada nima ukala qarqaad in it, yeah.
لما سعونا وان دقيسنا وحي وان
أنا لما labadana soo haysta ninkan Abdi Diyar iyo ninkan CD baa soo haysta.
أنا ما هي أسا كذا بس هذا واحد
أنا always وحنا أنا قلنا عصاري CD.
ما
والله
I don't care. أنا عبد الديرية ما قلنا لكن أنا مرة CD baan saaraya CD baan wada caawinaa CD baan inta badan wada joognaa
waa inaan nuu kala qarqaado okay yaa qarqaadayeen
marka miyay sira maageen
adoona wax isku haysaanu garamaayo ba labadana waa inaan kala qarqaadno
waan wada dhageysanaa okay mid walba
okay qartaan wada qaadinaa dhamaan
waan wada qaadanaa waan is dhageysanaa markaas dhageyso laakiin cayya waxay naga daayaa
af Soomaalina ku hadla
يا كوير بس كوير الدردرون
عبد الدريد مو
هذا سي دي وكيو داي
يا هرب بلا ويا
غير هذا
انا بلا اوكي
dhegeysta CD waa hadlin
CDQ ay dhahay muxuu ahaa CDQ ay dhahay Somalis are closer to Arabs than Africans maxaa waxaas
af Soomaaliga cabdi
kuma laha Soomaalida maxay u dhow yihiin Carabta Bantuda
هذا أو في رسيد دقن أهان لقد أهان جنسي أهان دنا أول بأقدرنا هاي حتى جيس كأفريقيا وحكدقنا هاي دنك برجع كدقنا هاي so وحوي geographically حتى وأقدرنا هاي ما أهان بين geographically is facts bro أنا وحكي هذا facts I don't know I think إن السؤال وحوي no I didn't say just geographically صاحب I said racially culturally linguistically انت ايكا ugu doonahay laakiin we are not them laakiin adiga waxa dhahday anaga waxaan yeah
racially sidee Somali and close to Arabs sidee
waa ugu doonahay
explain
oo muqaal ahaan hada u fiiri sidee u doonahay
bantu u doonahay
he explained himself
af Somali ku hadla waxaan idin sii hodaa
أصلاً قوي ده ما أبقى كواد ليه وحنا نعس كم كلمة هو بدي أفهمه بعيد كان GS
إيك هذا إيك
سوى بيزنس خالي يوفيك والله أنا دول السنة
لا ما ده أفضل
سو عم بيوض أنا سو عم بيوض التايم سو عم بيوض أنا كده حدنا
أوكي هذا سؤال هاي سؤال
muxuu dhahay dhaqanka carabta oo dhownay kuma laha dhaqanka carabta ugu dhownay dhaqanka carabta ugu dhownay explain
hal tusaale ku sinaya adiga geel jir yihiin anakana geel jiraan nahay dhaqan weeye that's tusaale waa dhaqan wallahi waa dhaqan is waa wax dabeecadeena ah
geel loo isticmaalaan keenetiga naloodka iyo muxuu ahaa
ما استعمالان South Sudanese South Sudanese وده كرتا لكن أيك بانتو معها
أركي كويدو كانوا يستعمالان أنا أركي
I have not أنا قولي جاي ما أركن كيو استعمالها يجي أنا أيك يقول واحد لو ما يقانا أنا كان لو يقانا عرفت لو يقانا and that's just one سالك سي وين
أي continue
أي أوكي so عشان أنا كوه هاي واحد وين why umlesa Somali inay yihiin bantu runta sheeg tell me the truth ma iska dhahaysa mise daacada ka ahayd
Somali bantu waa everybody knows ya qof kasta aqaana
no su'aasha ka jawaabnayo daacad may ka tahay
for real everybody knows wal ogi
everybody knows nobody knows bro ada iska dhahday that's the first time I heard wiligeyga waxaas ma maqlin
CD kala saar CD kala saar dhaqanka islaamka aynu wadaagno carabta iyo
exactly
يعني hadda marka carabta dhaqa adigu wuxuu ku yiri mid aan diintii ku jirin buu ku siiyo wuxuu ku yiri dhinaca geel dhaqashada waa geel inaguna geel nahay waa okay way laakiin kala saara dhaqanka diinta hadeen dhaqanka diinta noqono carabta isku dhaqan badan baynu I think way soo galaysaa markaa wata sheekadiina
exactly
ma fahamta waxa ka hadlaya
diinta xataa marka waa fahmay diinta marka waa isku dhaqannahay dhaqanka waa wadaagna it's not just outside of religion حتى ما and even inside the religion we have a lot of the same cultures and traditions
the only same culture maxaa way diinta wax kale ma jiro
adiga ka jawaab why do you think Somali ay yihiin bantu adiga ka jawaab
scientific
hay hada no shake
ay Somali soo xitig Somali
ku dheganaada niyo cabdi halka oo ku dhegasana sida baasha
Somali soo xitig Somali waxa ay ku xitig waay كوشيتك ما دحر ما أخان كوشيتك وسومالي كود كوشيتك يا مركا عرب اسكو ميد يا مركا إلى ويسكدو حتى كوشيتك يا عرب مو بيسكدو
عربت واسميتك أنا كانوا حنين
سميتك وكوشيتك ما حاسكو كان ما حاسكن كوشيتك يا سميتك ما حاسكن
Okay, afafkay kala hadlaan waxay hadlaan Semitic language ana ku hadlaa Cushitic. Labadaas waxay soo hoos maraan Afro-Asiatic languages.
Different.
Yeah, different way yihiin laakiin they come under the same umbrella term, samahan. So dankaas isku dhownahay. No, adi ma ka jawaabin se aniga jawaabi hadda su'aal ii weydiinaysaa. Jawaabta ka jawaab.
Su'aasha maxaa su'aasha?
Adigu waxaad tiri Soomaalida waxay yihiin Bantu way bay yihiin. Ana waxaa dhahay Soomaalida Carabtay u dhow yihiin. You said Somali waaba Bantu. Sidee ku noqdeen Bantu?
Sidee ku noqdeen?
Su'aal fiican ah. Adaa ka jawaabaysa. Horta Bantuda ma khataar koode Bantuda maxaa la sheeg? Bantuda ku sheegtay Soomaali.
Oh my god, waran in yoo ka jawaab. I know Bantu waa wala
Bantuda suga dhegeyso horta bilowga adina bilowga muxuu ahaa nuux markaysa nuux ma khataa nuux meeqo ilmu haysta 3 ilmu soo baxano
afar laakiin hal
maxaa dhahaa ham al dhahaa carabta maxay ka imaaneen wiilkiis la dhaho muxuu ahaa maxaa sam al dhahaa carabta sam ay ka imaaneen Soomaalida Bantuda maxay ka imaaneen ham ay ka imaaneen ciyaalka saddexaad ham midul dhaho
ay shaamka kala
marka isku mid saddexaad macdaanka waay maxaa dhahaa jaafit dhahaa marka carabta aday ka imaaneen sam Bantuda iyo Soomaalida aday ka imaaneen ham maxaa isku keenay Soomaali Arab?
No, laakiin adu waxaad dhahday Somali waa Bantu. You didn't say they both way ka imaadeen ham laakiin waxaad dhahday way yihiin.
Similarities maxaa ka wadaa similarities majority
similarities ma dhihin hadda hadalka bedelin
asi warta
kada video ku dhiganta inaad kada
sugsu dhegeyso anu Soomaali Bantu yahay koode anu Soomaali Bantu yahay from NFD hay sugsu dhegeyso
caadi wala soo dhaw meeshaad yaqti
dhegeyso
soo dhaw
ay koode dhaqanka marka la fiiriyo iyo kuwa mid Bantu oo ka imaanay Ghana iyo mid Soomaali oo Kismaayo ka imaanay. What's the difference? Difference kama ma jiro difference sahib. The only difference diinta way diinta. Dhaqanka iyo 90% isku mid way.
Laakiin anaka dhaqankeena hay cuntada soo raacanaan fufu dhahan ma akhaan waxa dhahan
adina soo
Soomaalida soo raacan maxaa okay of course
konfurta dhago cunadeena anu nimanka waqooyiga qofaan soor ma cunayna
carab soor ma cunayna
anu qamandiyo
carab soor ma cunayna ya
carab
soor ma cunayna carabta maxay cunaan horta cuntada fiican carabta soor ma cunaan carabta soor ma cuno
iyo suqaar iyo intaba way cunaan
carab soor ma cuno
waxaas dhan cunaan
عرب صور معنا
صور كلية كل جنتها أنا كصور كلية ما هدلونه
ده ما يك هذا أنت حاجة لقى حاجة لقى ما عنو تاسو هذا أنت ده الوقوع عنا لقى ما يعرف كونفور عنا أنت من قلنا ما يصدق دقنية كلتشر مقرنس
أنا معاشوق يا
حيبت دتك دقة كلهم بيعون قار وجيل عنا قار وحوي إنه بيرل أنت قونية عنا إنه
أرو نيكو حلق واحد تاجن تقول الله يا إنه ماشي فاهم قالي ولا فاهم قالي يا عبد أرو واحد تاجن الصومالي ده بانشيبان ودونا هاي عربتهم مودوني لكن الشغل مسؤول لنا هاي
إذا ورير وقوي why was he say that
ها هاتري
عبد الدرية وين الصومالي هرجسة هاي صباحا
NFD كمان NFD
He's from Mandera.
What did you say? He's no. Are you wait. Suk.
Somali Bantu.
Are you saying you? I think I Somali Bantu adosa.
Somali Bantu है वालों के.
No, like no. ما حدوسا. I think شخصي أهان أذا Somali Bantu. بس Somali أو دانا كهدلوس هذا.
both
anyway Somali dhowey both
adiguna waa tahay adiguna waa tahay
No, that doesn't make any sense though.
Are you Somali Bantu?
No, like the actual kuwa la yaqaana kadbaya. Waa tahay.
Somali Bantu.
No, wallahi, I still don't understand. Are you the ones oo la yaqaano oo qabiilka Somali jareer weyn ka tirsan? Ma tahay.
Ani Somali Bantu I from Mandera. NFD.
So ma ka tirsanid you know qabiilada weyn or like you know Hawiya Darod
qabiil ma tirsan.
He's saying he's from NFD. That's the situation, bro.
No, but I thought Somalis are designated NFD.
Yeah, well, Nasser is from NFT, bro. He told you the opposite. This guy's a troll, man. This guy is probably just
this guy is trolling. Abdi Diri,
he's getting bombed by Kenyans.
Kan soo dhigi karaa carabta lagu dhowyay su'aal ma waxaas maxaa waay carabta soo lagu dhowyay Soomaali carab
aydo adi carabta nacabtahay maxaa carabta maxay ku usmeen gabar may ku diideen
fir carabu ka maxaa dhoyaa culturally adi diinta ku haysaa diinta isku mid waay waa lugi
gabar baan tu akashmiya.
Let's move on, man. Let's get.
Wallahi, he's trolling. No, he's trolling.
I know he's trolling, but at least he came to the panel. I rate him for that. He came on the panel. You know, he spoke.
So yeah, troll. There's troll. maxay ga dhigay troll.
Ahmed, what are you trying to say?
Waa ku xushmeynayna laakiin adiga Somali guud ahaan ma dhihi kartid waa wada Somali waa wada Bantu ma dhihi kartid. That's qalad.
Ni Somali Bantu ma 100% laakiin ma ogtay majority-ga marka la fiiro genetics iyo waa Bantu.
Well, yeah, then Somali mate then you're Somali by nationality. You're not Somali nationality. You're Kenyan. Exactly. You're Kenyan nationality. So you're not. What has Somali mate?
Not even Somali. Somali then you know nationality, ethnicity mate Somali.
أنا Somali Bantu أيه Somali دين إن if
you don't live in Somali. You live in Kenya.
He's not Somali.
You know what that means, bro? That means his parents are Somali Bantu and now he's Kenyan Bantu, bro.
No, but your parents are from NFD as well. Yeah, that's Kenya. That's not even Somalia.
And that's a sticky one.
NFD Somalia.
Somali is a Somali region, Somaliland. People
it's a Somali region, but it's not Ma'ahan like committed to Somalia.
Yeah.
Yeah, digan NFD yeah digan NFD كائنات ما digan Somal.
Somalia digan iyo hadda adisa sheegaysa Bantu way degan.
No de ma isagu waa Soomaali bay xuduud baa laga hadlay xuduud bad ka hadlaysaa mise Soomaali bad ka hadlaysaa anta xuduud ahaan dawlad ahaan maaha Soomaali maaha waa Kenya degan yihiin laakiin ninkan wuxuu ku leeyahay anigu nin Soomaaliyeed baan ahay Soomaa
laakiin Somali Bantu sheegaysa hadda Bantu the way degan dan
marka Bantuga Soomaali baa leeyahay adoo oranaysaa
saasa oranaa
The Jerez in Somalia are more Somali than Yabdi.
Exactly, man. It doesn't make sense. Like this whole time, I know in my guy. This whole time, هذا نوصل عليه Somali Bantu here.
وكان دقيقة ورثة واحد دقيقة ورا عرب ما حاجة.
No, والله this whole time
you're being Arab.
This whole time هذا عربتنا نقدر.
دقيقة ورا
this thing is not going nowhere.
I know it's not. He's but he has enough confidence.
No. At least I learned one thing. He's actually Somali Bantu. I thought he was just trolling, but he's actually Somali.
He's Terrain, yeah.
Yeah, he's Terrain. I didn't know that.
Oh, welcome, brother. No.
I thought Somali محاولة شيء Somali محاولة.
عبد الدري.
Kushitic. You're Bantu. You're not Kushitic.
CD man, what the fuck?
Abdi
came from Tanzania.
CD محاولة.
Abdi,
he's a recent migrant from Tanzania.
He's Somali, man. What you man doing?
He came from Somalia 200 years ago, but he was in Tanzania. He was in the jungles of Tanzania.
Shut up, Fuzzy, man.
No, what do you mean shut up? Bro, this whole time he was calling us Bantu. When he's the one that's Bantu. What the hell?
We can learn from him. Hey,
but don't violate him though. Violate what he's saying though.
Yeah.
No one's violating him. Yeah. No one's violating him.
No, I haven't said one thing bad to him. It's not I have Ma'ahan. It's not.
You guys take offense. No one's saying
you know, Mr. Kushay, this whole time he's the one that was swearing at me. I didn't say nothing bad to him.
I didn't say what's bad to you.
kuma loo dhaqanka iyo muxuu ahaa
kaalay Soomaalinimada macnaheedu waa maxay marka hore yeah
is that for me Mr. Abdi Dire
big question
labadiinaba Soomaalinimadu waa maxay adaa ila Soomaali ninkan ka saaraye CD Soomaalinimadu waa maxay
sheeg Soomaali caada Soomaali aqaanta
ama 200 sano ma hadeganaayeen ama 500 sano hadeganaayeen ama 1000 sano hadegay Soomaalinimada horta marka hore waa maxay
waa jinsiyad aniga dhaqan iyo luqad iyo for me waa jinsiyad
what jinsiyadda marka sidaa loo helay jinsiyadda sidaa loo helay wax la galaa ma wax loo dhashaba waa maxay jinsiyadda
waa wax loo dhasha dhaq ma soo waxa maqli jiray aniga dada soo Soomaaliyeed aniga waxaas ma aaminsani ma soo maaloobi
hadda marka inaga wax Soomaali baynu nahay Soomaa hadda waxad badan qashay dawladaha qaar baa caalamkaba laga bedelay inta dib u tashadeen baa caalamkaba laga bedelay dawladaha qaar baa magaciiba laga bedelayba hadda hadaynu ka baxnaba ka warran Soomaalida oo dhan reer xasan aynu la baxna ka warrama marka maxay
dhaqlay kartaa laakiin jinsiyadda isma bedelaysa like qaranka la isbedelay dawladda isbedelaysa
kaanugu waa confused ma
asiga ha ka jawaab su'aasha aniga waxa dhahay waa jinsiyad asi maxay la tahay
jinsiyadu waa maxay
we have a good opportunity to ask this guy we've never had somebody like him on the panel before that's from the Bantu that tribe why don't we ask him like questions man it's a good opportunity we don't know when we're going to get another person
excellent
okay let's do that
yeah hey please tell us about yourself man
hello
yes
محده
أروح حاجات دقنتاي والله ما صوماليا دقنتاي ما يوروبا
دايسبورا
أمريكا ما دايسبورا
هذا كينيا شو
كينيا أباري أكو أباري
مزوري
فيفي مامبو
وين كلهم مزوري
أكون متاتا
Abdi, can you tell us a little bit about like your relationship with like Somalia and your feelings and things like that of that nature and your parents?
أنا محكوشة يا ولا محكوشة سيدي عمل مركوسة سيدي عمل
عرب aniga hadaan ku dhaho carab ah maxay ka qaadi kartaa
ka bax meesha Somali speakers aan joogto
maanta laga bilaa carab
baatuuga tariga macnaheedu CDO ii sheeg baatuugu wuxuu yahay ii sheeg waxaan aniga xasan waxaan ma fahamsanayn baatuugu waa maxay
it's a race waa race
noo sheeg yar baatuugu wuxuu yahay walaal noo yara sheeg Axmedow please Abdi baa leeyahay noo sheeg wuxuu yahay
okay wuu bahay waa dadka asiga camal waa
we missed that opportunity there
sometimes you act very what you call disrespectful.
What did I say? One thing disrespectful. Stop being a Halimo, bruv. Stop being a flipping Halimo.
It's not you.
No, you're being defensive for him for what? Why?
وحاتري.
أدرو
ما هيني نكيري باتيوتون أو تن واتك كل هذا صار.
CD ignore him.
No, GS, I'm gonna ignore you. You're taking a minute.
Yeah, you said that though, man. Come on, don't lie.
Somali Kuala.
I never ever said that once.
Okay, fantastic.
How ask more gosh CDO.
How ogolahay?
Soomaalnimadooda.
May waa ka diiday. I'm sorry, waa ka xumahay.
Maxaad gashay markaa?
Fuck شوية والله.
والله فقش هذا يقول يتعذنا فقشاته.
ما Soomaalinimada markaa maxay hadda cadcadku iyagii baa ku nooca ma fahamtay de qaar baa waxa weeye badda soo tuftay badda keentay wadankan cid walba mar bay timi Soomaha taariikhdooda lama garan karo de xilli maadaama 100 sano maadaama 300 sano inagu way hadeen doono waynu nimi wadanka Soomaha waa la isriixay de ma garanayso waa la isriixay taneen dadkan badda keentay marka maxaad garanaysaa inay iyagu inaga soo horeeyeenba dadka laga tirada badan yahay ma ogosha hadda midko yani dadka laga tirada badan yahay Soomaalimadooda ma ogosha
ها وصوتها شكتي مدبانك iyo kuwa langaafka way Soomaali waa qaarkood waa Soomaaliyan
qaarkooda
Soomaali laakiin I don't know aniga si fiican ma u baarin laakiin saas leeyahay laakiin muuqaal ahaan Soomaali oo eeghinda
aduma muuqaal bad ku xukumaysaa mise wax kale waxa baaritaan
aniga qofka waxa lagu ogaadaa wuxuu yahay muuqaalkiisa wajigiisa lagu ogaadaa Soomaali
marka maxay yeesay saaray wajigan iyo Soomaalinimada yeesay saaray
no qofka haduu isheegin inuu Soomaali yahay dan aniga sidoo kale ku ogaan karaa wajigiisa anigu saaq baanahay marka Soomaali maahay ha adi hadda Soomaaliya tahay
laakiin anigu waxaan aaminsan inaan awowgay ka yimi Iraq waan gabadh xabashida ya marka dib midka wax kala sheego
laakiin ani ina qaato ma ahande
أنا ما أمن يعني سنين ساقني ما أمن سيانو في المنطقة.
exactly وش شيء أنا قصاص لأنها أنا ما أمن والدتي وحاسي شيء.
ما شيء واحد شفت شيء كوين هذا نقول وش سبوكين. هذا واحد الصومالي ده حتى هذا على عتكوس كسرت بوقتها. يا أنا ووجي ساق نكي ساق علي ما كراي مقيس ساق وحكوا أسني هاي سنة بكوا أسني ما فهمت. وحلي البدو صور راعي. gabadh xabashiyada walba ma garanaysa dadkii ma garanaysa buu guursaday halkaasuu ku tarma waxa weeye sheekooyinka qaar baa oranaysa qofka hadduu aaminsan yahay haddii kalaba da isaga jirta ma ogtahay laakiin waa sheekooyin okay haddii dib loo eego waxa la oranaya waa ilaa 800 sano okay ninka daarood ama aduu hawiya tahayba adigu marka xagaad ka timi ma odo qurayna waa xagaad adigu ka timi taariikhda awowga ay sheegta waa maxay
Wallahi, a lot of different stories. I don't know. Wallahi, I'm not sure. Lakin, أنا وحنا مغلي وحي came out in Ethiopian highlands, and before that, وحي came out in the Nile River. So I'm not sure. أنا جماعة قاني where they came from.
تمرهم حد باتوه جودي ده سمر خايجة Somali مدوده.
No, because Cushitic Ma'ahan, they're not part of the race. They're not part of the race. What else can I say?
Well, Hassan, Melody, then he's just making a difference between ethnicities. He accepts them as Somali nationals.
Okay. Yeah. You accept them as Somali nationals. Wait. Ask him that question.
Well, I mean, I don't call myself British, so I mean, nationality doesn't mean anything to me. But
for first, you saw like,
yeah. Well, nationality exists with CD, doesn't it?
Or CD,
yeah, it exists. Yeah, of course.
So, Marco was Somali by nationality, right?
Yeah, of course.
But though, let's move on.
Let's talk about the music thing Zaki was bringing up.
Dude, we could have asked him about his like culture and all those other things that we always talk about, that we assume about.
But nothing. I don't think he's a bad. I just think he's a troll. I think he's a troll.
Okay, هذا هلا محمد مدو كي هذا هلا
Somali مدو مهن.
Somali بها.
Somali, like the Somalis in NFT, I heard they prefer to speak Swahili than Somali.
No, I'm not talking about Ahmed. See, before that, كي كان
عبد الدري ها because
so كي هذا بحياة الله هذين كي كان هذا تركيا فرنسا واحد شيء ولا هاي
ice free okay
هو أي اسمها سو
ice free كي بس نقول ما ذا أوديك سولك كشمان أرك أو سكر بوليس كدرك بوليس كشمان أرك نايتس جواك أوديك مرو
أو يا أوكي أوديك صهر
Yeah, just let me know when you want me to jump in. You know, you guys do your thing.
Go ahead. And then can Khaled Udib Hassan, he wants to talk about music, haram halal.
يا شيخ مركا دو حرام كهلا يا شيخ مركا.
He's a brother, Hassan, from African American. He become Muslim in it.
ما شاء الله.
We doing into music, haram halal.
Yeah, so what I wanted to talk about, man, is I noticed, like, especially like in the UK, you guys are a little bit more conservative because it seems like you guys got more of a strong immigrant population. So you guys carry your traditions over to the UK, and you guys have really strong knit communities. In the US, our culture is the American greater culture, it's very hard for a lot of, it seems like immigrant communities to keep their traditions because here in America, they'd really try to quote assimilate you very quickly. So like, for instance, I brought the topic of music at my local masjid, which is in Sacramento, and it's a pretty big, diverse city. And pretty much every adult male there said pretty much music is haram. But then when I asked them, do their kids listen to music? Almost every single one said their kids listen to music or watch movies. It's just like you can't raise a kid here in America and them not be into music. It's impossible. I'm just going to be honest. It's just everywhere. It's in commercials. It's at schools. They have, and, of course, a lot of music is haram in the sense that it promotes haram lifestyles. It promotes drugs. It promotes sex. It promotes all these things, right? But however, the main, at least as far as I understand, the Islamic argument against music is that musical instruments take us away from our deen. However, I noticed that music can be a positive force in people's lives because it gets kids, the youth, to focus on something instead of being out in the streets. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't want to talk about. It's just like, unfortunately, I think a lot of the elders pressure their kids to be so Islamic and so pious and all these things. And, their daughters have to wear hijab the right way and all this stuff. And I hate to say it, man, like it's very, very, very hard. And I'm not going to say it's the lesser of two evils, but Islam, in my opinion, has a big problem with keeping the youth interested, man. I meet a lot of people that are from Muslim families that don't practice. They don't, especially sisters. They go to uni or they go to college, they're taking the hijab off. They're not praying. A lot of the brothers, they're just like, hey, they're just like, hey, I go and I do Eid, and or Ashura, and I pray with my family, but, on a regular basis, they're not praying because they just feel like they don't have a connection to it. And then when there are Muslim youth that, let's say, try to convey a music to the youth, they're shunned, by pretty much, especially like most of the elders. How dare you make music? It's haram and all this kind of stuff. It's like, bro, I'm not trying to defend or say Dean Squad is the best thing ever. But I've seen their fan letters, and I've seen people go in their DMs and say, hey, I was going to commit suicide, and then I listened to you guys. Hey, I was in a haram relationship, and then I listened to you guys. Hey, I was addicted to drugs, and then I listened to you guys, So what does the community want? We're going to lose the youth in the long run. That's how I feel about it.
They don't care. They worship dogma. They believe in dogma. They don't care about the community, the youth. That's my point.
Yeah, and that's a problem that I think, that's really unfortunate because I grew up, how I grew up in a Christian kind of like Hebrew Israelite household. Music was a very important part of us connecting as a community, conveying our messages, especially like being African American, right? Here spiritually, music was a way of people having hope, that they were going to be freed eventually, We have so many slave songs talking about freedom, talking about follow this star. We even have a song that it's about, basically, it's from the perspective of the Israelites in Egypt saying, hey, let my people go. It's literally just talking about Exodus, for the lack of a better word, in Musa. And, I was kind of shocked when I, reverted to Islam because I was like, I grew up, there was like a lot of rappers that were actually Muslim. They were dropping, bars about, Mecca, Medina, and, making Salah, all this kinds of stuff. And, I always assumed that, they were conveying positive messages and that was going to be considered halal. But I was just like, universally across the board, I meet so many Muslims that are like, hey, stay away from that, blah, 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 blah. But
okay, second. So within the Sunni Sufi tradition and even in Somalia, they regard music as a tool. So they say that music, and this comes from actually Imam al-Ghazali in his book, The Coherence of Theory. And this has been a dispute that has been going throughout Islamic history. But the Sufis actually respect music and use it as a tool to worship Allah. And they say it's a bid'ah, a good bid'ah. That's how they they put it. So within the tradition of Islam, the only people that I know of Sunni Islam that use music in that way are the Sufis. Everyone else says that it's haram.
Yeah, and that's pretty interesting. So I understand from a theological standpoint why a lot of, especially like, Salafi brothers really push against Sufism is because, they really stress against riba, right? There's a lot of hadith that talk about, the 72 sects or something, or, things like that.
Sakya, Sufism is not a sect. It's tasawwuf. It's a spirituality. It's not a sect. So let's just take that out.
No, I'm saying that's what they say. Like I have a good friend. He's a Salafi, and he really is just like, hey, if you want to like get into Sufism, I don't have a problem with that, but be very wary of a lot of the stuff they do. He's like basically, there's a lot of. He said, this is his opinion. He says there's a lot of shirk, like shake worship.
Yeah. That's just people that they don't understand it. But tasawwuf is the spiritual side of Islam. So the line of tasawwuf, that line is where the argument is. The actual existence of tasawwuf is not the argument. Every Muslim, even a Salafi, believes in tasawwuf. The argument is how long the line is. That's where we all the dispute is. So within the Sufi traditions, they have used it as a way to reach God, as an ecstasy, to reach states of higher transformations, and especially the flute. There's actually this Abu Layton did a whole thing where he's like the flute of a chemical that is made from DMT, and that's probably why Rumi used to love the flute and stuff like that. So in the Sufi traditions, music is such an important tool. It is a way to
slow down. You somehow connected DMT to Sufism, bro. How did you do that?
Yeah, I connect that.
Here we go.
The plant. When you look at tradition, Abu Layton does a whole 45-minute thing where it's like this halam and stuff. I think he was watching the show. He was watching me all the time, and he got it from me. But hey, so the flute, or the material that's used to make flutes, it's a material that has DMT inside it. So his argument was that's why these people, when they use this flute and they use it as a spiritual tool, that's why, because it was getting them high.
Hey! And
what do you think? What would you propose? What ideas would you like to see?
So there's somebody in the chat that said music is the voice of Shaitan. Hey, most respect to this person. I don't know if they're a brother or sister. You know what I'm saying? Wish them the best. But I am going to say this. So there's a YouTube channel. He's a white American guy that reverted. He went to the school of Medina. His name is Sadiq Lickman, right? In my opinion, he's kind of a Salafi. He's very conservative, right? Yeah. He made a thing about music, and he was very hardcore. He even went to the point of saying that beatboxing is haram. That's ridiculous. Literally, if you're going to say that musical instruments are haram in themselves, okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get that. That's logical. But if you're going to go to the point that say that mimicking musical instruments is haram is ridiculous, because I can literally make a song by bashing on a desk and using a pencil, a writing tool, to scrape against it to sound like I'm scratching a DJ record. There's literally rappers out there that have done that. And there's also, I don't know if you guys know who Bjork is. Bjork made a whole album where she literally, it would be considered a nashi, because she uses nothing but voices as instruments. The whole album is nothing but voices used as instruments.
But Zaki, I don't think whatever evidence he brought forward, I'm sure you find other, people of knowledge that have other, stances. So you don't need to take it. You don't need to stick with that, bro.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not trying to rally against him or anything like that. I'm just giving my opinion.
It's extreme. It's extreme interpretation. Yeah. But Zaki, my humble opinion, when I look at the Orthodox, I'm not talking about Sufi, I'm just talking about Orthodox, they only really have a problem with instruments. So if it's like a drum, they don't have a problem with that. And even if you use your mouth or stuff like that, they don't have a problem with that. That's why I always thought was the Orthodox school. And that's what the majority of scholars would agree on. Is there anyone that disagrees with me on that?
Well, like with the drums, I heard, so then again, this is, the Muslim community is very diverse. We all have different opinions on certain things, right? So I heard basically from, one of my imams, he said that, yes, the only drum that is halal is the daf, because it does not overpower, as opposed to, let's say, certain Indian drums and certain African drums that are very loud and they have very loud beats. That's what he said. So I mean, even with the drums, it seems like there's a conflicting opinion.
Exactly right, but it goes to every place is very different. Bro, if your stance, I think it would be very interesting if if you looked at Senegal, bro. I think you would really like how they practice Islam, bro.
Oh, dude, I actually really like the tradition of Islam in Africa in particular. Not just being prejudiced because I'm black. You know what I'm saying?
No, definitely.
No,
but
I
the
really do
Islamic
like the
history in Senegal
African.
is very rich, bro. It's very rich.
Yeah,
bro.
that's why I like like I got interested in Somalia, in particular, and even Ethiopia because it's written in that the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam one time went over to East Africa, and the Sahaba. So I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. You know what I mean? In West Africa, I mean, you look at the Tuareg tribe, the Fulani, the Songhai Empire. I mean, these were very advanced Islamic cultures, and they don't get the credit that they deserve because, unfortunately, I feel like the greater Islamic community looks towards Arabia as being like the center of Islam.
Yeah. But also because there's still neo colonization happening by France.
Oh yeah, the neo-colonialism definitely plays an aspect, but I think my attitude towards music is, dude, we really need to. I really am afraid of the future. Like, eventually, I want to have a family, right? But the secularism, the atheism, and many other agendas that are pushed on us is crazy, and that's why I'm really wary of so-called liberal Muslims, because a lot of the liberal Muslim community, they undercover are trying to get things that are straight up haram, like absolutely haram to be considered halal, such as what I call the rainbow community, like that. Yeah. Like what are you guys trying to do? And you see Ilhan Omar and the Sour Tour dancing at pride parades. Like that's crazy.
We've got one guy on the panel that's down for that. That's GS.
I'm not down for it, but there's a difference between. I always make the difference. There's a difference between, how can I put this in a very good way? There's a difference between saying that should be the accepted version and saying that these people shouldn't be stoned to death. There's a difference, brother.
Like yeah. Oh, I totally agree. My older brother, may Allah give him some guidance, man. My older brother is actually, he's my half brother, but he is actually gay. And I always kind of figured that he was, I straight up asked him a couple years ago, what I mean? And, he told me, and I wish him the best. However, I'm not going to discriminate just against him because of that. Like, I don't discriminate against him whatsoever. However, even within, quote, straight people, I don't believe in promiscuity.
No, but, Zakia.
Like straight people should not promote promiscuity and haram relationships either. Like, period. Like, you shouldn't be out here trying to smash every single girl out there. You know what I mean? Like, that has just as much repercussions as what those people do.
Yeah, but Zakia, that's where when these guys are saying that to me, because they're quite radical, my debate is just leave these people alone and don't kill them. And they have a problem with that because I don't know what's wrong with them.
Here's the only thing that I would say I would definitely push for to be harsh on. If people want to be apostates, I wish them the best. I really do wish them the best. However, I see a lot of ex-Muslim channels on YouTube, and what these guys are doing is disgusting. They're disrespecting the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. They're deliberately trying to turn people away. Like, if you are actively trying to turn people away, that's a problem. I have a big problem with that. Especially a lot of these people. This is my humble opinion, right? A lot of these guys also prey on sisters a lot because, let's be honest, man, our sisters, they have so much more pressure because their parents tell them, oh, you have to wear hijab this way. You can't have, you can't do this, you can't do that. There's more pressure on them. So a lot of them, especially when they go to university and college, guess what? Guess what's being pushed on? Feminism, atheism.
Yeah,
and they target the women a lot more because they're more susceptible, they're more gullible to it. And not to say that they're stupid, but it's directly targeted against them.
Yeah, I would say that when we're talking to them, we have to come with intellect, with logic and reason when we debate with them. But the problem you have is when you have, like, for example, and this is a Somali Sheikh, I think it was Sheikh Mustafa. He's the guy with the glasses, and he's online and he's saying, and this is the stuff that they say. And what he says basically is when a person leaves Islam, they should be chopped up and you could eat them. You could be a cannibal. When you have sheikhs that say crazy stuff like that, that's when they have a point.
Thanks to HA, I appreciate your sentiments. But I agree, GS. I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think that
it has to be balanced.
I deal with a lot of Islamophobia. I deal with a lot of Islamophobia too. I wholeheartedly agree. I don't think that because like for instance, a lot of times when people find out that you're practicing, right? One of the first things they go for, you throw gay people off the roofs and you do this and you beat women and FGM, female genital mutilation, like every negative stereotype they throw at you, and they just assume that the greater community supports these things. I think it's just a small radical few that really push this, man. And unfortunately, though, at the same time, I think the people that don't support it, they're afraid of saying anything about it, especially like if you look at, let's say, Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia just had a women's conference, and international community is really like going hard on Saudi Arabia because of the guardianship law. A lot of women are fleeing Saudi Arabia, and it's making the greater Muslim community look really bad because when they go to these countries like Canada and the UK for asylum, the first thing they do is they take their hijab off. The first thing they do is, they want to go over to the pub, because they've been like so conditioned under a very extreme ideas in their community. And so they lose their minds. And I pretty much, you see a lot of Shia, especially, I like people, Persians and Iranians, right? I've never seen in any community, this is no shade to them, but one community I've seen where people lose their minds is when Persians come to the U.S. and they come from a very extreme, strict Islamic environment, especially the sisters, they lose their freaking minds in college.
You're right. And the reason that happens, and it's something that when I'm a Somali speaker, I always try to put this to you, is when you force religion on people reject it. That's why Allah said there's no compulsion in religion, because when you force people and you don't let the culture decide that for you, and you let the government decide for you, it becomes some sort of like a liberal, outspoken rebellion of it, and people regard the religion as the authoritarian dictatorship when it's the human that's doing it.
Yeah, I agree. And even having my household, man, I was very rebellious when I was a teenager because, my parents were getting divorced and all this other kinds of stuff. And we were very strict. They even were strict when it came to music. They're like, you can't listen to this kind of music. You can't dress a certain kind of way. I like to wear all black, for instance, right? And it's really taboo in America if you wear all black. People think you're a Satanist and stuff like that. I just like wearing all black. I think it's a beautiful color, right? And I was super rebellious because of that, because I had a strict environment. And I met a lot of people actually that came from secular Muslim households that end up becoming Salafis, ironically, right? It's because they grew up in a non-strict environment. So they were more, when they did their own investigations, they found their way to the deen in their own way. I know if I have daughters, for instance, right, I would love my daughters to wear hijab. I would love it to, but I'm not going to have when my daughter comes of age, I'm going to make that her decision, because I see a lot of girls, man, when they're, 14, 15, their parents push that on them. They're wearing hijab when they go to school and they're taking it off as soon as they get an opportunity. And that looks bad. When people notice that, oh, hey, this girl's Muslim, but, when she's not around her parents, she's wilding. She's getting lit. She's going to parties. She's taking off hijab,
Because they don't understand the spiritual aspect of the hijab and what it means and what it symbolizes. But Sakia, there's also another point, and I want to point to the feminist point. I actually believe where I'm from in Somalia and most Muslim countries, the freedom that Allah has given to women, the haqq that they deserve, in Somalia for a fact they don't receive it.
And I would, I've never been over there, but from what I hear, I take your word for it, man. It's definitely a big problem, and I feel like it's weird how it is because there's two extremes, right? There's the extreme feminism that we have here in the U.S. It's so bad here that literally, even non-Muslim men, like let's say when it comes to dating, they're afraid of, even if they're interested in a woman, they're even afraid of talking to one. it's that crazy because feminism says all men are evil, all men are rapists, all men are murderers, all men are abusers, and so many people run with that a lot of men are becoming emasculated. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I see the overseas. You know. Oh, go ahead. You hear me?
No, he want to meet. Yeah, exactly,
okay.
man.
Yeah, give me a second.
Brother Jamil. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, brother. How you doing, man?
Alhamdulillah. Can't complain.
Good. How's everyone, man? How's everyone?
I'm doing good, man.
Good, man. That was an important topic, man. Important topic.
You got anything to say about that? Any opinion?
Well, what you said is true. We have a lot of sisters that are struggling wearing the hijab. It's not easy to be a Muslim nowadays, man. It's very difficult. As the Prophet said, that there will be a time will come where holding on to your deen and your religion will be like holding on to like a hot coil. And we have seen that today. And I have to give up for the sisters who are wearing the hijab every day. And I think what we need to do is, as a Muslim community, is that teach the young sisters about what the hijab is. Like, instead of like what some parents do is that they force them on the hijab, or but actually we need to educate them and teach them what the hijab actually is. And the thing is that they are under of a lot of pressure, to be honest, even in a classroom. Like, other students would be like, oh, why are you hiding your hair? Why do you have to cover up your head? I've got a lot of cousins that has been bullied at school because of hijab. And when the kids get bullied at hijab because of what he's wearing on his head, then it's going to be a problem. The kids don't want to wear that anymore. So as a parents, as a community, what we need to do is that educate them, support them, of course, because nowadays, man, you know how it is. It's really hard to be a Muslim out there, man, especially if you're Muslim and black. That is the worst combination at the moment.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
I agree.
That is a deadly combination right now, man, because we've got a lot of racism even here in the UK, and in America, it's even worse, man.
Yeah, I agree, man. Wholeheartedly.
Guys, I'm off. Take care. Speak to you soon, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Take care.
So yeah, go like that, and that's why I really agree, brother Jamil, wholeheartedly. And that's why, honestly, if I see a hijabi wherever I am, I always give salams, man.
Yeah,
because those sisters, man, especially if you live in a college town or you live in a big city, dude, it's so hard. Let alone in the workplace. I mean, people look at you some type of. I feel like they look at them some type of way, and a lot of how a lot of non-Muslim women are. They're very, very gossipy. They're very, very judgmental. So when they see, I've even seen it. I've straight up seen it because these people didn't know I was Muslim, bro. I saw literally girls go up to hijabi and be like, "Why are you wearing that? Do you know that that's suppressing you?" I'm serious, bro.
Oh my days.
Yeah. That's what I said. Because what they say in the Western world is that they see the hijab as a oppression, and that's why I said if we educate our women, our daughters, sisters, that the hijab is actually a freedom. And the funny thing is, like, the women in the Western world have the rights to wear whatever they want. They can wear miniskirts and go outside. But they are munafiqeen, they are hypocrites. So why can we not let our women wear the hijab? Why is it a problem? You understand? And to be honest, like, really, like, the Muslim women out there, like, they are the backbone of the community.
Yes, man, that's deep, man.
So so if you really want to attack the ideology and the Muslims, you have to attack, like, you have to, like, if you want to kill a snake, they say you have to strike the head. So that's the head, that's the backbone. The Muslim community, the women in our Muslim community are the backbone. They are our mothers, they are our sisters. Like, I got 2 daughters, man, And if I go to work, they're going to be spending the majority of their time with their mother. And she has to educate them and teach them about the hijab, teach them about Islam, teach them about manners and everything. And they don't want that, you know? They don't want that. That's why I always tell my daughters like how to carry themselves, like out there when they are in school and everything. And you know, we have our own traditions and cultures, and they don't want us to practice that. They want our daughters and our sisters to go out there with miniskirts, and it's not going to happen like that.
You know, it's also crazy. Hey, let me say this real quick too. I'm not going to say her name, but you guys are going to know who I'm talking about. And I really don't like this person. I don't wish bad on anybody in this world unless they're actively trying to go against the deen and trying to destroy the community. But I will say this. You guys know who I'm talking about. She was on some X-rated videos. You already know who I'm talking about, right? The thing that made me so angry about that situation, why she got so much stardom, so much attention, is because it was a brown girl with a hijab doing all these illicit acts. And if you actually, you know, I don't want anybody to look up what she's done, but but back before I was practicing, I knew about her, right? She's from near where I'm from. She did a scene with a guy that was the stereotypical white conservative white guy, and it was making a statement that was propaganda that told basically guys, hey, we're taking your hijabis. Your women are just one step away from turning away from their deen. What even makes me even more mad is that she's not even Muslim. She's freaking Catholic. She's a Christian, and she wore the hijab. And there was even Muslim sisters defending her. I saw. If you look at Twitter, even like all these simpish Muslim men also defend her. Oh yeah, sister, do your thing, express yourself. That's disgusting. That's unprecedented. And the fact that we as a community even tolerate people voicing that stuff. That's so destructive. She even has on her Twitter, because she says she's left the industry, right? She has on her Twitter, have you ever been a brown girl and not been compared to Mia Khalifa? Literally. So what is that telling our sisters, bro? That's telling, hey, you be like me.
Yeah, it's true. I think I understand the individual that you're talking about, and to be honest, like they get paid, like they do all that fitna and all that sins, and they get paid like peanuts. To be honest, and as a community, like I said, like we need to have like lectures or even like panels like this that supports the females, the Muslim females, and educate them about hijab and Islam and everything. Because at the moment, like you see what's happening around the world, everything is about Islam oppression, Islam. Like when you go on Twitter, everything is about Islam, man. Nothing else. When we go to Hyde Park in Speaker's Corner, everything is about Islam, you know, and how Muslim women are oppressed. And I think, and there are a lot of good sisters out there. They're outspoken and they're out there on social media doing their thing. And I like that, man. I support that.
Yeah, hands down. There's also like what I see a lot is there's a sense of like, for instance, in the U.S., right, we have a very big movement of secularism as well. Even though we're a country that originally was founded on freedom of religion, and that a lot of the founding fathers were practicing people of various different religions, they're really anti. There's a lot of anti-religious sentiment. In particular, you have movie stars. There's movie stars and entertainers, right? Yeah. They criticize other entertainers and movie stars for being for going to churches or mosque where they have lectures against certain agendas. In particular, I don't know if you paid attention to our new Supreme Court justice. She's Catholic, right?
Yeah.
I literally saw other women, feminist women, like even though she's a woman, call her the nastiest of the names, everything under the book, solely because of her religious values. And it's eventually going to come on to us.
Can you hear me? Doesn't that go against their values? I can hear you, brother. What she represents goes against their values.
But at the same time, right, the glowing sentiment of the feminist community is that women in general need to be in positions of power. Women in general need to be represented. But however, and they even talked about this at the Women's March. They said it's everything there is hypocritical because conservative women, regardless of what religion they are or political ideology they're not represented at all. The women's feminist movement is just a left-wing, pseudo-communistic, atheist movement.
But isn't that the same likeness as you saying that you don't agree with Ilhan Omar, even though she's a Muslim woman who wears a hijab because of some of her views? Isn't that the same likeness for them?
Here's the thing. The difference between me and her is I'm not gonna. I really hate to really be super judgmental, but I'm gonna be honest. I really do think she's just wearing the hijab for political reasons, to be like, oh yeah, I'm a Muslim woman here on Capitol Hill, and I'm represented because, like, the Democrats in particular, the left wing loves diversity, right? They want to see as much diversity as possible. But if you look at her actions, her actions speak louder than her words, dude. She's married a non-believer white guy. She probably doesn't even make salah, bro. Let's be honest.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree 100%. Like what she hasn't done nothing for the Somali community, from the Muslim community. She hasn't done anything for us. You understand? And she's on the payroll, and she's only getting paid what she's doing.
So, Brother Jamil, what would be sufficient for her to do to prove her Islam?
What do you say?
What would she have to do for it to be sufficient for her to prove her Islam?
Bro, I don't have to answer that question, to be honest. But from her actions and what I've seen, it's enough for me, innit? Like, people like that, I don't take them serious. Like, she's dancing around with
Brother Jamil, she's playing the political game. She's playing the political game. She's in the Democratic Party.
That's what I told people, bro. Like, in the Muslim world at the moment, especially in the Western world, there is no point getting into a political without you compromising your deen. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
right. My
for
question
you,
is this.
Listen, for you to be in a political scene in the Western world, you have to literally compromise half of your religion. Gone.
Yeah.
Do you understand? That means that now you're selling your iman, your culture, your traditions, your dagan, your beliefs, and everything for the sake of getting somewhere. And when you get there, you made a lot of promises for a lot of people in your community, and you don't fulfill them.
So my question, Brother Jamil, is what about representation then? What happens when you?
She doesn't represent.
Hey. Okay.
What happens when you need representation? Because surely the Muslim community in the West, in whatever country they live in, they need some sort of representation, somebody to hear their voice for certain issues, and it doesn't have to be.
Brother Jamil, as an American, let me give him some pushback, bro. Let me give him some pushback. I'm gonna give you some pushback, brother, because are you American?
I am.
Okay, so brother, I'm gonna say this, right? It's not about representation that matters. It's good representation that matters, bro. In my opinion, like you look, there's other religious communities. There's other religious communities in the United States. Look at the Mormons, let's say Scientologists, things like that. They are not involved. They don't have senators out there. There's no Amish senators. There's not a lot of Mormon senators. There's a few. There's not a lot of other religious communities. Why? Because guess what? Instead of saying, hey, we're going to put some puppet up there that the Democrats or the Republicans can use to further their agendas, what they do is they get capital. Or look at Hasidic Jews. Hasidic Jews also and Orthodox Jews barely got any political representation. However, what they do is they put their money together as a community and they lobby. Lobbying is more powerful than just having some stooge on there.
Listen, as far as Mormons, Mitt Romney, who ran for president, was he's Mormon, so there is representation. If you go to Utah,
yeah, but that's just one for that's one. There's like one or two guys. Like I'm not saying like it's like a flood. If you look at the population of people that are Mormon in the U.S. and how their representation is, it's minuscule. Be honest.
Right. What I'm trying to say is where there's a majority of that group, they represent. So if you look at Jewish people of Jewish origin, they all are Israeli. they also have representation. Nader, bunch of politicians have Jewish origins or Jewish some ties to
yeah. But here's the thing. There's a difference between somebody that's Jewish and somebody that's an Orthodox or Hasidic Jew. The Hasidic Jews and Orthodox Jews are very strict. They actually follow the Torah. They actually practice their religion. They dress a certain way. They have certain cultural practices. Those people aren't involved in. Those aren't senators. Those aren't presidents. They stick to themselves. They stay out of the political realm, but they do lobby.
There is what I'm saying is they refuse to participate, but they are still benefiting from the fruits of the ones who did participate. If you understand what I'm saying, do you get that point?
To be honest, I'm kind of conflicted because look at the creation of Israel, right? If you want to get into that, Israel was created at a time when there was virtually no political representation of Jews and or people of the Jewish faith in U.S. politics. What they did, they had a lot of international Zionist lobbying, saying, "Hey, this is what we want." And actually, you believe it or not, I'm in the military, bro. So I can tell you for a fact, there's actually history of the Jewish people that were in the military that formed the Israel Defense League, Defense Force. They abandoned. They went on mutiny and they went to Israel to fight. So they did various other things to get to that point. But it wasn't like, oh, there was just a plethora of people in the Jewish community that ran for office to get that done. That was a lot of that had to do with lobbying. They went to different politicians and said, hey, here's the cash. Here's our agenda. Here's what we want done because the Holocaust just happened and we don't want this to happen again. It wasn't like there was just all these, Jewish senators running for office. That's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm not disagreeing or trying to disregard you or Brother Jamil's point. I'm just trying to present a different perspective of, like Fozi was saying, politics is a game, right? You may not agree with everything at all times, but you might have to walk a line and you reap some benefits and, other things come with it, right? It's not, they don't let you, like when you join the Democratic Party, there's a bunch of ideas you have to take. When you take the Conservative Party, there's a bunch of ideas you have to take. So, yes, I agree with you on the same point.
And let me tell you this: most of these bunch of ideas that you're talking about, majority of them are clearly against Islam.
Right. But what I'm talking
about, Islamically speaking, so that's why I say, like in the West, even those that are representing us out there in the political field, they betrayed us. Yeah.
No, Jamil, that's a bad way to think.
No. It's not a bad way to think. It's not a bad way to think. They are nothing but lapdogs. That's what they are. That's real, bro. And you don't want to hear the truth.
That's fair. Another thing. Another big topic here in the U.S. is religious liberty. Believe it or not, there's a lot of Muslims that are going to the Republican Party. Why? Because the Republican Party supports religious liberty. They say, hey, you deserve to have your kids practice obey and follow your religion, and also you as a business owner, you don't have to comply with certain groups and have it compromise your religion. For instance, there was this cake. It went to the Supreme Court. There was a cake shop, and there were Christians, right? And so the Christians had an LGBT couple come up and say, "Hey, make us a wedding cake." And they were like, "Oh, we don't have a problem making you a cake," but the people wanted the two groomsmen put on the cake, and the people got sued because they were like, "No, this goes against our religion. We don't want any part of that." And so it went up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court actually ruled in favor of the couple. They said, "Hey, you're infringing on religious liberty. You can go get your cake somewhere else." You know what I'm saying? And that's how I agree about it. It's like a lot of the Democrats, they don't value religious liberty. There's a lot of Muslims for Trump, believe it or not. Even though he had the Muslim ban and all this other stuff, they actually support him because he supports religious liberty.
That's all BS because Republicans are for freedoms. Not if you go and find who's against Sharia law, who's always yelling about Sharia law, it's almost always Republican Christians. So if we're gonna be truthful, that's just.
No, I mean Democrats do. No, dude. Democrats are the main people that also they're tongue in cheek. They won't say it out loud because they're afraid of being quote racist. But the same principles that they put are against Sharia law as well. They're just not animate about it.
Right.
Guys,
I'm not
there is a lot.
What I'm saying is, don't run to the Republicans thinking that they think any better of you. They want for themselves, but they don't want for you.
Oh, I'm not a Republican. I actually don't vote. I don't vote unless it's in a local election for somebody that I care about. People need to vote more on local elections. And here's the thing.
I never vote, man.
Point in all this
never vote in my life. How about that?
What my point is, it's fine if you disagree with people like Ilhan Omar and whatnot, but at least acknowledge that there is some benefit to be won by this for your community.
I was seeing it.
Yeah. And here's another thing. I agree. You know, I've been thinking about it. Yes, the Republican Party is for evangelical Christian values. However, I believe in the long run, they're gonna turn around, because even if you look at the demographics of the Republican Party, there's actually, believe it or not, there's a lot of like gay Republicans. There's LGBT Republicans. There's Republicans more from the conservative that of all lifestyles and beliefs that are becoming more conservative, and the Republicans are actually trying to go out their way to kind of try to like get with these people. Believe it or not, there's a Muslim American senator. I forgot the guy's name. He's a man. But he doesn't really go out there and really like say much. He kind of keeps to himself, because he's like, hey, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, they may say one thing and do another or whatever. And Republicans support the Iraq war. You know, Democrats kind of voted for it too, and all these other things. But he says, hey, I mean, they're about family values. Democrats, I hate to say it, man, the way they're going, they're pushing a lot of stuff that's anti-family. And I'm not talking about pro LGBT. I'm talking about like they literally are going to the point of saying you can't discipline your kids how you want. You can't force or say that you want your kids to obey by your rulings and stuff. And there's also, I don't know, I live in California. Look up, there's a new law that I think it's called SD or SB 145. It literally says that a 14-year-old child can have a relationship with somebody 10 years older than them. And I'm not talking about a marriage, because a lot of states that you can actually marry somebody that is a lot younger with the parents' permission. They should have said just nothing but sexual activities. And this is really pushed by an LGBT senator here in California. It's crazy.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
I'll have to check that out. I'll have to check that out.
That is disgusting, man. That's why I told anybody.
I'm not lying. Look it up. This is not a conspiracy theory. Google really tries to not put it out there in the news, and CNN that hasn't put it on the news, bro. But it is literally a bill.
All right, but can I ask Brother Jamil a question now? Because Brother Jamil, that's why earlier I was asking you, what could Ilhan Omar do for you that will make it that she represents Islam? Because you don't want to, you keep accusing her of not having done enough or anything for Islam, but you haven't listed a single thing that would qualify.
Actually, people like that can't represent Islam.
Right. Let's forget Ilhan. What would it take? Let's say a man was up there. Forget a woman, right? Let's say a man was up there. So we can just take the hijab issue off, and he was a Muslim man, and he says, I'm representing Muslims. What would you need to see from him to qualify him as Muslim?
Without compromising your religion.
That's not possible. So I'm asking you,
if that is not possible, then you don't have to get involved into this political thing, because you'll be a seller.
Yeah, that's true.
So wait. So you're asking them, right?
Real.
For example, let's say somebody says, I'm not going to be making any laws against anything that has to do with the religions. I'm not going to be voting on them, right?
Okay, Nasser, let's not be like let's not act stupid here, man. We know what it takes for you to be up there in the political scene at the moment. Like, without you throwing out half of Islam, selling your iman, supporting the LGBT, supporting other groups and ideologies that actually against Islam and the foundation of Islam,
That's true.
Without you doing all that and becoming a lab dog and becoming like master, yes, sir, to everything, you will never make it out there, bro. I'm telling you, you literally has to bend down for them. Okay, we're gonna give
So
up the
that
hijab.
leaves one message then. In the West, don't bother running for any positions, whether it's local.
That's me, bro. I don't vote. I don't give a fuck what happens down there. I don't care. I don't
Right,
vote.
right.
I don't give my vote to
So
anyone.
my question is, would you be okay with accepting the consequences of that? For example, in America, we had people infiltrating masjids, pretending to be Muslims, tricking people into becoming radicalized. They did an hour documentary on it, and then calling the FBI on these people and tearing the lives up of the people that live there, even though those people were all citizens, going in there and spying
with
on them.
the issue of extremism, like every community, there are extremists,
Yeah.
and we should be all out there fighting as one.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, Brother Jamil.
Whether they are Islamic extremists or the EDL, the far right, the white supremacists, and all this, they are all extremists.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. You completely misunderstood what I said.
Hey, Nasir. Hey, as a fellow American, you know what I'm saying? I agree on some of your points because, for instance, look at World War II, right? World War II, the U.S. government interned Japanese Americans because they considered them being loyal, and there were actually some people in the U.S. actually wanted that to be done to the Arab community, the Somali community, all these people. They're like, we don't even care if they practice Islam at all, but we don't trust them. And and so I agree on a certain period of time. However, because of lobbying, also there's an Arab American Defamation League and other groups and stuff like that. They lobbied Congress and they like, hey, this is unconstitutional. So actually, there's stuff in the Constitution already. If you follow the Constitution to the teeth, there are things that protect religious communities. Period. You know what I mean? So if we just follow just on the basis the Constitution supports religious liberty, it's just the problem of just social stigmas and stuff like that. That I think are a really big problem.
Somewhere like over here in California, I live with you in Cali too. We have an organization called CARE, CARE. They're a Muslim organization. They have lawyers, all kinds of people, and they help Muslim people with their issues when it comes to legal matters. So they're one of the people who helped get these people who are infiltrating Muslim communities and trying to radicalize the youth out. They were a force for good. Now, if we went with the position of saying, hey, you can't get involved in government affairs, that's not Islamic, stay away from it, I don't know the consequences that could have came out of that.
That's a real good point. My only problem is unfortunately, like for instance, like look at people like Rashida Tlaib, right? Rashida Tlaib, she's for all purposes, at least according to her, she's a Muslim, right? But she doesn't wear hijab, right? The reason that I respect her more than Ilhan Omar is at least if you're gonna like, for instance, the hijab is a powerful tool. Like imagine me being a senator, right? And I wear a thrope everywhere. I wear a thrope. I grow my beard long, you know what I mean, and all this kinds of stuff. And I wear a kufi. Everybody, that image is powerful. Every time I go up into Congress, people immediately look at me and it's like, oh, okay, that guy's practicing. That guy's about his deen. That guy's serious, right? The problem that with her is she does all of that, and to the contrary, her actions are complete opposite. Like you're not going to see a guy like you're not going to see a Muslim man. You're not going to see a brother up in the club drinking Hennessy in a throat. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Listen. The only thing that I know that's a mark on Ilhan Omar's record is when she went to the Pride Parade. Other than that, I can't name something that she's done that's against the Islamic community.
Okay, so it's haram. It's haram to marry. It's a haram for a sister to marry a non-Muslim man from that's actually in the Quran, and a lot of sisters don't like it, but it's true.
We confirm that he's non-Muslim.
Yes. So that's haram in and of itself, and the fact that
has that been confirmed?
Dude, she's straight up. He's Jewish. Like he's not Muslim at all. If you Wikipedia the guy. I mean, you can Google him. He's not a practicing guy whatsoever. And the fact that she almost got flack for it because in Congress they actually wrote a law saying that it's unprofessional and unethical for senators to get involved with or Congress people to get involved with people on their campaign. That's actually illegal. And there's actually a white non-practicing sister. She was a white lady. She had an affair with her campaign person, and actually the Democrats kicked her out. They actually kicked her off her seat solely because of that. That's another thing. But she was having dinners with him, being alone with him while being married. That's haram. That's called free mixing.
Facts. Nasser, if you really wanna know what she's all about, then you're gonna have to go on her Twitter page and then check in it. It's all there, bro.
Yeah, like I don't believe to WM. You know what I mean? Like I know that's what's being said, but to be honest, this is the thing, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm 32, bro. You know, I've seen some things in my life, and I can tell you that politicians are absolute snakes. They will say and do anything to get people off their back. I doubt that he's practicing. I work with a girl. I work with a girl that's Pakistani, right? She's not practicing, but she grew up in a practicing household. She was married to a white guy. Her family disowned her, and she tried to. And the thing that she told her family was, "Oh, he's interested in the deen. He's interested." Sisters will say that to cover up for their sins because in the reality they don't want to deal with the stigma.
Zaki, I think what we're doing is, and what the point is you don't know for sure, right? With that girl, you knew for sure. The girl you just gave an example of, you don't know in Ilhan's case. Until you're sure of it, I would be really, really careful about that statement, because that's one of the greatest throws that you can do against women, right? Is who they sleep with. That's like one of the worst accusations you can make against women. I'm not trying to discredit you in any way, brother. You can be right and I can be completely wrong. I'm gonna look into it and see. But unless you're 110% sure, statements like that, I would highly encourage you just
okay, so if I was a guy, let's say if I was in the same position as her, you don't think people would give me the same criticism? Oh, this brother, he's hanging out with his lady by himself. They're going to places where alcohol is served. They're going to restaurants where alcohol is served. They're talking alone, one-on-one. You don't think that people would have the same smoke for me as a Muslim man saying, "Hey, you're cheating on your wife"?
They probably would, and they would probably be wrong as well.
And here's the thing. As being practicing, right? Like, let's just say in my private life, I'm not perfect, bro, and I'm not gonna conceal things I do that are contrary to my deen whatsoever in the past, right? I'm not perfect. However, you're never gonna see me if I get called out for something. You know what? I'm gonna admit that I messed up. You know what I mean? That's a part of it. We have to be honest with ourselves, and we have things in our deen that are put there to prevent such things. That's the reason free mixing doesn't exist. So just so you won't get accused of certain things. Free mixing exists because we know human nature, bro. You get a man and a woman together, dude, we're biologically engineered to be sexually attracted to each other. That just happens, man. I hate to say it. If you're man and woman are alone together and they're in an intimate setting, they're behind closed doors. I hate to say it, 9 times out of 10 they're involved in sexual activity. That's just facts,
right,
man.
WM said in the comments that he became Muslim. So doesn't that dismiss the point?
No, I believe those comments. I'm not, no disrespect to the guy that stated those comments, but I think those are lies.
So
politicians lie all the time. That's just like you know Bill Clinton. You know Bill Clinton, right? Bill Clinton was like, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. It's like, dude, he lied to the American people to their teeth. If a president can do that, what makes you think a senator won't do that?
Okay, right now you're accusing someone of being in a haram relationship, and I'm asking you, are you 110% sure that that's true?
I'm not 110%.
Then I would highly just advise that you stay away from that, because that's such a big claim. That's somebody's entire life. That's their deen. And I'm not trying to white knight or anything like that. If it was a guy, I would say the same thing. You're not 100% sure of this. From what WM is saying, she's saying that the guy turned Muslim. So why don't we just leave it at that? If you have more evidence that you can provide, then you provide that, and then we handle it from there. But from here, it's like I feel like you guys are just. I completely, like I said before, I agree with you guys about the whole. She should have just stayed neutral on certain positions and then do her work, right? I completely agree with you guys there. She shouldn't be promoting everything that comes with the Democratic Party. But at the same time, I don't think we should just throw labels and all these different things on her without any proof.
Hey, here's the thing, man. I'm not saying I'm a streetwise guy, but the environment I grew up around, it's just like, it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, must be a duck. I call it how it is. Like imagine me, like, right, I go to a weed pharmacy all the time, right? You don't see me buy anything. You know what I'm saying? But I'm walking in and out there every other day. I'm going to the liquor store, right? And there's actual grocery stores I can go to get, halal products or something like that. But I go into a liquor store all the time. You see me walking in and out with a black bag in my hand. Are you really gonna kid yourself and say, yeah, he's not smoking weed, he's not drinking? Let's be honest.
That's probably not what I'm going to say, but that's what Islam encourages. Islam encourages you to think the best about someone until you have 100% definite.
No, that's absolute garbage. You could be a man that's atheist would say the same thing. A man that's of another religion would say the same thing. Like, imagine me. I go to the strip club. I go to a strip club. You don't see me getting a lap dance, but it's pretty common that you go to a strip club to get a lap dance. Are you really going to see me walk out of there and be like, oh, there's no way he got a lap dance?
I think we're going down a lane that's completely useless to go down. My only point in that whole thing was, if we're not sure about something as big as, she's married to a non-Muslim or a Muslim, we shouldn't make those statements.
Hey, here's the thing. Personally, if that's her life. I have strong criticisms against her. I would never vote for her. And all those things, but I don't wish any ill will on her. I don't want her to be put before a Sharia court or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want anything like that to happen to her. And I get those are strong allegations or whatever like that. But hey, here's the thing. At the same time, people say, "Oh, they're anti-allegation this, anti-allegation that." But when it fits their agenda, they have no problem doing allegations. Look at the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement. They make allegations against other men. There's even imams that have gotten allegations. Oh, well, they were talking to the sister and giving them counseling. Oh, they're committing a haram relationship, and all this kinds of stuff. There's men that, oh, hey, they get allegations of sexual harassment, all these other kinds of things. So people will have no problem across the board as human beings. We have no problem doing allegations and having allegations against other people. Especially look at Hollywood. There's a lot of Hollywood allegations of pedophilia. People just they call it as it is because they're just like, hey, I'm seeing a lot of red flags with this person's behavior, and I'm concerned that it's not being called out. That's the thing. That's the reason I'm making these allegations, right? I'm just saying if I don't say something, right? If I don't say something, then sister's gonna think that behavior is okay. I'm saying it's not. And a lot of stuff that I see in happening in the Muslim community, there's a lot of stuff that's going on that honestly I'm actually pretty shocked as being a revert. I was actually pretty surprised of a lot of stuff that goes unsaid because people don't want to get called out, and we have to hold each other accountable. If you see me get drunk, you see me get high, you see me with a girl holding hands and she's not my wife, you don't have to do it on the spot. But hey, let's say just you see me come away, hey Zaki, let's have a conversation. Like, bro, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that a lot of people in the Muslim community, Hamza Youssef, a lot of scholars here, Yasser Kawadi, they're not having conversations. They're not like, oh, hey, let me take Sister Ilhan and see what she has to say about this. They're too afraid to because there's political repercussions. There's social repercussions. Those people have a lot of power. They can say, hey, I'm going to shut down your masjid, because you called me out, and things like that. I mean, don't you agree that they are in positions of power? And that people are afraid to call them out because of the repercussions of that.
Yeah, man. Of course, there's gonna be a consequences. Like we live in a hard world, man. If you speak the truth, get ready, man. Get ready. Things are coming up on your way. Cause look at the football player. What's his name? Ozil. He plays for Arsenal, isn't it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
He said things about the Muslim minorities that were oppressed in China, and look what happened to him. Straight away, he lost his contract with the club. He lost his contract with Adidas. They're putting a lot of pressure on him. So for you even to speak up or to even say something or to even be loud, you're gonna have to pay the price, man. Whatever it is.
Is that because he was Muslim, or is it because the corporations in China?
Bro, it could be the corporations in China.
The same thing happened to a billionaire. The guy who owns the Houston Rockets said the same thing, and the NBA shut him down.
Yeah, I mean, like they will.
That wasn't the owner, bro. That was I think the general manager.
They will silence you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
No matter what.
Fozzy's
So,
right.
speaking the truth in this world right about now, it's bit dangerous, man. It's bit dangerous. Like for you to come out there and speak the truth, you're gonna have to have the guts. Get ready for getting locked up. Get ready for being broke. You know, no money no income coming to you anymore. You know, sometimes you might even get killed. You might even get killed.
I think there's
it's real. Is that real?
I agree with you, Brother Jamil.
Look at Kaepernick.
Yeah, bro. And another thing too, there's a masjid in Davis, which is not too far away from where I live. There was an imam, and he was quoting hadith. He was literally quoting hadith, and he was talking about hadith about in the end times, the conflicts between Muslims and Jews and all that kind of stuff. And he wasn't bashing, but he was just literally talking about the hadith and to analyze it, right? Dude, the ADL went hard on him, and these so-called that's the reason I have a lot of smoke for Democrats, right? These Democrat Muslims said nothing. They did not defend him. They did not go out of their way because they sucker up to the ADL. They won't admit it, but they suck up to the ADL. They suck up all to all these communities. And there's been also imams that, for instance, they had lectures on LGBT issues. These Muslim Democratic senators and representatives literally did not defend these imams from speaking the truth. They are literally just reciting the deen. They're not saying go out there and kill people and stone them and this and that. They just said, hey, this is wrong. Just from saying that, they lose their positions, they lose funding, they lose support.
Right. But can you see why though?
At the end of the day, I personally believe that they have the right to say that, and that's their First Amendment right. First off,
I agree with you, but do you see why? The point I'm trying to make. Look at it this way, right? Let's say I was a politician, and I'm not saying if it's right or wrong, but what I'm trying to do is just to get you to see their thought process. Let's say I'm some sort of sheikh and I go to some university MSA, right? And they're holding an event, and I'm out here talking about every Jew is going to be running on this day, and trees are going to be yelling out like, hey, there's a Jew behind me, and and like somebody records that or something like that, right? And later, of course, they're going to have a huge impact, right? Especially if there's a Jew community here, because they're not going to be thinking, oh, this is end times. And it's the same thing with Christians. If you look at any books end times, it's pretty gruesome, right? And there's a lot of like things happening that we wouldn't be able to talk about now because it's going to be a different time, a different place. Sah? So what I'm trying to like get you to see is that's why they couldn't just be like, you know what? We totally support that guy, because everybody else is going to take it as, oh, you want to see Jewish people being cut in half.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? I see your point. I see your point. I see your point. And I see your point. So you're American. You know who Chris Pratt is, right?
Is that Chris the guy from the Galaxy? The Galaxy movie? Yeah.
So he's got a lot of smoke recently because I don't know. There's another actress, Ellen Page. She's a lesbian, right? She was in that movie Juno. She called him out on social media because the church she attended, basically they said, hey, homosexuality is against Christianity.
Right.
This is obvious. Every Abrahamic religion, this is obvious, right? But just because of that, she literally was like, shut his church down. He needs to be canceled. He supports this. He's financing homophobia and violence against gay people and all kinds of stuff. And luckily he actually had a lot of people back him. He had his fellow co-stars, Chris Evans, Mark Ruffalo, who's a super liberal, even defended him. But if it wasn't for that, literally his career would have been over. So I feel like people are selective about who they support. People are very tribal at the end of the day. So, but at the end of the day, we have to follow what we have to follow, right? And we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I'm not going to say I'm here some super Salah, guy here with a throat and a long beard, and I always do my prayers on time, and I never, ever drank alcohol, and I never, ever, did something that, was against, what I'm supposed to do. But it's about standards, at the end of the day. We have to have we have to hold each other accountable. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Brother Kushite, man. Yo, bro, you've been here.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know, man. Like, it's a sticky subject, you get, man. With holding people accountable, man, people are just going to do whatever they want, whatever they like to do, bro. I'm going to just tell you what it is. Do you get? So, all you can do is advise them and leave them as that. That's all.
Yeah, you're speaking facts. Especially we live in the West, we're a very individualistic society. We're like, especially, I'm black too. I'm African American. I hate to say this. I'm not going to diss my own people, but I will say this, man. I understand why a lot of Africans don't mess with African Americans, man, because our culture has reached a point where we're super super individualistic, and super hedonistic and dysfunctional. We literally say that a big thing in my community is people literally say, "Oh, only God can judge me," when they're doing all this crazy stuff, man. They have like kids by multiple people. They're doing drugs. They're supporting criminal activity and stuff. And you can't call them out on that. You can't hold them accountable because that's sentiment. And that's what I'm afraid of happening. That's what attracted me to Islam is like, I felt like as a community, they stress more accountability. They stress more of that kind of idea of like, hey, here's our moral standards. Like, we're not perfect, but you have to abide by that. And unfortunately, here in the Western culture, it's really like, hey, anything goes. Like, anything goes. And the only thing that stops people from doing it is a sense of shame. And believe it or not, I think shame is a good thing to have, because shame says, hey, you should not be proud of the things that you are doing that are a detriment to not only yourself but your community.
Good point. Zaki, you're from the Carolinas, right?
So fun enough, my dad's from the Carolinas. I'm from a state called Texas.
A state called Texas.
It's funny. It's funny in the U.S. we call ourselves states, but we're not. It's like states, but it's not like a separate country. Although Texas and California in particular were their own countries at one point. Fun enough for like a couple of years.
Like saying with Mexico, that whole region used to be part of Mexico until you guys, literally fought over it.
Yeah. We straight up stole it. We stole it. I'm not even gonna front. But same thing the UK did to Northern Ireland. So, man.
Texas especially got a tough criminal, law with death penalty, and and very tough sentences. How do you think it is, man? Do you think that's good?
So with the death penalty, right? I understand why it's wrong in certain instances. Because the U.S. history is very racist, right? We're a very racist country. We still have our problems, but we're better than we used to be, right? So a lot of those death penalty laws used to discriminate heavily on black people. Let's say a black man murdered somebody, even if it was in self-defense, they would go hard in the paint and try to get this guy executed, while a white person would do it and they would get away with it, right? So a lot of the death penalty laws disproportionately affected minorities in particular, right?
Yeah.
However, I do believe if somebody is a rapist, if somebody is a murderer, or somebody molests children, and beyond a reasonable of a doubt, you catch them in the act, or you have hard evidence against them, they do not deserve to live. If they kill somebody in cold blood,
Yeah, I have
right?
no problem.
I don't believe. Especially the victim's family has a say in the punishment. If the victim's family doesn't want a death penalty, by all means, if they want to have mercy on them, that's up to them. But as a father, God forbid, something happens to my daughter, and a man does something to my daughter that's like just disgusting. And I hate to say this, I have people in my family that have been affected by stuff like that are women, right? I had an experience when I was a kid, and I know a lot of people that have suffered from violence, like people have been murdered and all kinds of stuff. And to see that person for the rest of their life get food and shelter, and granted it's in a prison, it's kind of insulting. It's sad because some of these people are unrepentant. They get out of jail and they do it again. I wholeheartely believe that the death penalty should exist in certain instances.
I agree with you. I have no problem. I don't object to that, but it's just that Texas stands out, for some reason. Everything's big.
Yeah. But I mean, when it comes to, for instance, like even though I know that drugs are haram, I am anti-drug war. I believe in America, at least, and when it works in America, doesn't work elsewhere. I'm not going to say this should be applied to Somalia and other countries, right? But in the U.S., the drug war is a failure. It's a waste of money. It's put way too many people in prison, in particular minorities. They should regulate drugs just like alcohol. They should say, hey, you have to be 21 to do drugs. Here's rehab facilities. Increase funding to rehab facilities. Educate kids more on the drugs in particular, because unfortunately here at YC the problem is parents don't want to have real conversations about stuff like that. They don't want to have conversations about sex. They don't have conversations about drugs because it's a tough subject to have. And from my experiences, I will be able to go to my kids and say, hey, I used to be about that life. I used to get lit. I'm even going to tell my daughters, hey, back in the day, your dad was, with this girl, that girl, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't respect women, to be honest. And I'm going to tell her that because I'm going to be real with her, because a lot of girls, man, unfortunately, even in our community, the Muslim community, the reason that I think zina is such a big problem is because fathers don't want to have a real conversation with their daughters. You got to be real and say, hey, men want one thing. Men want one.
That's very interesting. That's very interesting. I can't talk on this. Brother Jamil can, he's a father of two, beautiful girls, mashallah.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, Brother Jamil, I want your opinion on that. How do you feel about conversations on drugs and sex with kids? Or like, what kind of conversations are you having? If you feel comfortable having.
I think it's too early for him anyway. His children are super young.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, some of the conversations where they're having about sex, they're trying to push sex ed here in the U.S. and a lot of states on kids that are like under puberty, like 10-year-olds and stuff. Because they're literally saying that. I mean, I'm going to say this, bro. This is really, really personal. I went to see my nephew the other day, and I was just like, hey, well, what did you and your friends do the other day? And they were like, oh, we played video games at his house. And then he went off, he was hanging out with some girl and they were hanging out in the back room. I was just like, what do you mean by that? And he was like, oh, they were having sex. My nephew's 10 years old.
Wow.
Friends the same age as him. That's crazy. But it's happening more because the media and the entertainment industry is pushing sex so hard on everyone. And that in particular, kids are really impressionable, and they're hearing that stuff. They're hearing, songs about, having sex and stuff like that. So I had to tell my brother, I'm like, hey, you need to have a conversation with him about that, man. Because like in our days, that was impossible. We weren't even alone with girls until we were like in high school. Like that was just even in our community that was like frowned upon. But now it's not. It's crazy.
That's very crazy, bro.
How do you guys feel about that movie Cuties? Did you hear about the controversy about that?
Yeah. I'd rather not talk about it, man. It's bullshit, man. Big bullshit.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And what's even sadder, it was from a Senegalese sister, and I think they were really pushing a message, an anti-Islamic message.
Well, it's interesting. You said it before, bro. I agree with you fully. The whole Western politics scene, they're trying to grab as many Muslim sisters as possible to show, women, look, you got a bet here. We give you, they show them, give them a little, what do you call it, office. They give them a little title and say, listen, you have it better here. You know what I mean? We treat you better. It's all mental. It's all mental. Do you know what I mean, Zaki?
Yeah.
That's how they're trying to win over, man. And a lot of people are falling for it.
Yeah, that's why we have to empower our sisters. In particular, one of the reasons I look up to Malcolm X, man. Malcolm X, he straight up said, "Hey, the woman is the first teacher of the child." Straight up, we need to like empower women, uplift them, because the media is telling 100%. Them that we're oppressing them, we want to keep them down, and all these kinds of things. And that's why, dude, I feel so heavy for hijabis, bro. I mean, you especially look at like Dina Tokyo and all these hijabi Instagram stars. They deliberately, I really do think they're being paid by these actors. They're being paid to take the hijab off.
Allah, I don't know about that, but I know they're serving that agenda, the whole agenda, attacking Islam. And what do you call it? Especially with your your profession, and when you look at history, don't you see a consistency when nations attack one another? They always mention the fact that the other people treat the woman bad.
Oh yeah, definitely, wholeheartedly, man. In particular, that's a big thing of the conquerors. Like when you invade an area, the first thing that men are going to do is you conquer their women first.
100%.
You kill the men and you conquer the woman, and the children see that. Yeah. The children, especially look at colonialism, bro. Why is and I'm not dissing white people or anything like that, but I'm just speaking facts. Why is the white man considered the white woman considered the pinnacle of attractiveness and beauty? They deliberately went to every single country, and when they conquered and colonized these areas, they would take certain women for themselves, and they would deliberately make them concubines and things like that. And they would deliberately always let the men know, hey, we can take your woman at any time. Your woman want us because we're powerful, we're smarter,
I agree. Kushat, what do you think, bro? What have you got to say?
What with the colonial thing on that?
Well, like anything that crosses humanity, you want to share?
Just like, I don't know, man. I haven't got much to say on this topic.
Right now we are in the end of times, man. End of times,
Yeah, wallahi.
And it's only gonna get worse. As the Prophet said, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, it will only get worse. I mean, like we have all the minor signs anyway. Like all the minor signs of Qiyamah is out there. It's out there, and it's a scary thing. Is that the Prophet said that the time will come when people will make alcohol and music halal, and this is actually a big problem, not just with the non-Muslims but among the Muslims. Like earlier on, we were discussing about the music, like being halal or haram. I mean, we all know that music is haram, but obviously a lot of Muslims, including myself, we have problem with music or listening to music. And the Prophet said that is one of the ashrad al-sa'a, meaning one of the minor signs of Qiyamah. And man dressing like a woman and woman dressing like a man. We have seen that today, and people changing their appearances and how they look. And look at the amount of plastic surgery that they're doing at the moment, like and all this transgender thing that is going on. So yeah, man, all we're waiting for right now is for Imam al-Mahdi to come, and because the Imam al-Mahdi is the link between the minor signs and the major signs. Everything else is out there.
Hey, brother Jamil. Hey, so the reason I brought that up also is because, like, I don't know if you saw this part of the conversation, is I feel that the community has a problem with connecting with the youth. And I'm going to say this, unfortunately, right? I'm never going to ever say anything or encourage anybody to go away with what is decreed, right? I'm just going to say that from the jump. However, I'm going to say this. We have a big problem with talking to our youth. Like the traditional approach, unfortunately, I hate to say it, man, and a lot of times it's not working, man. The traditional approach of how we like when I was a Christian, we had youth ministries. We had ministries that were directly about aimed at the youth, preaching to the youth. Or you call it Islamic in Islam it's called dawah, but in Christianity it's called preaching. They would go and directly target the youth, and they would use what the youth are into to influence them to get more serious about their actual religion. And I'm not saying that people should use music and stuff like that, but Brother Jamil, I like I mentioned before, there was a sheikh. He literally said that beatboxing, which is not actually using musical instruments, it is literally using your voice to make sounds like a bass or a percussion, like a drum. He literally said that was haram, and I understand from the music instrument standpoint, but that's kind of crazy that you can use a dab.
So,
you can use a dab, but using your voice is haram because it sounds like a musical instrument. That's crazy.
I don't agree with that, because things like like the drums, like beating the drums with your hand and playing the drums, like like traditionally in Somalia we have what you call durban. Durban is like a drum, and then what women do is like they get a stick or they just use their hands. So that is not actually a music, and we know what music is, man. Music, when we're talking about music, we're talking about hip hop music. We're talking about like any type of music in the world. So beatboxing and like using the drums and things like that to me, in my opinion, that's not a music.
I feel you. So also, I don't know if you've ever heard of this technique, but there's actually a way. I don't know if it's considered a nasheed, but there's been artists that have done this. I mentioned that album by the artist Bjork. Bjork actually made an album where it's literally no musical instruments. It is literally voices. And and so I was like, okay, why have a Muslim artist like that do nasheeds trapped into this? Because it actually sounds amazing. Now, if it's haram or halal, halal or haram,
True.
I don't know. It sounds really good. It's like, imagine that being an alternative to what music is.
Yeah, some of the scholars in Islam, they said that nasheeds are allowed as long as there is no music involved. Music instruments are not involved. They said that is permissible. But some of the scholars are trying to say that it will distract young people, like from reading the Quran and things like that, which can be true as well. Because I had a lot of friends that have like collections of nasheeds on their phones. And what they forget about was like reading the Quran, which is also another problem.
Yeah, I get that. And here's another thing, man. So again, going back to my previous environment as a Christian, I knew people that could recite verses from the Bible all day, but what they were doing in their personal lives was contrary, and they kind of used the excuse that they knew the Bible like the back of their hand to excuse them of certain actions. And and I'm not going to judge everybody that is really big into Quran recitation and memorizing verses. I'm not going to say or even imagine that some of them are, the majority of those people are bad people whatsoever. Of course not. That's something that we're supposed to do from the get up. We're supposed to do that, right? But there's a lot of people that stress about that so much. They're like, oh, I'm gonna teach my kid to recite Quran and all these other kinds of things. And unfortunately, the lifestyle, the actual way they live their lives, is contrary to that. Sometimes it's like there's so much pressure on them. They kind of can't stand it. They're like, their parents literally sometimes even beat it into them. Oh, you better recite this. You better recite that. And then when they become 16, 17, they don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's the environment, and I think like. As a Muslims, and by the way things are going right now, I think like living in the West, like it's not for us anymore. Like the youths are going they're going stray. The youths are going stray already, and like it's not for us anymore. I think what we need to do is like to make plans for the next 10, 5, 15 years, and then move back, man. Going back to my native country, man. Somalia, I'm going back. Like, I'm going to make plans for the next 10 years and move back, because living in the West, like, it's not for me. Like, personally, my opinion, I can't practice my religion freely. That's how I feel. I can't walk down the streets with my soap and coffee without someone calling me that I'm wearing a skirt, or maybe get attacked. You understand where I'm coming from? And the environment that we live in at the moment, like if you like, I got kids. Like bring it. Like I came here when I was young. Like when I was really young. I came here when I was 10, and my mother would tell me a lot of things. And by the morning, like half of the stuff that she told me would be out for my head because the environment and the society that I'm living in. So it's going to be really hard for the young Muslims growing up right now to live in the West. So the best thing to do is like to make plans for the next 5-10 years and to go back to our native countries that we came from before, where we can practice Islam freely, and that's
you know what I wholeheartedly agree. My only problem is, so my community, right, like, where I come from, African Americans, right, we are really lost as far as lineage and things like that. You guys have your culture intact. Like our culture is in response to what we went through. Like, and that's one thing I think a lot of Africans need to understand. I know that we're dysfunctional. I know that our culture is haram and a lot of things, right? And I completely understand that. But I wish that more African brothers would understand that the reason that we are the way we are is because it's in response to what we went through. We had no positive male leadership. Our men, when they came over here, they would rape our women, and they would actually even rape men to demasculize them. And they would. And a lot of Americans, a lot of them African Americans actually were Muslim when they came over here. Believe it or not, a lot of us were from Senegal. A lot of us were from Mali. A lot of us were from Muslim countries like Nigeria and stuff like that.
Ghana as well,
yeah, all that stuff. So we lost it, and they forced Christianity on us. So we're kind of lost, in that sense. So I get us going back to where we came from, but for a lot of us, I mean, we really don't have a lot of connection to Africa, unfortunately, and it's really sad. We feel more American than anything because we built the country, and things like that. So that's kind of an obstacle for us.
Yeah, true, man. That's true. I know, and I have like some. But someone got his mic on, man. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Hassan. Hassan, thank you, man. Yeah, I've got some friends from America and from here in the UK as well, and they actually like they actually planned already to move back, and some of them like moved to places like Malaysia, Turkey, and like Muslim countries. Because when I asked them the reason, they told them, "Listen, we can't bring our kids, like we can't raise our kids in this country. Like it's just impossible. The amount of fitna that the child will be exposed to is like you can't imagine that. Like the school system, the education system, even."
Yeah, so it's true. The education system really pushes a lot of stuff, and also American colleges. If you look at American colleges, I'm pretty sure it's the same with uni over there. A lot of American colleges are run by left-wing, kind of leaning organizations, right? They push a lot of secularism. They push a lot of even though they have Islamic studies, they'll still push off kind of an anti-religious sentiment. This is where a lot of our youth, I think, lose their way is when they're in college, right? And so, I definitely feel like I don't have a family yet, but I definitely feel like if I had a way to go to another country and raise my children, that would be paramount. I still want them to benefit from being an American, like let's say having dual citizenship, just in case, like let's say I move to a country and there's a civil war, or I fear for my family's safety. I still want them to have the option of coming back here. I'm very conflicted about that. Unfortunately, one thing that we suffer from, I think, as a community is this is my perspective of what's going on overseas. Is you have a lot of so-called Islamic leaders, whether it be the Saudis or the Gulf states, things like that. they sell out the community. They're being silent on what's going on in China. They're being silent on what's going on in a lot of these countries that are suffering from civil wars and things like that. They're and like Yemen, they're making the situation in Yemen a lot worse than it needs to be. And we're supposed to be, even though we're different tribes and cultures, we're supposed to be there for each other. We're supposed to support each other. And a lot of Islamic leaders are selling out the community. They're selling out for Western money.
Yeah. I mean, like that is real, because these tyrants they are puppets. They are lapdogs for the West, and they can't speak up. That is the reality. That's the problem. And like, as a human being, if you see someone struggling or someone is oppressed, then we should at least talk about it, man, and say it's wrong. But nowadays, if you say that, you're gonna get into a big trouble, man. Like I said before, and then you're gonna have to live with the consequences at the end, and you're gonna be all left out on your own. I've seen the brothers that stood up, you know, they were out spoken in the community, then they were targeted, and then when they were targeted, some of them were arrested, and then when you get arrested, now your own Muslim community will neglect you. Like, they won't even come see you in prison or write letters to you or anything like that. So you will be at the end of the day, you will be on your own. So we live in a crazy times where we have to be careful of what we say, how we say. And like you said, most of these Muslim leaders that today that we have, they are nothing but lapdogs. That's what I call them, man. So,
yeah, and what's even sadder is, like, you look at Saudi, man. So Saudi's been having they had concerts, man. They've been having like music concerts in Saudi Arabia. And they actually, even like, if you look at, let's say in Medina, they have high-rise condos overlooking the Kaaba, just so rich elites can sit there and not have to go to the Kaaba because they feel like, they're too lazy to go circle around the Kaaba. That's insane.
It is, man. It is. Like, Saudi Arabia now, they are trying to modernize Islam. You know, they're trying to listen to the West. The West is saying, "Oh, your women are oppressed. They are not even allowed to drive." Da 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 da. And now they are all giving up. They're giving up their deen, their values, their beliefs, their traditions, and now they have cinema, and free mixing between man and woman, and they are trying to please them. They're trying to please them and say, "Sir, we are really doing great here. We are fully implementing democracy." That is what they're all about, man. But yeah, that's the reality, man.
Yeah, man, I feel conflicted about a lot of things because I grew up in America and I'm trying to live between two worlds, it seems. Like for instance, I was watching Al Jazeera the other day, and there was a special on Egypt, and I don't know if you follow the news, but Egypt recently had a lot of accusations of that sexual harassment and assault is really prominent in Egypt. And there's this, she's a so-called secular Muslim feminist, right? She's actually pushing for a lot of stuff in overseas. I believe she's like Egyptian or Saudi or something like that, and she moved over there. And she's actually pushing for LGBT in the Islamic world. She's pushing for, quote, sexual freedom and all this other kinds of stuff. And unfortunately, here's one thing that she doesn't realize. This is my opinion. You can't have secularism and free mixing and all that kinds of stuff and not have those things happen. Those things are way more prevalent in societies where free mixing happens because I hate to say it, you can't stop somebody from violating somebody else. You can only react to it. So let's say you have free mixing. You have guys, men and women together drinking alcohol and stuff like that. Hey, things are going to happen, man. That doesn't excuse it. I'm not making excuses for it. But guess what? It's going to happen.
Yeah,
you can't stop that from happening. And if you encourage that, you are a part of the problem.
Of course. Yeah, man. I agree with that. I mean, like Saudi Arabia and all these other Muslim countries, they are under pressure. You know, now they are even forced to introduce LGBT within their countries. So
that's so crazy, man. Like, here's the thing: I actually support apostates if they want to leave because they feel like they have no place in Islam, as far as like, oh, I'm LGBT and I want to do that, and it conflicts with the deen, so I'm just gonna leave. Hey, I respect that more than people that say, oh well, it's totally not against the Quran. That's what happened to Christianity. Christianity has completely become a mockery of what it's supposed to be. That's why I respect Orthodox Jews. At least Orthodox Jews and Hasidic Jews, they don't play that. They're like, hey, you need
that, man.
Christians, like, they completely distorted Christianity to mean anything. You could be a gay and be a priest. You could be gay and be and be a pastor. You could be you could be a porn star and be a pastor. You like, it's ridiculous. And it means nothing. It's just culture. It's not even religion anymore at this point, And I'm really kind of scared of that happening to, our deen. Is like, and that's why I don't like liberal Muslims. Like, liberal Muslims really, I understand what they're trying to do. I understand we got issues in our community, but I don't feel liberalism is the solution, because liberalism creates a lot of problems.
Yeah, like what I think these liberal Muslims and the extremists are the same sides in the same coin, man. Two sides in the same coin, to be honest.
I agree.
Yeah, the extremists, groups like Daesh and ISIS and all these terrorist groups, and the liberal Muslims, they are two sides in the same coin, man.
They're both extreme, in all honesty.
They are both extreme, so that's why Allah said, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا, that Allah made us a balanced nation. Islam is balanced. Like, you can't go too extreme.
Yeah, and that's why people get triggered when they hear Sharia. And I understand why certain people feel that type of way. They think, oh, if Sharia is going to exist, then they're going to stone all the gay people, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. No, Sharia is about standards. Those punishments are just the standards, right? We're supposed to be merciful. We're supposed to be merciful. It's not like, oh well, if you have a good judge, you have a good community, we're supposed to be merciful and kind to each other. The Prophet ﷺ, there are several times, like I think there was like a time where a guy got drunk and he went to the masjid and he threw up in the masjid.
Allah and His Messenger.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. And the Prophet said that this man loves Allah and His Messenger.
Exactly, man. And the problem is, when he gave, we are given decrees and we're given rulings, but it's just like how any other legal system exists. The judges, and the community have to have the authority to decide the rulings, and it's not like every ruling is going to be bad. It's about the situation, the circumstances.
I think the Western world, the only aspect of Sharia that they talk about is the punishments, what you call the hudud, like the punishments, like cutting off the hands of the thieves or things like that. But the Sharia is bigger than that, to be honest. When there was a Sharia and there was a Khilafah, the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims were all living in peace. The Muslims ruled Spain for over 800 years, and the Jews were with the Muslims at that time. They were doctors, engineers. They hold higher positions within the Islamic Khilafah, and they were given the rights to practice their religion. The Christians were given the right to practice their religion, and that's what it's all about. But obviously, they made Sharia sound like something which is like scary, like just like the Sharia is only about cutting off hands, stoning people to death. But these punishments are for like people like rapists. I'm sorry to say this, but if you are a rapist or if you rape a woman, then you deserve to die. Like, that's my opinion. If a man comes and rapes my mom or my daughters or my wife, I would love him to be killed there and then. That is real. And this,
here's another thing. When they think about justice, right? Let's just say they're like, oh well, they had to pay the jizya tax. I'm like, especially in America or the UK, we pay taxes towards things that we don't agree with at all. We pay taxes that go into the pockets of corrupt politicians. We pay taxes that go to things that we don't agree with. Yeah, I know a big thing in America, for instance, is Planned Parenthood. My taxes go to pay for Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood helps do abortions. I don't agree with that, but I pay taxes for it. Why is it such a big deal for other communities to have to pay a tax for their own protection? That was like what the Jiznet tax was for. It was for the protection of minorities. So it's weird. It's like people don't really, they're so blind, they're so ignorant that they don't really see why the things were implemented in the first place. And I understand, why I guess people see the model of a lot of these countries and they're like, oh, I don't want that here. That's so scary and stuff. But I mean, look at the justice system. Even in America, you think that people are getting justice. The rich, look at Jeffrey Epstein, for instance. You know who Jeffrey Epstein is, right?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein did human trafficking of little girls, of young girls, right? To the elite of Hollywood, to the elite of the entertainment industry, to the elite of even some politicians, right? You know that he actually got arrested for that years ago, and he got away with it. They all he had to do was register as a sex offender, and he was released.
Yeah, man. Like you said, like there is no justice. Like you see a rapist that rapes young kids or innocent ladies out there, and then he only gets 5 years. He comes out and he's enjoying his life. How does that work out, bro? I mean, like, is that justice? That's not, to me, that's not justice. Because the minute you rape a woman, like you take away her life, bruv.
Yeah.
You destroyed someone's life. And then 5 years down the line, now you're running around the streets, enjoying your life, drinking, and some of them, they even commit the same crimes again.
Yeah.
It's a joke, man. The Western system is a joke.
Yeah, another thing that gets me is I'm not saying that death penalty should be applied to this, but another thing that gets me too is we say we have sexual freedom right here in the U.S. and the West, right? A man can go up to a girl, right, have no interest in marrying her, do this and do that to her. He can even record it. Let's just say like they're in a relationship and they agree to record it. He can record it, put it on the internet, and then he can flip the switch and say, "Oh, you know what? I never loved you. I never cared about you. Yeah, you had my kids. Like, let's say they even start a family together. Yeah, you had my kids, but I didn't marry you, right? I have nothing to do with you." That guy can go off scot free. Yeah, maybe he has to pay child support, but that girl's life is ruined. Think about it. There's sisters out there that are getting catfished by so-called practicing Muslim brothers, right? They get in a zina relationship, they commit zina, and guess what? Their name is out there. They got pictures, they got videos of them doing things together. You think they're gonna find a suitable husband? Is there any justice in that? You know what I mean? Like her name is tarnished for the rest of her life. And all people know is that she
like,
did this and she
real.
did that.
That's real. That is real, man. But if you look at all the problems that the Western nations are having at the moment, whether it's to do with rape, drugs, other crimes, alcohol, free mixing, prostitution, and all these problems that they have, the Sharia deals with all these problems. It's all prohibited, straight up. So
I wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, man. The only problem I think in America is the reason I said about I mentioned the thing about the drug war is unfortunately we did fight the U.S. government did fight for a very long time.
Islamically,
and it failed. And so we had to. I feel like here at least they need to regulate it. They can't stop it from happening. It's just too much.
Islamically, Saki, yeah, like the hukum, the punishment for the drug dealers, Islamically, is capital punishment.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like unfortunately, I'm going to be honest. I understand that's the ruling, but if I was a judge, I wouldn't apply that. I'm saying if I was a judge and somebody was a roadman or trapping and stuff like that, if they were genuinely a person, let's say they were poor, right? They grew up in the ghetto, They had no available jobs.
Yeah, it depends on the
Because
circumstance.
at one time in America, we had factories, we had manufacturing. Young men could walk into a factory or a farm and get a job like that and provide for a family. A lot of that's gone into infrastructure, right? So let's say they grow up in the ghetto. There's no jobs, there's no infrastructure, and this person really feels like in order to provide for them and their family, that they have to do this. I'm going to rule differently than some rich kid with a trust fund that's at uni or college that wants to, be a trap star and have a rap career. You know what I'm saying? That purposely sells drugs and poison to other people. That's different.
Yeah, but you have to look at it like this, though, as if it's a deterrent. You see, in Saudi, I've been to Saudi. I went Umrah like around 3 years ago, and all they do is like shisha and cigarettes. That's literally it. So you can't bring alcohol there. There's zero alcohol found there. Do you see what I'm saying? And if they catch you with alcohol, khalas for you. You know what I'm saying? And no one wants to get khalas, right? So there's no alcohol available there.
Yeah, but here's another thing. So I've seen several sheikhs do rulings on tobacco as well, and I actually find that it's pretty interesting that, especially, at least I know, especially in the Arab world, tobacco is not a big deal. However, tobacco, even in the America, we acknowledge tobacco as being terrible. Tobacco is horrible. And in fact, I argue that, to be honest, this is my personal opinion. Cannabis is actually not as bad as tobacco. Tobacco, literally, people are not even getting a buzz off of it anymore. It's just a habit. It's just an addiction. Like cannabis has medical properties. It actually is good for medical uses. Tobacco is not good medically for almost anything. It's ridiculous.
Bro, I can't lie to you. I disagree with you still. I'm not gonna lie. I think weed's much worse.
I'm just saying. Like, let's just say, because there's a big medical marijuana industry here in the U.S. Right? There's like, let's say for certain pain issues, and even so I'm in the military, so even with PTSD, CBD oil actually is good for treating people with mental problems, and things of that nature. That's why I argue about, like, I'm saying like that should be allowed. I'm not saying like people should be able to go to the store and puff up, like, I'm saying, smoking skunk and stuff like that. No, I don't agree with that.
What's the other condition where it helps, where they're shaking constantly? What's that condition called again?
There's glaucoma. There's also PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm in the military. It's a big problem. A lot of people go to war. They have fucked up, excuse my French. They have a lot of messed up experiences. And CBD oil is not actually psychoactive. It's not, you don't even get high off of it. Now, there are strains where you can use it to get high off of it, but it is not even psychoactive. And you can use that to deal with and basically treat, because you can't cure it. PTSD is pretty much forever. But you can use it to treat a condition, because you can't, if you are sober and you deal with PTSD, there's only so much you can deal with. There's a lot of triggers that people have towards certain things, and some people actually even become violent, very violent, due to PTSD. They beat their wives, they beat their kids, they can't function in society.
I understand that, brother, but on the flip side, here in the UK, the weed that they have here is very strong. They have very high THC levels, and that can induce psychosis and schizophrenia and all these mental issues. So is it really worth it?
Yeah, I agree to certain. I believe that medically, though. I mean, for instance, in an Islamic country, let's say somebody has chronic back pain, doctors aren't going to prescribe OxyContin, or like not OxyContin, but like opiates to deal with that, because as I understand it, it's halal to give medicine to treat diseases if it is used for that. Like, if you are suffering from chronic pain, it is literally, you are suffering from chronic pain, it is permissible to issue painkillers. Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't know. I'm not a
scholar. Yeah, I'm not a scholar. I'm not a scholar. You know what I'm saying? I just want to get some people's opinions.
Say that again, brother.
If somebody is suffering from chronic pain, even in an Islamic country, do doctors still prescribe painkillers? Like, let's just say they have a horrible accident, they suffer from chronic pain. Do doctors still prescribe drugs to treat the pain?
And I don't know, but my guess would be yes.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is like the same should be applied to cannabis. I don't agree that people should be going to stores and buying skunk to smoke at home.
Same, bro.
Yeah, I don't think brother Kusha would disagree with that. And I think we all agree that people with Parkinson's and all the I've seen videos of people where they're constantly shaking so, like uncontrollably, and then they take a hit of or they take the CBD and then they fully in control and
CBD is calm in it, but what I'm saying, you see THC, that's when you're getting high.
THC,
and that's the situation because that's a intoxicant, brother. You see what I'm saying? So that's CBD. I'm not saying no to that, but what I'm saying is when you're getting intoxicated, and that's the situation that we're dealing with.
I agree with. The only thing that also another thing that well, on the THC level, you know that the THC actually is what gives people the quote the munchies. You know that, right? THC gives people the munchies. So people that have eating disorders, let's say it's somebody that suffers from bulimia or something like that, or they suffer from they have stomach issues. I had stomach issues for a while, right? The medicine they gave me made me feel a lot worse. It wasn't THC based or anything like that. However, I noticed that before I joined the military, I did smoke. Before I reverted to Islam, I did smoke, and it helped me with getting an appetite because a lot of people struggle with actually getting an appetite to eat. Period. That's another problem, unfortunately, that people suffer from. So, in my opinion, that would be considered halal. If somebody legit was like, "Hey, I'm underweight. I struggle to eat." Or especially people that are depressed, right? Some people that are depressed, they lose their appetite. They suffer from chronic depression. A lot of women, especially, a lot of women are really prone to suffer from depression, and they succumb to eating disorders because they have a bad body image. So I would think that
what's called they have some kind of depression result after giving birth. What's that called again?
Postpartum depression.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well, after a woman has a child, she gets depressed. It's called postpartum depression. It's actually pretty bad.
Yeah, I heard it's really bad.
Yeah. I know this is a nuanced conversation or whatever like that. I just feel like we have to be making a case by case basis. We can't just say period. Oh well, under no circumstances is this allowed. That's just my opinion.
No, you're definitely right, bro. And I think we should treat case by case. This whole thing where people are taking they're taking other people's stances. It's because we came to the West and we're just hanging around with other Muslims from different regions. You know what I mean? And everyone has a different stance on different topics. So Allah is very interesting. Yeah. I like the points they bring forward, brother Zaki, man. Very, very good points.
Yeah. Another thing that a lot of is a big conversation that's getting a lot of there's another thing when it comes to the Sharia. That's another topic in the Islamic world. There's two things. There's non-alcoholic beverages, right? There's beverages. For instance, there's a brewery actually in Palestine. Believe it or not, and there's a lot of halal stores that sell non-alcoholic beer. It's 0% alcohol, and some people are like, "Oh, well, no, that's still haram," and blah 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 blah. But it's not alcohol. It's not alcoholic. You literally cannot get drunk off of it.
I know, but it's due to imitation. It's imitation.
Like in order to get drunk off of it, you will have to drink 50 beers. That's impossible. Most people can't. 99.9% people are.
The Hanafi madhab, they allow a very, very small percentage of alcohol and food and drinks. That's all I come across.
Yeah, and another thing too is what's it called? Kombucha. I don't know if you guys ever heard what kombucha is. Kombucha is fermented tea, and I was conflicted on it for a while because actually, I'm a fan of it. I actually really like it a lot because I had stomach issues and it has probiotics in it, probiotic bacteria that break down the food in you. My body had a really bad time breaking down food. And I was Googling it to the best of my ability because I was, conflicted. I was like, hey, is this haram? Is this halal? Because most kombucha has 0.3 or 0.5% alcohol in it. It's just naturally occurring because it's fermented. But a lot of sheikhs that I saw videos from, and I'm not talking about liberal Mufti Abu Layth kind of guys. I mean, I'm talking about guys from Egypt and stuff like that. They said, hey, it's halal in the sense that it's impossible to get drunk off of, and then actually it has medical properties, and it's used for particular purposes. So it's not like people go to the bar and they're drinking kombucha to commit zina.
You're reading the comment, brother Zaki.
I'm sorry?
You're reading the comment. Are you reading the comments?
Oh, I'm gonna respond to it in a bit. Yeah. Yeah.
Is that-
So yeah,
that's
a
it,
lot of the beer,
Yeah,
a
I
lot of the
can't
beer.
like these one are active in the comments. I didn't even see it, bro.
Yeah. For instance, actually, if somebody's an alcoholic, they can die from alcoholism, right? So you actually have to let them drink certain traces of alcohol to get over their addiction. Are you guys aware of that?
No, I'm not. I just know about cold turkey. You know about cold turkey?
Yeah, like one of the few drugs that there's only I think 2-3 drugs you can actually die off of withdrawing from. It's alcohol,
Heroin.
benzoates, and heroin and opiates. You can actually die. So like if you let's say somebody had an addiction, because in the American Muslim community, what happens here is a lot of people that suffer from addiction, their parents will send them overseas. They will send them overseas over to another country to get over their addiction, right? Because they're trying to take them away from their environment. And a lot of, unfortunately, some of their kids, they end up dying. They end up like suffering from big medical complications because they're going cold turkey over there, and there's none of that stuff is over there. You can't just wean some people off of that thing, just cold turkey. And
No,
I heard,
definitely. The thing is, I'm sorry for my ignorance, but I'm not too familiar with all these, these hard drugs. All these drugs that are going around in America, and so obviously, I'm just gonna say, what crosses my mind.
Yeah. Actually, I even know that, for instance, in Iran, do you know that they have a large Jewish community, and actually the Jews over there are able to drink Manisavis and kosher wine? Do you know that? They actually allow them to drink alcohol.
No, I was not familiar with them having a huge. I knew they are Jews, but I never knew they were huge.
My sheikh, who actually gave me my shahada, he actually dropped that on me. He said they actually allow it over there because they say, hey, in the true Sharia sense, you are going to allow people to practice their religious beliefs, especially if they're monotheistic. As long as they're monotheistic, you're supposed to allow people to practice their religious beliefs, So they said, hey, the Jews over here, that is a part of their religious beliefs, the kosher wine, So for them, it is permissible. We're not going to infringe on their religious rights. However, for Muslims, no.
Interesting.
Bro, they keep calling it aroma. Why is that?
They're calling CD aroma, bro. But he's not aroma, man. CD is he's the most noble Somali amongst these people, these imbeciles. Especially Ocean Star. I don't know what happened to Ocean Star, man. He's been taking too many road trips in Sudan.
Oh my.
And WM's looking for Anno. I don't know why.
Hey, here's another thing that I feel conflicted over, man. This is going to be completely honest. I'm going to throw this on the table. I think in our community, we have a big problem with marriage. We have a big problem with zina and marriage. That's a huge thing. I think that's the biggest issue, more than drugs, more than you
definitely agree with brother Jordan Lee Peterson, when it comes to this whole marriage talk.
And it's not the concept of marriage that is a problem. Marriage is the problem in non-Muslim. Like the U.S. divorce rate is high even amongst non-Muslims. It's period across the board, almost across the entire West. Marriage is a huge problem.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this. I know temporary marriage is a hot topic, but I know this for sure, right? I know, at least according to what I heard in several hadiths, right, is that if somebody's a traveler, right, and it's a man, he's a traveler. It at least was at the time it was permissible for him to have a local wife. Let's say it was a military campaign, right? These guys are going on a military campaign. They're going to be away from their homes for, sometimes even years. They said, you're like, hey man, why is it not permissible to marry a local woman? You know what I mean? And because men, we have needs. I hate to say, I'm not going to be vulgar, but men have needs. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. Men have needs. So, hey, they got a wife here on campaign, and when the campaign ends, let's say they have children. that child is going to be considered legitimate. That child is going to get protection. That child is going to get financial benefits from the father, and all these kinds of things. And it was a marriage that was temporary. And it happened a lot, especially like, let's say, during the Crusades or during the Umayyad Caliphate and things like that. That happened quite a bit. And unfortunately, what the alternative was for a lot of people is they had concubines. They straight up, this wasn't their wife. This was a prisoner of war. That was a woman that they had basically as a concubine. So I mean, I think like we have to look at the Sharia for what it truly is. It's case by case. Like, let's just say your son or daughter's off at uni. It is a hard topic. I mean, I understand, people don't really think about this, but they're off at uni for, like, let's say they're studying to become a doctor. They're gone for 10 years. They're gone for 10 years. And let's just say they meet somebody that they're interested in, and they don't know if this marriage is going to last forever. Let's just be honest. Like, when young people, they fall in love, they meet somebody that they really connect with, but they don't know if it's going to last forever. You're not going to say, and let's just say they want to get married to them. They're like, hey, Dad, we're going to get married, but we don't know if it's going to work out. We don't even know if we want children, but I want to make this a halal. Are you going to turn that down? Because the alternative is they're going to commit zina. Like, they already know the guy. I hate to be honest. If your children meet somebody or anybody meets anybody they're interested in, it's going to be halal or haram. Period. They're not going to stop seeing that person just because you don't like them or because you don't want them to do certain things. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, because to be completely honest, man, I meet a lot of people in my similar age group. They have that experience, and they're like, "Hey, my parents don't like this person because they're of another race. They're Muslim too. Granted, they're Muslim. They're like, hey, this person's Pashtun. This person's Pakistani. This person's Arabic, or is an Arab. This person's a Senegalese. This person's Somali. Or this person's a revert. I experience a lot of discrimination as a revert when it comes to marriage. Like, a lot of guys, I tried to be as halal as possible in every encounter that I have with the opposite gender in all respects. And
you gotta be yourself, brother, man. You gotta be yourself. You can't conform to what these people want.
Yeah. But it's frustrating. It's really hard because, especially being black, on top of that, like, I'm African American. Yeah. I even experienced discrimination. Like, let's say I meet a sister that's from West Africa. She's Nigerian or something like that. I discriminate. I see discrimination on her family because she's like, oh, he's African American. He has no tribe. He has no lineage. I don't want my daughter to marry him. And what's the alternative, right? She's already into me, and I had to basically break it off, or she's gonna still try to contact me and all kinds of stuff. And it's kind of just frustrating.
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, man, let me make it easy for you, bro. Well,
Inshallah, man.
Yeah. Like, we gotta make parents. I think
you got married. Yeah, it's because you make marriage difficult.
Yeah. They make marriage difficult, man. And dude, I even see and this is a big problem in the world. Period. Racism is always going to be a problem. It's never going to go away. That's just the way. That's just reality. That's how I see it. But however, I do see a lot of problems with racism in the Muslim community. And I'm going to be honest. When I first got on this panel, I noticed that I got a lot of flack for criticizing Arabs. And I don't discriminate against any Arabs. They're good. 90% of them are good people. However, I do see a lot of problems in the Muslim American community, because the Muslim American community is mostly Arab, and there is a lot of racism, especially when it comes to marriage. Like, I've never seen, of all the couples I've seen in a masjid, I've never seen an Arab woman with a black man. That is, you will see a white revert woman with a black man, or a Somali, or somebody African, before you ever see that. And it's not because we're not attracted to each other. Everybody's attracted to one another. That's just how we're made. We're human beings, right? But God willing, that their parents are going to prevent that under any circumstances. That's never going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have nothing against Arabs, but I know here in America, there's a lot of racism when it comes to, dude. I go to masjids and some of them won't even salam me, bro. I'll say assalamu alaikum, and they will just walk right by me.
Yeah, that's the same in the UK. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. Zaki, sometimes when I'm in a happy mood and I see uncle, Asian uncle, mashallah, assalamu, I get it, man. But the angel replies to you, you know what I mean? So are they, bro?
Yeah. Like I said, like I will say it again, man. I have no problem with any race or group of people, man. Like we're all Allah made us all in different tribes for us to get to know each other, man. It's in the hadith, man. We were all made.
Yeah.
That's the way the world is. However, man, I mean, like as a community, man, we're fighting against something way stronger than us. We have to come together, regardless of what race or what nationality we are, because that the rest of the world, they don't care if you're Arab, they don't care if you're Pakistani, they don't care if you're Somali, you're a Muslim.
Yeah, but
I think it's easy for you brothers and you say
Muslim community, man. If we're honest, it's always gonna be there. To be honest.
The brother said that, yeah. But in America, you guys got it easy because it's already a land of immigrants. So what brings you guys together is Islam, And look what's happening over what do you call it, the Latinos in America. They're coming to Islam and big numbers, huge numbers. I even follow subscribe to a Muslim Mexican channel on YouTube, man.
Wow.
They're constantly talking about it. SubhanAllah, they got big their own centers. That's how big they got. They couldn't rely on other, nationals. They said, "Listen, we need our own space." They got their own center in Houston now, mashallah.
Oh, dude, actually, yeah, it's actually because that's actually true, man. There are a lot of one of my best friends. He's a Salafi. He actually, and a lot of people think he's Arab, funny enough, because of the way he looks. But actually, yeah, he's Hispanic, man.
Yeah,
and a lot of it has to do with they're already raised in a religious environment. A lot of Hispanics are born Catholic, right? So they're very kind of conservative already. And what attracts them to Islam is because a lot of them, when they go into the history, they look at, like, let's say the Moors in Spain. They already know they have that kind of lineage and heritage. You know what I mean? A lot, actually, when they do DNA tests, they find out a lot of them are actually Moors that got exiled from Spain to the New World. Believe that. It's crazy. But yeah, they're attracted to that. And in particular, a lot of Hispanic women are attracted to it because it has a lot of the Islam values, like women having a strong role in the family, women having feminine virtues and things like that. They don't, like the way the Catholic Church is going. You see the Pope just straight up said that LGBT is okay. Believe it or not, a lot of the Hispanic women, they don't buy that at all. They're actually Hispanic women are actually very conservative.
No doubt, I agree. And there's one more thing I was gonna say to you. The woman, the female Muslim was the first. I think she built the first university in the whole world in Fez, in Morocco. Do you know?
Well, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Fez, yeah, Fez. That's the first university built by a Muslim woman. Morocco, Fez. Check it out, man.
Well, that's really cool, man. Yeah. So yeah, actually, a lot of people, like, compared to any other religion, Islam is actually getting more reverts than any other one, because they see that, first off, the Quran is preserved. The Bible, and all these other books, it's not preserved. Like a lot of people, when they look into Christianity, man, Christianity is so flawed because you look at the books, and all the books, if you look into the history of it, it's so corrupted. Like, it's not like that with the Quran whatsoever. That's what attracted me. You know what I mean? Like, I even debated my father with it. My father's a Hebrew Israelite, and I was like, why do you reject it? And he really couldn't come up with a good reason. And I was just like, hey, it's preserved. It's the lineage. It has the same lineage as the Bible and the Torah and stuff like that. Why do you reject it? A lot of it has to do with culture, right? Because I hate to say it, the Christian community, a lot of things that are permissible in the Christian community now are impermissible in Islam. You look at Christianity right now, a lot of the churches, and especially Black American churches, anything goes, dude. Like, there's preachers and pastors having sex with women that are in the congregation. There's women that go there that have, like, kids, 4 or 5 different baby daddies, and they think that's okay. There's people doing drugs in the church. You know what I mean? Like, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, that's mad still. But
what do you guys think about? Oh, no. I'm sorry to cut you off, man. You got something to say?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, you see the whole Hebrew Israelite thing. Like, what do they believe, and like, what's their stance? And I never really understood it.
So the Hebrew Israelite community started off in the mid 60s, early 70s, and it was a black power kind of movement where it was kind of like the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam was basically a black power movement that was Islamically influenced. They have some of the tenets of Islam, but it's not Islam. They basically believe that white people are inherently evil, that they actually are created like by a mad scientist called Yakub. Like they actually believe that. That's actually one of their tenets. So actually, Hebrew Israelites, they believe that they are the black people that live in the West. Now, they actually discriminate heavily against Africans, like depending on which ones you talk to. They actually don't believe that Africans are Israelites, but they believe that African Americans and Hispanic African Americans are descendant of the real Israelites.
Yeah, I don't understand that. I don't understand that bit. How did it differentiate between those and themselves? How? Because of the struggle they went through, and they said that's what's written in the Bible.
No, I think
a lot of that. Yeah, they believe that that the reason that African Americans are over here and were enslaved was punishment for disobeying God's decrees and God's laws.
Yeah, I've seen that talk point. Yeah.
I've spoken to one, right, and he's told me that since I'm a Cushite, apparently I enslaved his people and whatnot. So apparently I'm going to be a slave in the future, which I found quite odd.
Yeah, dude. See, and that's the thing that really turned me off about ideology. It really is. Hebrew Israelites, a lot of them are really hateful. And I'm not going to say all, but the ones for the majority of my life, my dad had a Hebrew Israelite Bible, and if I ever let's say I ever bring him on here and he ever says that this is not true, he's just straight up lying. We had a Bible. And it had illustrations in it. It had actual illustrations of white people with devil horns and tails killing black people. It had pictures of white people with tails and horns enslaving black people, raping black women, all this other kinds of stuff. And then they basically view Arabs in particular. They hate Arabs because they basically view Arabs as white people. They also discriminate against Africans because they're like, oh well, Africans sold us into slavery and this and that and all kinds of stuff. So actually, a lot of them, there's some that are African that say, oh hey, we're Hebrew Israelites too, we're Israelites also. But there's one guy in particular, he's Congolese. He says, oh well, the Congolese were the original Israelites too, and he is he doesn't admit it, but he's actually pretty Islamophobic too because he's like, Muslims hate black people. Muslims enslaved us more than anyone else, and all this other kinds of stuff. In all this kinds of stuff. So a lot of the Hebrew Israelites are actually very, very kind of hateful of other people.
And what did they view the white Christians as?
They viewed them as devils.
Okay. So I wanted to ask. So what's the connection between them and the Rastas? Those Salasai and all these people. What's the connection between them?
Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. I met a few Rastafarians, and a lot of Rastafarians are actually less hateful. Even though they acknowledge that white people did this, white people did that, they do view as being like, hey, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, this kind of thing. And but they have some of the same tenets, like, oh, the reason that black people were a slave is because we didn't do what was decreed to us and things like that. So they actually are very theologically, they're very, very similar. However, Rastafarians are very Pan-African. They don't discriminate against Africans at all. They say, hey, at the end of the day, we're all black. We're all black. We all should be joined together. Anybody with dark skin or that's black or brown, they should unite. So they're very Pan-Africanist. Hebrew Israelites, most of them aren't Pan-Africanist. They're very westernized in that aspect.
So you see the Bible, what is it like? Is it just the Old Testament and the New Testament, or just the Old one? Like, how does that work? Or is it something?
So literally, Hebrew Israelite, at least what Hebrew Israelites, they read the Old Testament and the New Testament. They read the King James version of the Bible. Now, some of them have there's a new version of the Bible because this is one thing about Christianity. They come out with the Bible like every 5 years, man. It's ridiculous, but so they go by the King James version of the Bible, and so it was a Bible that came up with by King James of Scotland in like the 1600s and stuff like that, in response to the Protestant Reformation, right? So that's the Bible they go by, which is actually the same Bible that white Christians use, ironically.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. It is pretty crazy. But if you look at it, actually, so my dad, his Bible, I've read it. You know, I used to read the Bible a lot, especially when we go to church. I used to read it front to back. His Bible has context written in it, like notes and stuff like that, written by people basically describing and giving context to certain verses.
Oh,
And before each book of the Bible, they even have sections where they describe who wrote it, right? So I believe it's John, Matthew, and another book in the Bible. It straight up admits that these were written anonymously. They don't even know who wrote it.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't know, man. But also, you see, we're also a Nation of Islam, not the actual, Muslims, but those ones that follow that creed or whatever. Do they really, really believe that Elijah Muhammad is a prophet? Really?
Yes.
Wow, man.
There is a huge cult of personality around him. Kind of like how you see communists with Stalin and Mao. You know, where they put the picture up everywhere and stuff.
Nah, man,
it's honestly it's borderline a kind of shirk. It literally is, in my opinion, a form of shirk, because they look up to this guy as being like almost godlike, not just a prophet, but like almost godlike.
But
divine.
Has no one showed them like the deen? Like someone must have told them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, so there was a big division. So first there was Malcolm X, right? Malcolm X actually he went on a trip to Africa, and then he went to Mecca, Medina. So there he actually converted to Sunni, traditional Sunni Islam, and he went back to America, was given dawah, and he said, "Hey, he was given dawah, and he said, hey, Islam is the most beautiful religion. It can help end racism." The Elijah Muhammad, and then on top of that, Elijah Muhammad. A lot of people don't know this. But if you Google it, Elijah Muhammad had a lot of relationships with women in his congregations, in particular underage girls. He was getting them pregnant and leaving them. And Malcolm X found out about it, and he called them out. He said, "This is disgusting. You're supposed to be a prophet. You're supposed to be a leader. You're doing all this." And Elijah Muhammad, word for word, was like, "Hey, I'm like King Solomon. King Solomon did this. It's permissible for me to do this and to have my appetites, right?" So, so after that, Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam. He formed his own organization, which was more traditional, pretty much just traditional Islam, and that's why they plotted to kill him. So they work with the government basically to kill Malcolm X. They were members of the Nation of Islam that killed him. Period.
Yeah.
And then so after that, Elijah Muhammad's own son left Nation of Islam and formed a traditional Sunni Islam black organization. It's just like straight up mainstream Sunni Islam. He formed his own organization. And Louis Farrakhan took over after that and said, "Hey, no, those guys are liars and disbelievers." You know, but Elijah Muhammad's own son, believe it or not, just did traditional Sunni Islam.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, and you look at Nation of Islam, they actually discriminate heavily against Sunnis and Shias too, but Sunnis that live in Africa, like actually traditional Muslims from Africa. They don't want them at any part of their organization because they know that their organization has deviated so far from what actually Islam is. Like these guys don't make Hajj and stuff. Sometimes Louis Farrakhan, he does go to Saudi Arabia and stuff like that, but these guys, they don't go on Hajj and stuff because they know if their members go on Hajj, they're gonna realize what they're doing, you know.
Yeah, that's what happened with Siraj Wahad. He used to be part of the Nation of Islam until he went to Saudi, and he saw for his own with his own eyes, and he studied with his on his own time, and he came back, and then he had to he decided to come to the real Islam.
Yeah, I
Do you know
can't lie.
about Siraj Wahaj, right, Zaki?
Yeah, I listened to him. So I got there's an older guy in my masjid. He's African American too. He's like 60 years old. He actually turned me on to that guy, man. The guy gets some good dawah, man. I listened to a lot
Very
of him
good.
during
Khalid
Ramadan, man. The
Yasin as well,
guy's the
man.
truth, man.
Khalid Yasin, Abu Tauba, some top
But
African American.
here's the thing though too. So I would consider him more on like a Salafi, but believe it or not, he doesn't go hard in the paint when it comes to music. His thing is just like, hey, I realize that it's just out there, but I prefer if people don't listen to it. But if they do, I prefer if they listen to messages that are positive.
Yeah.
Because actually, I listened to him talk about that before, and he's just like, hey, jazz. He says, hey, jazz music is instrumental. I get it, whatever, like that. But at least jazz doesn't have messages like hip hop that promote this and promote that.
Yeah. Well, they come from that. They come from there, So I think it's better for the people to, to listen to him in that situation.
Yeah. Or do you know Mufti Munir?
Yeah.
I follow him. Mufti Munir, yeah, he's tough. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah. He's a Salafi too, and I really like his stuff too. And he straight up said, he's like, hey man, we live in the real world, man. We were supposed to do what's decreed, but he's just like, hey, at the end of the day, man, I know. He was like, I gotta keep it real. He's just like, hey, let's just say, he's like, when it comes to zina, he's like, hey, I'd rather have brothers look at pornography than commit zina. I'd rather have guys, I'm not trying to be vulgar, but crank one out, than commit zina. I'd rather have people listen to music that is instrumental without negative messages than listen to Cardi B. He's like, I gotta be real. He's just like, hey, if you live in the West, this is reality.
Yeah.
And that's why I really like, I grew up here and stuff like that, and I'm really curious about like, how do you guys as parents feel about moving you to the West? Did they feel like it was a mistake? Like when it comes to your deen, like, hey, I brought my kids into this environment where like all this stuff is going on.
I think it's quite sad, yeah. Well, how comes it's always Middle Eastern or other people up from other part of the world that become the face of American Muslims? Why is it never like brothers like Khalid Yasin, African American, and Sunnis?
So I think so in my community, religion is a very taboo topic. And I think a lot of it has to do with African Americans, us ourselves. We're a part of the problem because we know who Malcolm X was. We knew that there's actually a lot of people in the civil rights movement and even people that did music that even do music to this day. Not to say the music is halal or haram. I'm just saying these are straight facts. There's a lot of Muslim actors. There's a lot of Muslim musicians. There's a lot of Muslim like activists that have always existed in the U.S., right? But however, they don't get the support that they need because, hey, they say they're very strong about their opinions about what's wrong in the community. They say, hey, we got to stop, we got to stop committing zina. That's unacceptable. We got to stop promoting drugs and alcohol. We got to stop that. And unfortunately, a lot of people, they don't want to hear that. They don't want that harsh criticism. Americans in general, like especially African Americans, we're very sensitive. We don't like being told what to do. Look at COVID. Look at COVID. And stuff like that. A lot of the problem here is people don't even want to wear a mask. And I'm not saying like, oh, mask is the only way to stop it, but people, literally are fighting in the street because of masks. They said, hey, you have no right to tell them what to do. Look at the Orthodox Jewish community and the Hasidic Jewish community in New York. They are literally marching up and down the streets saying, hey, how dare you tell us to do this? How dare you shut down our synagogues? Google it, man. Look at YouTube. There's actually huge, they're all borderline riots. There are people fighting in the street, like Jewish communities fighting in the street because they're like, hey, you can't tell us to wear masks. You can't tell us to shut down our synagogues. I mean, it's a big deal.
I've seen it. And New York police, they would never touch them for sure.
100%.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That would definitely hurt. That would definitely hurt the money.
Oh yeah, definitely, and there's a lot of also, it's that there's a lot of Jewish politicians. They're not saying anything about that at all. They're not saying anything about that at all. But let a mosque get shut down, and let a mosque get shut down, and Muslims be in the street. That'd be top news. Muslim extremists in the streets don't want to stop praying. Muslim extremists demand that they celebrate Eid. Like the Eid this year here in the United States, the government straight up said, hey, you guys can't have Eid celebrations. Straight up.
Wow.
Yeah. And we took it. We ran with it. We said, hey, the greater community wants this. We had to abide by the laws of the land. But for Passover, the Orthodox Jewish community, they were like raising hell over that, man. It's a double standard.
That's not right.
Yeah, I'm surprised there's not more people on the panel, man. What time is it over there?
In 11:30.
Yeah. It's late, man.
Yeah, 11:30 at night.
Yeah.
11:30 p.m. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a Saturday night. It's Halloween. I don't know. People are out there, collecting sweets, I guess.
Yeah. How you guys feel about Halloween?
It's paganism.
I remember when I was young, super young, yeah. And then me and my brothers were doing it, and then my neighbors, and then there was this black woman. She was telling us, "That's the devil, man." And us were just like, "What's this woman talking about?" We kept knocking on doors and whatnot, but obviously she was right, man.
Yeah.
Dude, Halloween is crazy, man. I mean, I used to celebrate when I was a kid, even though I grew up in the household I grew up with. My parents were like, hey, for kids, it's just kids dressing up and then getting candy.
Yeah.
For most parents in America, regardless of what religion they are, even Muslim parents here let their kids celebrate Halloween. However, when they become adults, they break it down to them. They're like, hey, don't go hard in the paint for Halloween. Like, realize at the end of the day, it's paganism. Another holiday that's a big issue here is we got a lot of Muslim families that really don't raise their kids to like know what Easter and Christmas is about. Both of those are rooted in. Well, I personally, when I raise my kids, I'm not going to allow them to celebrate any of those, any of that. I'd rather have them celebrate Halloween as kids than Christmas and Easter, because that is straight up shirk. That is straight up shirk.
Yeah, I can't lie. I don't. Maybe I knew one kid in primary that used to do that, but no, I don't think I knew anyone that used to.
Yeah, dude, the whole Christmas tree, that's straight paganism, because the Germans, their German pagans used to offer sacrifices to the trees. That's where it comes from. And Jesus didn't even die on the 25th. That even Christians know that.
No, I think that's his birthday trying to claim.
No, that's not even his. No. For Easter, for Easter, it's in like April, right? That's when that's when he dies.
Oh,
that's even disputed. But he wasn't born on the 25th.
No, of course.
Any Christian scholar will tell you he wasn't born on the 25th. They put that there. The Roman Catholic Church put it there to compete with pagan holidays. They did that throughout when they Christianized Europe. They put Christian holidays in conjunction with pagan holidays to turn pagans towards Christianity. Anybody that wants to dispute that, I mean, I can go hours on about that.
There's no objection from me.
I don't know. Yeah, is the stream going to end? Because it's just me and you right now. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
Kushak left as well, yeah? Well, go on with this guy.
Yeah, it's just me and you, man. Anybody in the panel? Anybody in the chat want to bring something up? Because it's the middle of the day.
Man. I enjoyed you coming here and bringing different topics, man. I don't know why everyone's left.
Yeah, man.
Especially the last stream, people were complaining about us talking too much about tribes, and so I thought this was a very good, fresh air.
Yeah, man. What's the next stream you guys are gonna do?
There was no other stream. What stream you talking about?
Oh, I'm saying, are you guys gonna do any streams later on, tomorrow or something like that?
I have no clue, man. I have no clue. This is all with Khaled. Khaled, are you there? Drop the link for people in the comments. They are majority when it comes to Muslims.
Yeah. Hey, another thing, man, is I think you guys got really good content, man. You guys really. I don't know if you ever follow Khalid Sadiq, but he has a podcast called Baraka Boys.
Who?
Khalid Sadiq. He's a UK.
Khalid
he was a
Sadiq.
nasheed artist.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
the guy
he did
that
music
did
for a
yeah,
while. Now he
the
does
music,
nasheeds
yeah,
again.
yeah.
He has a check it out on YouTube. It's called Baraka Boys, and it's a very diverse. It has African Muslims in there, Arabs, and Pakistani.
I've seen it. Yeah, I know you're talking about where they have a table. Yeah, with I've seen it with Asians, Arabs, blacks. Somali. Yeah, and himself. Yeah.
Yeah, we need a lot more of that. We need a lot. That's what people need to see about Islam. Like they look at us as just being like everybody is just a man with a huge throat, and then his wife is in a niqab, and and they don't do anything. They don't have nuanced conversations and stuff like that. They're uncultured. They just stick to themselves. They don't know anything about anything but Islam and stuff. They need to see that, especially amongst young people, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
They need to see, especially young Muslim men. We need to have more of a voice because we're the ones that are combating extremism, like more than
Definitely.
anything.
That's why I really enjoy all these young Muslim content creators on YouTube or other social medias that portray good Muslim or the cultural values instead of this Western liberal or other talking points.
Yeah, one of my favorite episodes that they did was they said is anti-blackness in the Islamic tradition. That was one of the best things. I've never seen that conversation happen on Muslim YouTube. Period. Even amongst sheikhs, like let's say Mufti Menk. Like even I like Mufti Menk, right? But he didn't really start talking about racial issues until this year because of the whole George Floyd thing. Like before that, he never really brought up race.
Yeah.
And a lot of Muslim YouTubers are kind of forced to bring it up, and they never brought it up. Another one I really liked, she's a sister. She's Pakistani. She recently got married. Unfortunately, she was destined to be my wife, but that didn't work out. But yeah. Her name is Tazi Faye, and she's Pakistani, and she recently got married. Alhamdulillah, you know what I'm saying, and it's to another Pakistani brother, you know what I'm saying. So it's halal, and everything. So she didn't talk about issues with culture and race at all. She just talked about from her perspective as a Pakistani. But she even admits, she's like, hey, a lot of people in the Desi community are racist. He's like, I know people that they couldn't marry a black man, they couldn't marry a Somali, they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that.
I'm not surprised though. They have the whole caste system there, man. Why are people shocked by this?
Oh yeah, dude. There's actually, so I mentioned before that I work with a Pakistani girl, and I actually had a huge crush on her for a while. I actually was interested in getting married, marrying her and stuff. And I think for the longest time she didn't even know that I was like Muslim or anything like that, because I don't assume anything just because somebody's from some country they're of a certain religion. Because I've met Pakistanis that were Christian. I met Pakistanis that weren't practicing. And stuff like that. And so it turns out that, she's not practicing, right? But she is from a family that practices. So she'll celebrate Eid and stuff like that, but she doesn't wear hijab. And unfortunately, she has committed, she has, I'm not trying to expose her sins, but I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm just going to keep it there. But I know for sure I don't have a chance of ever marrying that girl. You know what I'm saying? And I know for sure I don't have a chance of marrying that girl, even if I wanted to, because I know like it's like kind of unspoken. It's kind of like hey, when her family comes around, she's not even around her black friends. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it is.
Level, that's different level.
And she's a dark skinned Pakistani, and even the colorism there. Jeez, man, I thought that like black people in America and West Africans use bleaching products a lot. Bleaching is a huge industry in Pakistan.
In India as well, the whole Asian subcontinent,
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Yo, Khaled, if you're there, Khaled, you there? CD's in the backstage. I think he fell asleep. I haven't got his number, CD, man. I have not got his number, mate.
Yeah, so are you married, or are you thinking about marriage anytime soon?
In the future, inshallah. But no, at the moment, no.
Yeah, man. One thing I do gotta get. The only thing I really got against some Salafi brothers, man, is every Salafi brother I know, bro, puts that pressure on me to get married, bro. I can't stand it, man. They are literally like, oh, yo, brother, when you get married, I swear to God, like every other conversation, it just turns 360 onto marriage. And I get it. I totally get it. Their perspective is, hey, they know I'm young. They know I'm young. They know I'm a mashallah, I'm an attractive guy. By the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You know what I'm saying? He made me fit. He made me fit. You know what I'm saying? He made me fit. And I'm not trying to be immodest, man. But take your blessings for what they are, man. There's people, I hate to say it, they're born ugly. They're born, I know everybody has their own struggles. Allah made us all with our different struggles, man. But some people, I hate to say it, man, they're born looking a certain type of way. You know what I mean? Like I consider myself blessed. You know what I'm saying? I don't take it for granted whatsoever. So they're like, hey, brother, get married because I know you're out here. You know what I'm saying? I know the way the girls look at you. You know what I'm saying? I want you to protect you from zina. You know what I'm saying?
It's a big one. It's a big one.
Hey, for those in the chat, I'm not trying to poke. I'm not trying to poke fun at or seem arrogant and stuff like that. But let's be honest, man. Some people ain't it. You know what I'm saying? So especially some of the, you know what I'm saying. I hate to say it, man. Like my worst nightmare, right? My worst nightmare is I get a completely halal marriage, right? And let's say I marry a Niqabi, right?
Yeah.
And I actually thought about this. I'm actually down to marry a Niqabi. My worst nightmare, bro, is getting a Niqabi, and then the first night she takes that thing off and she looks like a gargoyle.
Like a what?
That's my worst nightmare, bro.
That she looks like what?
A gargoyle. You know what a gargoyle is, right?
No, but obviously I've seen like something ugly.
You ever see those cathedrals and stuff? Those monsters that they're on the top.
Oh, the ones that like in Gotham City, like the one that Batman stands on before he jumps off the roof and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, man. That's my worst nightmare, man. But but I really like, since being in this life, since being in this deen, I really noticed how truly blessed we are, man. Like, dude, the refugee crisis. I mean, think about it. Like, there's people over right now going across to Europe on rickety boats, drowning right now as we speak. And I'm sitting here on my cell phone in my nice, comfortable room. Like, it helps me with like my mental health, man. Like when I go through something, I'm like, dude, how blessed am I, man? How blessed am I right now? You know what I mean? Like, look at Syria or Yemen and stuff like that, man. There's kids getting bombed, man. There's and you're Somali, man. Things that happen in your country, and I'm really glad that your parents, and your family is in a safe environment. At least as far as I know right now, man. But I know you guys had a lot of like conflicts in your history, man. A lot of us in the West, man. Some of the things we complain about, yeah, we have a right to complain about it, man. But we're blessed, man.
I don't know, man. I think Somalia's not that bad, man. It's not bad. Even those places in Syria and so, even Iraq, the media would never portray the good sides, because they're moving forward so fast.
Yeah, and I will check myself, man. I'm American, so I've never been to those places and stuff like that. I know there's good places everywhere. I like the girl that I almost married that was Pashtun. She's from Afghanistan. She actually, her family actually goes back and visits it, believe it or not, every now and then, man. Yeah, now when she goes over there, she has to have a certain decorum, But she says, hey, she never, as long as like they know what they're doing, that she feels safe. The Pakistani girl, she grew up in Karachi. She goes back to Karachi like every now and then. She never says, oh, I'm a fear of my life that some Salafi or some Wahhabi is going to come with a machete and cut my head off because I'm not wearing hijab. You know what I'm saying?
It's just very common amongst Muslims in America, where they constantly bring this Salafi Wahhabi talking point.
I do feel that it does happen a lot because there was a kind of backlash after 9/11 of like, oh, this happened because an extremism happens because these guys they're spreading this kind of really strict version of Islam. Like, basically that's all it's kind of like it's a tug of war between like liberal Muslims.
Yeah, extremism. But recently, for me, I'm sure this only came up recently, where people are pointing things at at them. And it's people from all different groups. It's from non-Muslims. It's from Shias. It's from liberals. So, bro, I'm gonna lie to you, man. If you look at the enemies, you got to judge a person by the enemies, right?
Yeah. It's great, and like it's a big thing, especially like I notice the sisters, right? Like if you meet a sister that like I meet more sisters that revert that are Salafis. I meet more revert women that become Salafis, than sisters that are born into a family that are a lot of sisters. I hate to say it that I know here in America personally. This is me personally. This is not me judging the majority, but this is my personal experience. A lot of them are quote unquote liberal. You know what I'm saying? They're more liberal because like liberalism is more attractive to females in general because they feel like, let's say they have personal experiences. Let's say like they
They're
had
trying to get the best out of
experience.
both worlds, you know. They want to live an easy life. That's why they want to be accepted amongst the masses. And Khaled, CD's in the back stage. If you can name through, yo, Khaled.
Yeah. So like,
HA man, come on, that's uncalled for, bro.
Yeah. You know, fortunately, alhamdulillah, none. And I understand why he would make a comment like that. Because even like, let's say it's like the same thing with like black police officers, right? A black police officer, he probably gets asked on a daily basis how many black people he shot, right? Meanwhile, he's doing the best he can to do his job and do something that he thinks is positive, right? Not all cops are bad. Some of them, yes, but some cops are just like legit. Hey, I'm cleaning up the streets of my neighborhood. I'm trying to protect people. You know what I'm saying? When it's, let's say somebody gets murdered or somebody gets raped, guess what? They're calling the police. They're not calling anybody else. So the same sentiment that goes to that, I see with some Muslims in particular, towards Muslims serving in the U.S. military, and I totally get that. But the majority of Muslims that are killed around the world are by other Muslims. Let's be completely honest. Dinesh, different extremist groups, the Assad regime, the Assad regime, they are killing way more.
The Assad regime, they're not Muslims. They're not Muslims. There's some Alevis, but I got to disagree with you, man. I'll still say non-Muslims killed more Muslims than Muslims killed Muslims.
I'm saying to the general. I'm saying like, yeah, in our community, that's one thing. To the general
world, with Iraq invasion, Afghanistan invasion, Libya, you know, and where other places.
Oh, I agree, dude. I think Libya was a disaster. I think that in particular, as an American, I'm so ashamed of. That's another reason I don't like Democrats.
No, I'm not holding you accountable. I'm not holding you accountable, brother. I'm not holding you accountable.
Yeah. No.
Don't
Hey,
feel like I'm just bringing this against you. You know, I'm just bringing it up in the conversation.
Oh no! As you know, we got to be real with each other. Let's I know these are difficult conversations. But yeah, as me myself personally, I've never gone overseas. I've never gone on missions, and I support missions though at the same time. And I understand that it's like, oh, okay, you're contributing to this, contributing to that. And I'm gonna be honest, brother, I don't have to defend what I do or what I'm in for anyone, because prior to that, prior to being in this situation, you know what I was doing? And you know, since you took it down this road, you know what I was doing? I was a road man. I was a road man, dude. I was hurting people. I was hurting myself. I was depressed. I was suicidal. I didn't care about my own life. So would you rather have me do that and possibly kill myself or hurt other people? Because you know that's more acceptable than possibly being in the military to save my own life. Believe it or not, like this has provided me to clean up myself, to clean up like addictions, to get to myself. I never would have been, honestly, I never would have reverted to Islam if it wasn't for the military, because I make my sheikh. My sheikh is serving in the military. I make my sheikh in the military.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't have to defend what I do right now. And I'm not trying to get defensive. You know, if he was trying to be funny or if he was trying to be serious, I don't know, because it's just a chat room, right? But I don't lose sleep at night doing what I do. I met plenty of other Muslims in the military as well. So, you know, everybody has a different.
I come across the hijab one. She always comes off my Insta feed, man, and it's weird, man. I don't know, it's weird, bro. Because there's Almighty, when you look at the standings of the scholars, it's very clear. And if you think about it, logic is very clear as well. You know what I mean? But Allah, man.
Yeah, like it's like I'm stuck into a rock or a hard place, and there is a lot of pushback. For instance, there's a guy named Daniel Hikikachu. You know who that is, right? He used to work
I
for
like him.
Yakini
I'm sure you agree with all these points. Not all these points, but most of these points.
Oh no, it's cool. So Daniel Hikikachu, there was a guy. He was a Pakistani guy. He was a captain. He was a Muslim. He was killed in Afghanistan, right? And he received, I believe, the Medal of Honor, which is the highest medal that you can receive, right? And during the 2016 presidential campaign, his parents went on stage at the Democratic National Convention and said, "Hey, my son was just as American as anybody else. You know, Muslim Americans don't have to prove how loyal we are to our country. You know what I'm saying? We spill our blood just like everybody else, right?" And Daniel Hikikachu had the nerve, because I agree with him on a lot of other things, but he had the nerve to say, "Oh, well, you know, he got that war for essentially just killing Muslims." And then to me, that's just super hyper disrespectful. That's incredibly disrespectful to say.
But it's disrespectful. But I think truthful. Is it truthful?
What is it truthful?
Yeah.
I mean, granted, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, I mean, like, our Muslim countries on a regular basis supposedly we all get along and we don't fight each other and stuff like that. Look at our history, dude. Different caliphates fought each other, even amongst the Sahaba. Man, look at after Abu Bakr took the position as caliph. Man, people fought against him from the beginning. Right, like right. You know, like we're not perfect. We're not always this united ummah, and we all got along. We all had to disagree with each other and stuff. Well, look at the for instance, at the Kaaba. Do you know the Kaaba was raided by Wahhabis in the 1970s? Do you know that?
It wasn't raided, but I think it was like a takeover for a couple of hours or days. I don't know, something along those points.
Yeah,
but you're right. I'm not denying. I'm not denying this. I know this. You know, constant. There was a lot of conflict between Muslims from time ago. But this point that Daniel Hikikachu said was not wrong.
Yeah, well, yeah, but in the sense, like, for instance, let's just say
maybe I think you're taking offense of it. You know,
I'm taking offense of it. Like, let's say I'm a police officer. Let's say I'm a police officer, right?
Would you feel the same way? Would you feel the same way if
somebody happens to be committing a crime and they happen to be Muslim, right? Let's say it's a violent crime. It was a bank robbery. They just happen to be Muslim or whatever like that. Even if they're practicing or not practicing, they happen to be a Muslim, right? In me doing my job, I end up shooting and killing him to defend other people, right? Or to defend my friends, my coworkers, fellow police officers. You could say the same exact thing, but does that make it right or wrong? What's your opinion on that?
Maybe distasteful, but it's a truth.
It's different though. It's different. It's very different.
Yeah. So right now in Afghanistan, right, there is a war between the interim Afghan government, and there's a lot of criticisms I have of them. Trust me. I don't agree with the interim Afghan government, but it's there, right? There's them, and then there's the Taliban, right? So some of the things that the Taliban does are despicable, are completely despicable. And to say that, killing them is wrong when regularly they do suicide bombings and attacks on other people, and especially they kill a lot of Shias, dude. And you can disagree with Shias all you want, but they deserve it. They deserve to live just as much as anybody else. They kill Shias all the time. They kill people of other religious groups. They even kill other fellow Sunni Muslims because they don't want to adhere to their way of life, right? The thing that frustrates me is they get defended more, and they get defended a lot more than, let's just say, like somebody else that lives in the West or something like that, solely because they're fighting against them. Granted, I don't agree with like the invasion. I don't agree with it. I believe we should have met the Northern Alliance, which was led by Massoud in the north. We should have gave them equipment to possibly fight against them in Al Qaeda. That should have been from the jump. America and the West needs to stop being interventionists. We need to let other countries fight their own wars. Period. So that's my perspective on that. However, if that does happen, then the rest of the world should not complain for America not getting involved in their countries. Like, don't complain about the bombings certain countries and genocides going on in other places, but you don't want Americans involved. Like, let's say China, right? Would you want America to get involved in the Chinese internment camps? Would you want America to possibly use military force to stop that?
If China and America headbutt each other, that would be good.
Yeah, and let's just say that happened, right? There would be still people that complain about it because guess what? War, people die. That's just a part of it. Modern war, especially in modern wars, dude. You bomb anywhere, you're gonna kill civilians. That's just gonna happen, man. You have a gunfight, there's gonna be straight bullets. Kids are gonna die. Women are gonna die. That's just the nature of warfare. You know what I'm saying?
Very true.
And I'm not gonna just diminish what happens during wars, regardless of which side it is. But we got to be real because at the same time, the same people that criticize things that go on, they're the same people that would criticize it regardless because it doesn't happen to fit what their view of the world is supposed to be.
All right, very good points, brother Zaki, man. You feel very strong about this, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm in, because I feel like it's a struggle because it is a thing that a lot of people struggle with. There's actually people that like are American Muslims that are very conflicted. They're like, hey, I was raised in this country. I've lived in this country my whole life. This is all I know. I feel American. But I do know, like, hey, I do know what's going on back home. I do know what's going back on with family members that are back over there, at the same time. And I'm going to be honest, though, this is all I know. This is the only place I know. This is like where I've lived my whole life. This is where I feel like my loyalty is. So
yeah, no one can deny you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not actually. It's difficult for me to understand, and having Somalia to lean back on.
Yeah. So how do you feel about being in the UK and stuff like that? Are there ever times where you're glad of being a UK citizen, or do you like just say, hey, I'm just here?
I'm just here. I don't think it's too much of it, and I plan to go back. Obviously, I'm what do you call it? I'm grateful, in a sense. You have to be a good guest, right?
Yeah. And that's just being in the West. I think collectively, everyone that lives in the West probably feels the same way. We probably all had the same conversations, no matter what. I mean, for instance, you know who Linda Sauersuer is, right?
She passed away, I swear. Oh no, she's a Palestinian American, whatever. Yeah.
She's Palestinian American. I mean, she said that straight up. She said, "Hey, like, my identity, I can be both. I can be both an American and have my deen." And she's like,
I don't know, man. These Palestinians, I feel sorry for them, man. These men getting slapped up by Israel, and then they come into America and just being the whole face of Muslim Americans. It's funny.
Yeah. It's a big conflict, like period. I feel really bad for our brothers and sisters in France. I can't imagine what they're going through. I mean, dude, what I go through here is nothing in compared to what they're probably going through. I mean, dude, their two sisters got stabbed the other day. Like they're directly targeting them. I mean, that's why honestly, real talk, if I lived in a country like that, I wouldn't want my daughter to wear hijab. I wouldn't want my sister or my mother to wear hijab. Because they're going to be their life is going to be in danger.
If you give in, that's the worst part.
It's not that bad though. Like there's like how many million Muslims in France? There's a lot of people that wear hijab.
It's plenty. It's millions, I think.
Yeah, they're not getting like haunted. Like they're not getting chased down the streets. But yeah,
we got who's Petropia? Assalamualaikum.
Hadir, bro.
Petroipa. It's the Petropa.
I don't know.
So
MB, go ahead, bro. Sorry, man. MB, go ahead.
No, I was finished.
No, you was talking about France not being so bad. And, they're having, the second highest Muslim population in Europe after Turkey. So
yeah, they have a lot of Muslims. A lot of people wear hijab. It's not like they're not getting like chased down the streets. Of course, the situation is sensitive right now, but it's not like you can't wear hijab anymore. It's not that.
At least as far as I know, French laws, they're a secular country. So let's say somebody wanted to run for public office and stuff, they wouldn't be able to wear a hijab. They wouldn't be able to serve as a judge, or they wouldn't be able to be a police officer. They wouldn't be able to do or work in an official government position of any sorts or any public service and wear hijab. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I feel like hijab is only like a small part of it. Like, if you're gonna run for any kind of public office in most Western countries, you're gonna have to sell some of your values, some of your ideas. So, like, hijab is one thing. Like, put that to the side. You're gonna probably have to end up like selling some of your values. So, is that worth it?
That's a serious subject. Like, for instance, like, let's say I raise my daughter, right, or son, right, and they want to be a doctor. They want to be a doctor. The whole life, their dream is to be a doctor. And let's just say I live in a country like France where.
Sorry, bro. To me, but who's this new panelist? Yo. Hello, guys. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We don't know who it is. He's muted.
Has he said anything?
Nah.
Kasar.
Give him a second give him a second.
Huh? Hello?
Talk to him, Khalid. Talk to him.
I'm trying to. How long have you been seeing the ZK?
2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Now he's on the chat as well. I don't know why they just want to speak.
Who's that in the chat?
No, it's that guy ZK.
Okay.
He doesn't want to say no. I'm gonna just beat him off the thing.
Maybe he's got a mic problem. Give him a second.
Right, guys, carry on, man. Sorry about that, brother Zach, man.
Okay. Yeah. So, and they wanted to be a doctor, and France made a law saying, "Hey, you can't serve in a medical position whatsoever and wear a hijab." What am I supposed to tell my kids? Like, I get it. Yeah, we have our values, but a profession, especially like being a doctor, you're doing a public service. Like, you're doing good. You're helping people. You're healing people. Let's just say they just want to study and they just get their degree and they say, "Hey, I want to study, get my degree, and then go back over home and do it over there." I can't say, "Oh, hey, don't study to be a doctor. Don't study to do this great thing," which is one of the best things a human being can do is to be a doctor. Just because, your values come first.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yeah.
So let's say, for example, like in this particular society that you're mentioning, let's say they make a law or they make a rule where they say that whenever you're working at in any kind of public position that's like of high value, you are not allowed to engage in any kind of religious acts. Like you can't pray, for example, like during breaks or anything like that. So let's say they mandate that, which is not, by the way, it's not like far-fetched in a country like France because they already banned like religious symbols and stuff. So how would you deal with that? Like, what are you gonna say about that?
So it's curious it's actually good that you brought that up. So actually, if you look at a lot of rulings, Matt, within like the Sharia and stuff like that, a lot of scholars actually they make out rulings. For instance, like that's why so you can combine prayers and things like that. Like most people, they work an 8 to 12-hour workday, right? So there's actually ways around it. There's actually ways of like, hey, man, you can combine prayers and stuff like that. And if you have any hardships, let's say you're traveling and things like that, there's rulings that basically scholars get together for these issues and work out. I'm pretty sure if a situation does happen like that, scholars would be able to get together and say, hey, what's going to be a ruling on this, because this is a common problem that we see right now.
See, this is the problem, though, brother. Is if you just if your only like approach is just to succumb and give in, and then just bit by bit, you just every single time they ask you to run, you run. And if they tell you to jump, you jump. And then towards the end, you're just going to basically dissect everything until the end. You don't even have any deen. So, like, what's the point of, like, trying to, like, I understand what you're saying. Like, obviously, like, you got to prioritize academia and these kinds of things, right? But you also have to protect your values and your ideas. So you have to find a balance. You can't just always succumb and give in and then just say, okay, but what am I going to do? This is an important profession, etc. Yeah, I get that. But, Allah told us that if you can't practice your deen properly, then the land of Allah is vast. You know, you know that's the truth of it. Like you have to do what you gotta do for your hereafter. You get what I mean?
Facts.
Yeah. And see, at the same time, I acknowledge that I'm not a perfect person. I do have a lot of struggles and stuff, and I would like to have the discipline to have that mindset. However, I hate to say it, a lot of that, some of that times, it's good on paper, but in reality, it doesn't work like that. The way the world is, especially if you live in the West, like granted, when I get out, I get my benefits and stuff like that. Ideally, I would like to move over there, start a family and stuff like that, live like the whole dream, right? But at the same time, it's just like, dude, at the same time, like, I feel like a lot of people, they would rather have somebody live in abject poverty and suffer every day. And I granted, your deen is the most important thing, but at the same time, they would rather have that than have somebody flourish and then use their position of power and wealth to do good things in the community. Like, what I'm saying? Like, let's say you do sacrifice all those things and you get to a position of power, like say like the mayor of London, he's a Muslim, right? He's something Khan, right? He's a Pakistani guy, right?
Yeah.
Let's just say like he is now. I don't know what he's doing right now, but I do know that let's say overnight he solves knife crime because he's in his position of power. He saves lives. He's able to give free lunches to kids that live in London that are poor. He enacts laws like that. He enacts laws that make it easier for people to practice their deen. Are you gonna say that
100%.
like his personal sacrifices of his sacrificing his deen were for the greater good?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Obviously, we're not gonna deny and say like somebody who's in public office, they could do a lot of good. Obviously, even like this Somali congresswoman. I don't know if you know her. You probably know her, Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, trust me, I know her very well.
Yeah. So obviously, we have a lot of problems with her, like contention, some of the things that she's doing. But that doesn't mean that she hasn't done any good. But then the whole everything is basically dependent on just balancing and outweighing. The good. Is it worth it in the end? That's the point. You know what I mean? So that's what you have. That's basically the judgment that you have to make.
Yeah. For instance, like a lot of, you use her as an example, a lot of the problems that I think a lot of people, I'm not saying speaking for Somalis, but I know for a lot of people in America that are just Muslim American, right? A lot of the problems they have with her are agendas that she actually supports. Like, it's not like, let's just say like, the Democrats overwhelmingly support a lot of liberal policies, right? Now, you don't have to support every single one that they have. You can say, oh, healthcare for all. Okay, you can get behind that. Most people can get behind that. You can say, oh, we want gun control. We want gun control. Oh, a lot of people, they can support that. But, let's say, oh, LGBTQ, and then they're trying to add the P to it, and everybody knows what the P is. They're trying to add that. So, you don't have to say, oh, I support that. You can just say, hey, I refuse to vote on anything like this because this goes against my values. You could have the guts to do that. You could say, oh, I refuse to participate in a debate on this because this goes against my stuff. And a lot of stuff also that people have criticisms about her is that she's kind of forced herself onto being the face of like the female Muslim politician, which, some people didn't ask for. She really pushed that, oh, I'm this proud Muslim immigrant and I'm the American dream and all this stuff. That she did that, and she had the nerve to kind of have like a lot of skeletons in her closet that she didn't think people were going to find out about, and she does a lot of stuff in her personal life that kind of contradicts what she's supposed to stand for. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but if you're gonna run as a Democrat, right? I don't know about Texas. Maybe like certain districts in Texas, they're a bit more, a bit less liberal, if you want to say it like that. But most other states, if you're going to run as a Democrat, there's certain things you have to support. Like, there's no other way around it. Like, you cannot be anti-LGBT and run for as a Democratic candidate. You're not even going to get through the first line.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, there's a lot of stuff actually in the South in particular. I know in Texas and Louisiana, there's actually a lot of Democrats that are forming independent parties They're trying to form an independent party because they're anti-abortion. And they straight up said, "Hey, like we say abortion should be legal, but the way you guys are pushing it is going too far because a lot of Democrats are even pushing for late-term abortions. So they're like that goes clearly against my religious values. Or a lot of Democrats are also like anti-religious liberty. They say, hey, you have to. Let's say you have a masjid. They're literally trying to say, oh, if you have a masjid and a gay couple comes to your masjid and they're holding hands and they're doing this and doing that, you have to tolerate that. Or you have to tolerate somebody dressed in a certain way to come to your masjid. A girl could come in, a sister could come in a bikini to a masjid. You know what I'm saying? Like they're trying to push that because their whole thing is like you can't stop people from expressing themselves. I mean, look at Pride Parade. For instance, did you look up in Sweden, right? In Sweden, they had a Pride Parade that went through a Muslim Somali neighborhood. Did you see that?
What? What happened? What happened?
There was look it up, dude. Google it. There was a gay Pride Parade, and ironically, it was the far right Swedish party that pushed this. They made a Pride Parade purposely route itself into a Muslim neighborhood because they were like, oh well, these Muslim immigrants need to westernize themselves. They need to know that this is acceptable. They need to understand that this lifestyle is acceptable. Like Google, it was on Russia Today, I think, was like the channel, and Al Jazeera covered it too.
Yeah, they always do that. They always provoke.
That's hilarious.
Dude, yeah, it's freaking crazy, and like to see them do that because here's one thing I have with the community, right? My older brother's gay. I have no problem with saying these people deserve to live. These people, human life is sacred. These people have a right to live. However, I disagree with the narrative that they push. They say, "Oh, it's about love." I live by San Francisco. I live an hour away from San Francisco. I've seen the parades, dude. It's hedonism. It's like Carnival. It's basically a bunch of people butt naked, gyrating themselves, grinding on each other, people having sex in public. And people bring their kids to that. They bring their kids to that. That's not love. That's just like hedonism. That's promiscuity.
That's hedonistic.
Straight people in America don't even do that. We have maybe at the very most what's close to that is Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras happens in Louisiana and stuff like that. But basically, Pride Parade is basically Mardi Gras. It's not about love. It's not about romantic relationships and stuff. It's just about sex.
Yeah.
Sorry if that was vulgar. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to keep it a law here.
It's fine.
No,
But hey, honestly, I really appreciate you guys allowing me on here because I'm probably gonna dip in a bit to get something to eat. Makes a lot, you know what I'm saying? I really like that you guys allow me on here because I really like your community, man, and it's good to talk to fellow like Muslims because honestly, where I live, there's not a lot of them, especially young ones. Like most of the people that are young here, they move off to San Francisco or Los Angeles and stuff like that. So most of the people that are here are like just basically old people, So it's good to talk to like other people.
You said you're an hour out from San Francisco. So what is that Oakland or is Oakland way closer?
Oh, so Oakland is right by San Francisco. It's maybe about like 15 minutes away. It's like it's kind of big, like metropolitan area, kind of like how there's London and little small cities outside of London.
San Jose. What else? What about Sacramento? Is that an hour?
Yeah. It's about an hour. So yeah, I live in a town called Vacaville. Is in between all of that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you guys are awesome, man. You guys have a wonderful day, inshallah. And
make sure you come back, bro. Make sure you jump back on, man. Yeah.
Come back.
Yeah. How long are you guys gonna stay on? Because maybe I'll jump back on maybe about like an hour or so.
Yeah, Khalid. It depends how long Khalid keeps it on.
It depends. But whenever.
Okay.
Bro,
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good.
How you brothers doing, man?
Yeah, good, man.
Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Bro, alhamdulillah, man. Bro, this is the perfect chance for him to jump on, man.
You're from the middle of nowhere. WM is on him. I didn't know he was in America, bro. I thought this whole time he was UK.
Yeah, mashallah, same, likewise.
Man said he's all the way in America. Man said mountain time. What the hell? I never heard of that in my life.
That's between the middle.
Central
I don't know
and West, innit?
Central and West, yeah. My bad.
Yeah. What's that? I don't know what you call the middle.
Wallahi, words are slipping out of my head today, man.
Your brain is bugging today, man.
Oh, Usyk won as well. Usyk won the fight as well.
What's that?
Boxing fight, boxing heavyweight.
No, boxing.
Bro, these boxers now, they're just recycling these old fighters.
And Boris Johnson's actually closing gyms, man.
Huh?
I thought they want to leave gyms alone, but they're closing gyms as well. From the 5th of October, everything's getting closed again, man.
Oh, lockdown.
Oh wow.
Lockdowns
October,
again,
November.
Yeah, it's happening again.
Oh wow.
I read that they said that they assume that about 100,000 people are getting infected with corona every day in UK.
Subhanallah.
Imagine that 100,000.
This is sad, bro. This is bad, man. This is super bad. And no international traveling as well, unless business you has. So it's peak.
Yeah, I feel like people are gonna revolt this time. They're gonna make khuruj.
I hope so. But I heard the COVID numbers are bad up north in Yorkshire. You has.
Why are they closing the whole country then?
Because the numbers of COVID are huge compared to London.
All over, yeah.
But bro, Envy, what are you saying, bro? Nothing, man. What's going on, man? Should I get him into my tea?
Yeah, Zaki hopped off and Zaki had a good.
Huh? No, but still gonna carry on. I'm probably gonna carry on for another hour or so. So let me know.
Yeah, that's what Zach was asking. Yeah, he was asking you before he left.
What?
If you're gonna
come back in it.
Yeah, I'll come back, man. I'm here, man. I'm here. Anyone wants to jump on, let me know. Hit up the like button.
Sisters join, man. Dua, Marian, WM.
Where's Dua from?
That's from Canada.
Oh, in Canada. She's from Canada.
Maria is a man that's just using a girl's name. That's just a troll. And you know this Dirsa Maria. I don't want to see Dirsa Maria nowhere near the comment section, bro.
Well, he
said next time. He said next time.
No, there's no next time, man. I'm like, yo, stop being a keyboard.
Give him one more chance.
Fam, I don't like these forever keyboard warriors, man. Mesh Sabud, I'm gonna bro.
It's Mayran, not Marian. How do you say that? Mayran. Fam, what a name.
So,
Marian
guys,
sounds way better, man.
I have a question for you. So the brother Hadla, he was talking about marriage, right? And he said divorce rates in America are like 50%, and I don't know about the UK. Like in most of Europe, they're like between like 20% and 40% malas. So even like with Muslims now, a lot of Muslims are getting like they have high divorce rates now, like the younger generation. So my question is like, what do you think this is? What's the cause behind this? Hello.
Yeah, the cause behind the high divorce rate.
Yeah. Particularly with Muslims.
There's plenty of reasons, man. I don't know. This thing is instead of addressing the issues and resolving disputes, people just seem to prefer to go their own ways for plenty of reasons.
Would you say people are more individualistic, materialistic?
You're right. They don't have a support network where people come together and help them resolve the issues.
So
you're right. It's because of obviously, I don't know if you're trying to get the whole individualistic, culture behind it.
Yeah.
Liberalism, everyone for themselves. If it doesn't serve me, I'm out.
Exactly. Yeah.
You're right, man. I saw brothers, and sisters getting married super young, thinking, mashallah, this is super good, and then getting divorced.
Yeah.
The next thing you know is they were well forever.
Yeah, well, it's sad. It's sad.
People, there's plenty of reasons, man. But I'm not to you. I don't really, I don't know too much, man. I prefer not to talk about this now. Inshallah, hopefully, this doesn't happen to us.
Inshallah, bro. Like, waxay naga fiirsadaan ma ogtahay? Because you gotta look at dadka ka horeeyay, the mistakes they made and what are the causes and stuff.
What do you think? Go ahead, man. What do you think? What's your take?
CD.
Oh, me?
Ah.
Yeah. Bro, I think it's just a couple things. Mainly not knowing, if you're compatible or not. Like the beginning. Qof adiga jacayl ku galay, then hore waa ka guursanaysaa. That's wrong. You have to know you're compatible. If the person is compatible with you, and also, being not what's the word for opposite of individualistic?
Yeah, love grows.
Selfless.
Maikon,
You guys still on?
I came on now, so
man, what's going on? How is it?
Well, TD's asking a question, bro. Relax, man. You're jumping the queue, bro. TD's asking a question. Answering the question.
That's crazy, man.
I'd say, yeah. I think it's because what did I say? You have to be not individualistic. So those two things are quite there. Maikon, Saade, good job.
Join what, man? I got this in Gura.
No. Divorce. Why does divorce happen with young marriage?
Because people are selfish and they're not ready to commit. That's my take. They all want to act like they're independent. Sabar namale and these things as well. One argument, everyone's like, yo, I'm doing my thing, and that you do your thing. That's the problem.
Big point.
Yeah. Would you say because back in the days, people were dependent on each other somewhere?
Yeah, 100%.
Now everybody can basically do their thing.
With each other. Some of the others are just not ready, bro. It's about commitment.
So
they're not willing to compromise. They're not willing to change their ways.
Yeah, but compromise on what though? It's like, do you talk about everything that you disagree with?
I'm talking about certain things like this, or you don't agree with certain things and you talk about it and you're supposed to compromise, and then some people want to be independent, like they're still single, not there.
Yeah.
That's not the case.
Just sharing space itself,
Yeah. Imagine you're used to doing what you want, fam, coming home when you want, going out, doing what you want, and then like, oh, yo, you can't do this, and then you want to be free and continue living your single life, going shisha cafes or whatever nonsense you used to do, not there, bars and all those places, or go on holiday by yourself, your hand without to consult anyone else. You know what I mean?
That's a good holiday. That's a joke.
What Ocean Star, jump on, man. Ocean Star, bro.
Oh shit, Ocean Star here to defend people. I think you were reckless earlier today, man.
Who?
You, man. Marka midkii soo galay meesha, midkii sujuuga ahaa.
No, I don't want to go back to that, man. People just call me racist for what again?
No,
I get pissed off, man. Wallahi billah. I'm not even going to go back
to that. I think it was a reaction with Rabalani. That's what he was looking for.
Yeah, he came on to get a reaction. Like, I wasn't, he just randomly came on just to ask me a question.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Outnumbered tonight. What do you mean you're outnumbered? What do you mean?
It's because he feels left out, innit? He's not Somali there.
Oh.
He's making a joke, innit? He knows. Usiqan.
Like, Ocean Star's got jokes now, yeah?
Yeah, he's no longer sensitive.
Abdi Dirius people them.
Man, okay, you know.
Abdi Dirius people. I'm dead.
يا بلا.
I'm dead. I'm dead. WM is hilarious, wallahi. No way.
Yo, Ocean, jump on, man.
What does that mean? Escabulo.
Scabula كودا.
No, but I mean, like, if you break it apart, is a Somali word, isn't it? Escabulo.
No, scabula, man. Scabula means, bro, like a person that just lives with like other group, you know, like young bachelors or kind of thing. I don't sled they can mel, you know, accommodation, and they're not married or anything like that, and they don't live with family. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but Somalis kind of use it for like
So what does thingy mean? What does garob mean?
Garob means the divorcee, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bro, grob iyo
scabula
intee ku keentay?
scabula life. So come that day, man.
I know for once when you're a then everyone's on the panel like still.
I heard that I thought you slept earlier.
Nah, fam, you know what it is? If you see the odd streams that I'm not really in it, yeah, like Fridays or Friday, you know, the ones that odd, I don't really get ready for it, like, you get home from scared of that. But that little power nap did me justice, man. I could still, like, love Saturday, you know, the ones. I could still make the stream go.
I don't think.
No, Garoba Nagla Furene, Nag like experience of why Arg, Nag why Argat, yeah. No, the ones. I think he's not going to That's what I think.
No, I don't think we have that sign. We don't have a single mother concept, like because women with kids get married all the time. Like it's not a taboo. Okay, just grob walk off the sofa. Gavari grob like that. That's it.
Bahade. Nagway Aragan Nagano Arag.
But wouldn't you say like grob has a negative connotation?
I think I can dig it, bro. It's not.
Yeah, if you want, if you
negative man.
Snowflake Nation, innit?
We'll see. Yeah.
It's Snowflake Nation, man. Nagum Kadala Furo. Walla Furo, innit?
It's not that deep, man.
Yeah, but I mean, like in the context that it's used, like I mean, you've probably heard many times people say
community and all the Ntawal Gursa grob, bro. Aragtad, bro. So how in ma? Quite. صدق أفرق عيال وطالب بورس ده. So it's not taboo. I think Gursan late grob when you marry.
Yeah.
I think grob Gursan late.
But I'm not even married, like. No, I'm saying like maybe I don't know. Allah, I don't know.
صح.
Maybe when I become older, I grow like.
هذا ما كنت جريده.
Sheikh, I'm not gonna make any promises.
صح.
لكن there's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong with it, bro. Like.
The Sahaba used to fight each other like for that.
Yeah.
To divorce, to marry the divorcees. So it's a good thing,
Yeah. تو على فكوك على مارتي زوري السنة.
صح.
فنحك سيريا بما يمد قرابة كدرينا.
Nah, I'm not trying to be a
stepdad, bro. CD, man, he's like everything with him is like black and white.
CD is my guy for all.
What do you mean? Black and white, Mahakota?
Like you're very like, I don't mean in a negative way. Don't take it offensive. I just mean like you're very.
We call you racist,
like,
bro.
You don't have too much nuance.
Yeah, man. You have to be direct. You have to be direct. Yes, direct is the new way, man.
Yeah, direct.
I think I'm a direct man. I support CD with everything he said.
Come on, bro.
Fair enough.
No, but I think people are entitled to their opinion, not they? Hofkester doesn't have to agree with me. That's not robots. We're not robots. We don't share the same brain.
Well, Mycon, show off your Somali skill, bro. These people think only brother Jamil speaks perfect Somali. WM asked the question here. You are Somali's top as well, man.
Miss TJ Soccer, they mentioned TJ days, the little TJ.
Who's the little TJ?
The rapper.
It's WM. I said DTJ. I'm dead.
Listen, answer the question. She asked, isn't it Gashanti or Garob?
Yeah?
She asked, isn't it Gashanti or Garob? Which one is it?
That's probably some Hammer thing. Them man butchered that language.
Yeah, Hammer thing, bro.
Gashanti. I
She's
never
your
heard of
people,
that word.
She's your people, bro. She's your people.
Yeah, she's his tribe, but she's from Hamarina.
Well, she grew up there,
I'm from Hammer. Yeah.
On his probably fixed money just for once. I dare him at 50 cents dead. Maybe it'll treat him.
What do you say? What do you say?
He said, I dare Posey to speak Somali just for once, like 50 cents dead. Maybe able to read the book.
Wait,
can the monkey
I want him to speak Somali just for once. I dare him like 50 cents dead.
Wow.
I'm dead.
Bro.
I'm dead.
This is like
Posey, what are you saying? How's your Somali?
My Somali is shambolic, I'm alive.
It's shambolic. Wallahi, wushaga, bro.
Allah, I'm trying to say hoyo matalo ina days of yeah.
No, I can get basic instructions. You have.
Hey, basic instructions.
Putting sentences together and grammatically.
Yeah, I just looked at the word gashan for WM. It's gabar da'yar, da'han uyar, or gurka biselwa. She's ready for marriage, basically.
I said gurka biselwa. I don't think this is true, brother.
No, that's what it said in the. It said that in the dictionary, bro.
Well, you have Somali dictionary.
Yeah, bro. It's a Somali word. It's not. I don't know.
Posey, why are you not taking lessons from Jamil, man? CD what Somali bari maaragtay u jeeda.
Well, CD's got a good foundation to build on, bro.
I think no makasara tahay.
Oh, what are you saying? You have no foundation whatsoever?
No, not foundation. No, that kind of foundation.
Naka kubarayna niyo. Don't worry, we got you, bro.
Or guriga
bro, I was there. I was in Hammer for 2 months. I was getting violated by everyone, man. But when I tell 2 months, huh? By my own family, bro.
Oh, your whole family.
Guriga markaa joogto maxaa ku hadashaa?
Obviously, I was talking Somali, but Somali or
He replies in English, bro. Have somebody who found.
Waa isku dartaa miya? Waa isku dhex xulaqdaa.
No, he just replies in English.
No. I did have my cousins from England there, but I was striving. I reckon, like 2 years, 3 years in Somalia, my Somali be top.
Young maiden.
Waqti dheer kuma qaadanayso. Hadda waa fahmaysaa laakiin si toos ah ma uga hadli kartid.
لكن it's not good, bro.
Laakiin ma fiicna de.
You know the problem Somali is like they had wax kugu arkaan, they will finish you, you know. Intii need ku dhis lahayn. Like waa fiican tahay, bro, keep going. Like hadda Europe.
I know MB, I know.
I speak the language.
Bro, ninka maruntu sheegtid. Annaka waa la ciyaarina. Hadduu Soomaali taga ciyaalka yarka u dhameynaya.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What are you talking about? My cousin, my niece.
You're gonna get bullied by 7-year-olds.
My niece, wallahi, she's 2 or 3 years old. She was cussing me in Somali.
Come on,
yeah.
Wallahi,
ilmaha violate.
Wallahi, I'm not lying.
Dignity dan mari idin.
War dig miyaadan lahayn gabar yar oo
my niece, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna stuff her, you idiot.
Bro, like the 5-year-olds speak better Somali than us, wallahi. Back home.
She was so cute.
She was so cute, though, man.
Well, I said I'm gonna slap her. Obviously, not slap her. Just show her you can speak better Somali, innit?
But I can't.
Just say some words to her she won't understand. That's what you gotta do.
For them, though, it's like they cannot fathom. يعني قف Somali and I can't speak of Somali. It's like so then markay arkaan they're like, what is this? يعني maxaa Mashallah.
That's crazy. They're gonna have a field day.
Well, I know really. I think people back home they have a lot of nahalis, mashallah. Those days people are hasid. They're very hasid. You know what I mean? but you know, I think overall they're a very good one.
You know, in terms of hashtags هذا ولا كلا ده شاد بدنا وحاسد بدنا في عيني bro anywhere in the world وأساس. But you're right. People that grow up in struggles, they're more kind. You're right. Or went through wars, they're more kind, bro.
Yeah, that's true. But like just like Somali, our culture is very like
we're
straightforward.
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't mean it like I don't mean like in a how do I say it? Like it's not like we're insulting people. Like we're very straightforward. Yeah, we're very direct, and sometimes some people it's like they're not used to that.
They can't take it.
Yeah, they're not used to it. It's just a miscommunication.
It's just a misunderstanding, man.
That's what I'm fighting trees and ghosts. Ocean Star, have fun. You're still talking, man. He's saying I'm going every time, but he's still here. Yeah, Ocean Star, not GS.
GS, he fell asleep time ago, bro. Just when I started getting a little bit of energy, you man seem like talented.
Yeah, don't come with that.
Bro,
I'm out with like Ocean Star's gonna get married in cargo pants.
I get that Uniga, man. He's pissed off nowadays, man. I sense him. I sense his good day, man.
Ocean Star's so sensitive, man. He's still got a soft spot in his head.
Wallahi. Nafta okay into the sneakers kid there.
Big up the SS crew, yeah, saying that,
bro. What tactics, man? We're just customing, bro. Come on, bro.
Who's that? HA? HA is another keyboard warrior, man. I'm not rating for the keyboard warrior, then.
How be a rare keyboard warrior, Quantum?
Rare keyboard warrior.
Rare keyboard warrior.
Yeah. So did somebody there. He knows, she or he knows, innit, yeah?
Last time we called someone non-binary, it didn't work out well for you, innit?
Yeah, but that's what it is, man. Some of the times, I just don't get these people. Hella bakana and up to it doesn't get on innit? Not them people there. I'm not going to split my day on measures, like, you know, but always that was the guy, Bono, whatever the guy's name is.
Boban.
Yeah, man.
Who Bobian?
I don't know, Boban. I don't know, man. I feel like Magri was skipping the Busan of the innit.
He's trying to say Boban or Malene.
Boban, I don't know.
He's undercover.
What does that even mean? Boban, how about that?
Bob, innit?
Yeah.
Bob, eh?
What?
No.
Well, I don't know. He's still time.
I don't know what that means.
Kabob, in the loose translation, would be, take more in it.
Kabob, yeah.
Oh no, kabob. I'm telling that kabob, like.
Or anything kabob, yeah.
You finished it, yeah.
Take more, basically.
I don't know.
Peace.
It's a key Mareki, I'm on to hardly in it.
Yeah, he's gonna come back in a bit.
He was making some good points, like in just some things that he maybe misunderstood.
As one of them guys, machine in it.
At least
hardly
in it.
At least quite liberal so that's good.
Yeah, we say GHU.
Yeah, cool liberal
He's saying them man there, them funny guys there. Like
Melk still close tagging Melk still don't shorts what the
he's saying the boy بعير guys.
مين قال جنازته كذا مقطع سمعت
Hey, saying Adado, you telling me, man? IC3 smashed it as well today, bro. Feeling bullet in it.
Allah,
him and GS,
bro. Him and GS tag team. Oh, it's cool, Same. Why is it on same mushroom?
The same mushrooms is long on it. Man, there.
GS okay. The extremists, they don't understand.
They don't understand. They don't understand.
GS when somebody comes and then the panel's like they're not receptive to him. He's like, nah, bro, these guys dogmatic. They don't get it. They don't get it.
You clocked that, MV. Clocked that. Wallahi, MV.
MB, am I wrong? And then every other sentence he says when the person doesn't agree with his point, he says, my problem with you guys is
That's his buzzword. Someone should
Oh
make
my
a meme.
God.
Someone should make a meme.
And
put like when
Fauzi, the
GS
problem
doesn't
I have
agree
with
with
you
you,
is,
and then he pushes the button.
you know,
I can't put a face to I can't put a face to his name, man. I can't put a face. I couldn't guess how he looks.
Like
I guess he has glasses, you know.
I've seen him in it. I see GH, but you know
He wears
missing his
glasses.
keyword though. You don't know about his keyword. He pulls, he goes, yeah, fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. Watch every minute he says fantastic. Just when he's about to make a point, yeah.
Oh my God. I'm dead.
Bro,
Yeah, he does. Like he whispers as well.
Can
He
I
goes,
cut that? How many I covered Dr. Omar Johnson because he keeps repeating himself before he gets to the point.
Yeah.
I
see Freaker. Yeah.
See, Dr. Omar Johnson
fair-
repeats himself before waxa hadda ku sheego kugu soo celina.
Yeah, every 2 seconds he's taking a recap.
And I'm like, brother,
Well,
get
he
to the
says,
point.
it's like one word a minute. It's too long.
Yeah,
Kaasoo kale anima dhageysan kara urda ay qabato.
Yeah, like to be fair, GS he does make some good points sometimes.
Yeah, he does.
You have to
Asaga his issue waxa waaye wuxuu haystaa diinta haddaan ka fogaano inaan dhibaatadan iyo waxaan ku jirna ka baxayno. Taas like waa jahilnimo.
Yeah, he doesn't say it like that's kind of what he wants to say.
Kuwa badan asaas u fakara moogtahay fakarkooda.
صح. Yeah.
Saasa ka dhaca loo dam actually waxa yar waxaasa ka dhacsan. Waxay haystaan dhan maaragtay ku dayano reerahan kale inaan magically maaragtay waxaan ku jirna ka
to the top. Adduunka qabsanayna.
Yeah, qabyaalad ma dhamaanaysa u sheego. Man.
No, Jamil, hop on the panel, bro. Hop on.
No, do you know his brother Jamil, man? Tell him man's got energy, yeah. Tell him, yo, Shaka Somali and Buri told him that Monasa as well. I mean, tomorrow's a madness, man.
Tommy Robertson is gonna come tomorrow.
I don't know, that's what everyone's screaming out, man. I see people doing 5-hour, 4-hour shows about Ninka. I was like, what?
But no, they're treating him like a celebrity, man. Why? He's a little chav, man. Bro, why are people putting him on camera?
Oh, no, I don't even know, man. Now till the Bahu money in it.
Yeah. She's coming to the rescue.
Yeah, and everyone's like,
crazy.
He's coming to back and
was
beef
doing
her.
Shokansi Kolaha.
But the thing is, though, Khalid, I think, like, subhanAllah, the park is already heated. Tomorrow is already toxic. Now this guy's gonna come. Is this gonna add fuel to the fire? It's kubuqa.
Ninka waxa malina shaydaan waay mar inta kale dhama la arkayo. As soon as Muslimintu waxa sameeyaan he appears. Marta. It's like his whole agenda.
The lockdown is starting on the 5th.
On the 5th?
Yeah, so
I'm going to do a special stream, man. On the 5th, we've been 1 year on YouTube.
But also start early before he dipped, Khalid, he said, what do you call it? What did he say?
In the Karbashu bang.
Okay. I'm gonna smash that. I'm gonna
shout out to the Asian brothers, man. He
said SS will pop during the lockdown. This will be the go-to spot when social spots are closed.
Who said that?
No, I said
that's Ocean Star.
Ocean, yeah,
we got little. How long are we gonna be in lockdown? We need some little entertainment.
Yeah, come on, man. Man had everyone. You see the last lockdown. I got all the school mud day in it. If you go back, that's when we actually start hitting the streams up. But yeah, man, we're here, man. Yeah, man. Anyone that hasn't subscribed, hit up the subscribe button, hit up the like button. And furthermore, man, I'm going to put the donation link out there for a little donation for the brother. Me, Jamil, the man, tomorrow we're going to be, in the battlefield, you know the ones. I reckon that's bullshit, man. I'm just going to carry on like it's normal, fam. I'm like, bro,
the Islamic ray guns, you I
love it.
These Muslimics are taking our jobs.
These Muslim guys. What did brother Jamil say? He's asking for that. Hey, Jamil, jump on, man. I feel like today Somali ma won't call in it.
ما بكو هذا والله عيلة قبت ما كقول نبود خالد كو هذا
أنا won't call like yeah. I know furthermore, but my thing is not like gubby or belay in it.
I want to learn that. والله on Jamil's level, bro. That's like Shakespeare level. Nah, man, with practice.
Yeah. I don't know. With the internet, I think it's more accessible as well, man. It's more easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially in Somali party. But do you know what it is? Once you start clocking off Somali sarkab, you know the on the what is it called? On the subliminal ones, yeah.
Metaphors, yeah.
Yeah, the metaphors, the subliminal one. That's when you're good. You know them ones.
Yeah.
Nasser was putting in work, or which other month he's doing his activism.
Just want your input.
Yeah.
I like Nasser.
He's in the comments.
He was saving Ilhan. He was fighting for her and stuff. MashaAllah.
Yeah, he's very smart, brother.
Yeah.
Who's that? Nasir.
You know, I feel like that can in Ajnabi ka hadlaan, we should not allow him, okay, bro. Yeah, like markasta way soo hadal qaadaan, like Muslimiin badan ku jirto magaxna ku sheegaan.
No, but then again, yeah, I kind of disagree with that, fam. Like, because dadkii adduunkii oo dhan mana bararaysa, so like, come on.
Waxa ka wadaa like way leeyihiin kuwa Muslimiin oo hadda midka Minnesota is waa nin madow Muslim, like he supports waxaan dhan, like si ma la soo hadal qaado. Okay, Keith Ellison, his name is. Okay, essentially,
what does he support, brother?
He supports like all of these, these certain things that the Democrats promote in it, certain policies.
Oh.
Like look at Sajid David and Mr. Khan, all of them, they supported these things. But when Jela hadlayaan dadka maartay Soomaalida ah, dadkoodana ma ka hadlayaan. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't really encourage them.
Yeah, that's true still. That's true.
We shouldn't turn against them, and we shouldn't encourage others to try to speak about our people, and it's got nothing to do with them. As many bad apples we have, they have.
But then again, say if dadkan hadaynu waxna dadkooda u qabsaneen.
Bro, like runta hadii la sheego, iyada meesha u joogto dadkan wax u qalqaloocin kartaa, but dadkeena meesha u joogto, pas dadkeena ma geynin, maqtay. So hal runta la iska fiiriyo, maqtay. Haday tahay CEO wax kale, maybe community shaqooyin iyo waxaas, but she can speak for us, but more than that, ma samayn karto. Because meesha Somali ma u fadhida, maqtay. The whole area u fadhida, district ka dhan.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hey, hear me? I don't know how to reply to that one still.
No, هذا خلدين أنا كصوت you can talk about waxaan ka wadaa inaad shisheeye maanta.
Well, Khalid, was he responding to what Michael said, or were you responding to the comment?
You mean I was responding to what Michael's saying?
Oh, okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sister talk. Yeah, hello, sister talk. How you doing? Yeah, Nasser is back anyway. Let me just add Nasser back before I go for a little break.
Bro, Jamil, what does that mean?
What's that?
He said, Doga waxaad ka qaadaa ka nasataa. What is that supposed to mean?
I don't even know.
This guy speaking Shakespeare, fam.
You send them Shakespeare Somali.
Wallahi billah. Sometimes I'm just like, what the hell? This guy is out there.
Yo, Nasser, what's going on, man? Talk to me, stateside.
How you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah, man.
Alhamdulillah, man. Interesting podcast today, man, with IC3.
Well, it was mad. It was good. It was good to talk about money and all of that for once. It was different.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, but do you know what it is? Bahasha kudega.
Yeah.
Some people bahasha some adamaka halan, yeah. It's game over, fam. I don't want to say in it. I'm gone for the count. I like shit to flow. You know them ones.
Is he like a conspiracy theorist?
Yeah, today I think all the conspiracy theories popped up everywhere, innit?
conspiracy theory نفته في عن تانيو. Look into it. حراكة جرا.
Michael's the one. I forgot. Michael's the guy.
حراكة جرا ماشي والله. It's not far fetched. ممكن some of these theories or wrong wire.
Yeah, like it can drive you crazy, bro.
Look, why كرتاها man.
Yeah, man.
Wow, it is what it is. But like, so you need to know what.
Who's the guy? Who's the young brother? ما قاعد يسمع واحد.
كأنا.
Mercy, yeah, Mercy. What if you're talking to him? He will mention like 40 conspiracy theories in one sentence.
Mercy.
You can't even keep up.
هذا like الشيء كذا يسكب الإليومناتي وحد بقى على المقطع.
Yo, you know what's crazy for us out here? You guys are talking about having a lockdown on Thursday. We had 100,000+ cases today. We have 230,000 people dead from the coronavirus. And we're only talking about maybe doing a national mask mandate. So you have to wear a mask.
Isn't
It's American.
Americans are professional retards.
Come on. Just some of your laws is ridiculous in America, fam. It's like, yo, I don't know how some people survive to get anything else.
Bro, you're right.
And imagine if you ain't got that thing called health insurance. I wanted to break that down. I wanted to ask you on WH, what is health insurance? Is health insurance?
So you get it through private, and essentially you pay for it. It's like card, like you pay a monthly fee, and then whenever you go to the doctors, you also have to do a copay to see the doctor. So you pay some out of your pocket, and then the insurance kicks in after X number. And then after that, same with your medicine when you're picking up your medicine. And then it's just that again and again and again. But the issue is some things they try to like take people out on, like pre-existing conditions and other things. I'm not too knowledgeable on it, but it's really hard, man. Because like, for example, each private insurer only covers a certain type of medicine or a certain type of surgery. So even if your doctor wants to refer something for you, he can't because your insurance won't cover it. So he has to find another way of doing that thing, or you got to pay out of pocket.
Yes, man. Track by the NHS.
But a lot of people are also insured through work, you know, or family members. Right, Nasir?
Yeah, right. But a lot of people aren't either, like me.
Yeah, of course, I know, and they make it difficult.
Yeah, a lot of young people aren't. Because, like, if you're over 24 or something like that, you can't be insured under your parents anymore. I forgot what the age was, but once that happens, you're just out there to take the hit.
Say right now, say if you ain't got no insurance, and say like you get shot or something, what happens to you? You just bleed out on the hospital?
No, you still go to they still take you to the emergency room, and they take care of you in the emergency room, and then they take care of you enough to be able to get you back on your feet. And then after that, it's your job to go see like a GP, like a general practitioner. And he'll refer you to, if you need, therapy or anything else, he'll refer you to that. But the emergency room just covers getting you back on your feet, essentially, like to where you can, leave the hospital again. But the bill for that is crazy, like crazy. My brother went in for his foot was hurting or something like that. They did an X-ray. They sent us like a $5,000+ bill.
Five what?
5,000.
How do you even afford that? Like, that's crazy.
Subhanallah, and that's probably with this kind of zone. Or am I wrong?
That's just for his foot X-ray. Now imagine the people who get cancer or the people who get like a sickness that's gonna take a while. You know what I mean? They go bankrupt.
Yeah, that's crazy. And what happens if you can't pay back? Like, how does it work?
I don't know, man. I think you go into debt, and you got all these debt companies always coming after you. I don't know if they can like talk to the government, and the government will help them garnish your wages and stuff like that. They can maybe sell off your stuff. I don't know. In that area, I'm not too knowledgeable, but I mean, credit, all that stuff can get affected.
How's that mean?
Ambi, what do you think?
Yeah.
Guess he's busy, eh?
The good thing is each state has their own kind of health insurance, or some states do, like California. It's one of the more liberal states, so they do their own. There's Medicare, which is federal, and then there's Medi-Cal, which is state, and they cover poor people essentially, and kids. They cover kids really well and poor people. So California is like one of the better states, but if you go to somewhere like Texas, you get nothing.
Like, don't you guys get taxed? Like, what do your taxes go towards? Like, what do you get from the government for the taxes you pay?
Man, I wouldn't be able to tell you all that stuff. We just don't get health insurance the way that you guys get it. It's different for us here. If you even try to like explain
No, because
health insurance,
your
normally
schools
here
are not
we call
covered.
it
You pay for
social.
school as well. So what did they actually cover for you guys?
If you try to introduce this conversation to a lot of people, make one, they call you a socialist.
That would make sense, man. You claim to be the best country in the world, yeah, and your people don't have free education and free healthcare.
Keep America, America.
Keep America,
America.
The election's coming too, bro. You know what happened today? Joe Biden was in Texas. He was trying to give a speech, and some Trump people pulled up on him, and he left with guns and stuff.
If Muslim did that, wala wada heri like our mother. And dumb people are too privileged in America.
Yeah, bro.
Imagine rolling up with a gun.
What was it, like 3 weeks ago? There was a group that was arrested because they were trying to kidnap one of the governors from Michigan. I think the governor from Michigan. They got arrested, and like they had bombs and everything. They found everything.
Yeah. Michigan. I need to look that up, man.
Yeah. That's where you're gonna find a huge Muslim population. Dearborn, Michigan. It's huge. I think that's where Rashida Tlaib is from too.
I'm sure Dearborn's just basically on the outskirts of Detroit.
It's like Arab Central, isn't it?
Yeah. That's where all the Arabs are, I think. Minnesota's the Somalis, and then Michigan's the Arabs. Yo, Khalid.
Yeah, my bro.
Did you think that guy was Bantu too, or?
Hey.
Bro.
You don't need to leave this topic alone, man.
No, man. Wallah, I was so excited. I was about to ask him so many questions.
Nah, man. The brother got dealt with in the wrong way, man. Like I'm saying, check out the from mobile.
That's what I was trying to do. But I was just
yeah, because the waxa ku jiray dad kala meesha ku jiray, you guys need to watch out had hadin, man.
No, but he's the one that brought it up. Did he not, Khalid? He said, "Let me ask CD a question."
I know how he's so serious. I know how to get. I think he wanted to just put you guys on the spotlight, innit? That's what he wanted.
And then he told me he had the flipping audacity to tell me, "Get off the panel." Oh, this guy was trolling, bro. He was just trolling. Wallahi billah.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. You guys are going back and forth.
Yeah,
he told me to get off the panel. Did you not hear that part?
Huh?
Oh my god. He told me to get off the panel.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, where did it start with you guys in the comment section?
Bro, this guy's been after me for 2 months. 2 months.
He's been saying something reckless and he found out and he's been after you.
No, I just said let's leave the African Union, innit? Let's leave African Union and Arab League. He just heard the African part, innit? It's selective hearing. And he just went mad.
That's clear.
He just started calling me racist, blah blah blah. Like, leave me alone, man. If you're Somali, just say you're Somali. Why do you have to add the Bantu part?
He said he was Somali Bantu.
That's weird.
But the weird thing is, he did say that when Khalid was like, "Are you from Mandera County?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm from Mandera." It's like, what are the chances that you would pick the same exact thing that Khalid said?
But I don't know where he was, but he sounded like he was butchering the language, so that's all I know.
I don't know. His Somali sounded fine to me, man. I like the Somali.
No. It's not Geopolitics Somali, whatever you're speaking, bro.
The guy goes, Somali though, hey, Kitimanen. I was like, what? Kitimanen? What the hell does that mean?
I have one question for Khalid. You guys don't eat sore?
What the fuck we eat fufu for, man?
Michael and
say?
No, because Khalid was like, nah, bro, up here we don't eat no sour.
Yeah, sour, yeah, but no, I'm telling you, I eat sour. I know what it is, innit? But like, man, don't really eat that on both sides, innit?
Wait, you said you eat it, but you don't eat it.
I say I eat it.
man.
فاهم
Dick
innit?
مخايد مهريس.
Well, yeah, مخايد. I live like Melon Tottenham.
Ah,
Love
okay.
it. You get me? Like I say, I live in a mixed area, innit? Yeah. So obviously, man, know the thing, innit? But man, don't eat it to have like again. I didn't know.
Yeah, man. Every like what's it? Even in Somalia, every what's it called? Clan. They have their own traditions, innit?
Yeah, so like, do you know how many regional games there are?
Yeah.
You'd be shocked in Somalia that regional games that people don't play.
Yeah.
Well, I was watching something. Someone called, I think, how was something in it? Yeah, experts. I'm gonna post it later on the hangout in it. Yeah, you'll see it.
Yeah.
And she was like, yo, she was talking about regional games and stuff like that, and I was like, wow.
Like the different traditions and
Hey,
customs.
she's chatting shit, man. You're not even from her gay, so I'm like, get out of here, man. Okay,
Nothing wrong with sour in it, but أنا عندنا ما like some people are.
Is it not? I thought it was us.
أنا صار معنا دقر معنا these things.
My Ada used to make it for me in Holland. Oh my god, it was peng, bro.
Yeah.
I think them lot call it Ambola or something, man.
Ambola and digir, yeah. Galay as well.
Yeah, Galay, all of that, bro.
waxaan ka helaa digirta maaragtay bunka lagu daro maaragtay special ones where they add coffee to it.
Yeah, I heard that.
Oh wait, HA just said I eat sour in Hargeisa. I just read that now.
There's nothing wrong with
man. Bruv, you're not from Hargeisa, man. You're a troll, man. You're non-binary person, fam. Non-binary characters, man.
I said he's a brother.
I don't believe in those guys. They're still.
You know, always think like that kind like markasta laga hadlayo meelaha ku jiraan, and then waxaan dhahna way maqlaan. And ayaga say how do they feel markaas? Have you guys ever wondered?
Probably laughing.
That would be a great talk to have if we can ever get someone from there. It'll be a nice, like, different opinion, different view, man.
What are you talking about, Nasser?
Like other like, you know, like the other tribes, like from the south. I don't know, like you guys call them Judarawan or whatever. It would be really nice to get their input.
I was taken back, wallahi. I thought he was just trolling, but he's actually Somali too. I didn't know that, bro.
That would have been a really good, like, he could have told us, like,
no wonder he was saying
his stance, what's his beliefs, all of those. Does he speak
it makes sense now, innit? Yeah, he probably speaks a different language. Actually, yeah, Khalid speaks to him in Swahili, innit?
No, they Mujara Makara,
all I heard is
these don't speak Swahili, man.
Matata. I don't know who said Hakuna Matata, but I just remember the line.
That was Hassan.
That's an Hakuna Matata, you know.
That was Azir Hassan.
So you guys are gonna have a crazy day tomorrow at the park, huh, Khalid? Are you prepared?
Sorry about that. No, I'm just gonna go usual, innit? Regular, man. Just gonna go there, shoot on my thing, and boom, innit?
I feel like it's gonna be a crazy day, man. With what happened last week to Hatun, and then the France thing. I feel like this is gonna be the most amped the anti-Islam people are gonna be in a while. Like you're gonna get all the different factions: the atheists.
Bro, do you know what happened today, Nasser?
Christians, the EDL.
Not today. It was yesterday. And the Amina must have wrote in the comments. The what's it called? The Qibla, the Kaaba, the Masjid. There was a car crash at the Kaaba. Someone drove the car into the Masjid.
Wait, into the Kaaba?
Wallahi billahi, bro, search it up. It's a video as well. This guy just literally drove into the Masjid, like.
Yeah, didn't you guys see this? I thought all you guys would have seen it by now.
No, man. Someone put that in the hangout for me, please.
Yeah, bro. But was it deliberate though, man? What was his agenda, bro?
Yeah, apparently he's Ethiopian.
Habashi.
Obviously he's Ethiopian.
And he's Muslim?
I probably don't.
Eritreans, all of them, man. والله واحد تذكر حاجة سيئة.
وين لك ربع
شاركني. والله واحد أردن. والله I don't care what no one says. all of them must commit كو Eritrean حبشة.
اسكو أقدر. علوش يتم كلين.
إيش علوش يتم كلين. جميل.
Yeah, man. I heard the guy who killed the people in France flew in from Tunisia.
Someone said ZK said the driver had a seizure, so it might be like a accident. Let's not get hysterical.
Or he was a spastic.
Nah, man, you get stuff like no. Don't say that, man. Like you know, epilepsy, seizure, anything can happen to you behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Those people shouldn't drive, man.
No, but you could just have a panic attack. No, driving is dangerous, you know.
Yo, Khalid, you know what's crazy? There's actually a video. It's on YouTube. It's in America. That event is happening to a guy, and you can clearly see like he's spazzing out on the wheel, right? He gets in an accident. A police officer approaches him, and the guy isn't even functional. He's like having a seizure. The cop shoots him with a taser and drags him to the ground, and then the car runs over his foot.
The officer?
The guy who's having the seizure.
Ooh.
The cop couldn't even tell that he was having a seizure. He hit him with an electric gun or whatever it's called. I forgot what they're called.
It's in America.
Taser, man.
Taser, yeah, in America.
Taser.
Then he pulls the guy out of the car. The guy's having a seizure, so he can't even brace with his hands. So his face hits first. And then the car goes over his foot. And people are yelling like, dude, he's having a seizure.
It's your mother then, isn't it? Probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's mad, you know.
Mad agendas, man.
Wariye dadka iska daaniyo.
Nah, wallahi, for me it's like that's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine that though, man. Like that's what I'm saying. You know, driving is a dangerous thing. You know, I fell asleep one time on the wheel.
Yeah,
you know, you just close your eyes, huh?
Yeah, should have rested, man.
Nearly going to a man just in case. I just controlled it, and then boom, from there I said, boy, never get behind the wheel while you're tired or anything. There's no point.
I hate sword as a punishment. Of course, Langap got on a sword.
You say you D-blocks don't eat sword. Wallahi.
We eat sword. Make one. We eat sword. You can eat it with
Come on, Mycon is acting
and Hilib.
These men acting like prestige star road guys, man. You know, don't eat sword, man. Come on, man. I have to say that, man.
It's a Langap food, Kula. WM, you're wrong for that, man.
Make one.
She said I hate sword. She said it's a punishment.
And cousin Macon smashed it though. What the fuck? Her cousin smashed it. Macon. Yeah, I swear you know cousins, my guy, man. That D-block family thing, innit?
WM's from Hargeisa, bro. That's your cousin.
Hi. Oh, I say that. You lot saying sword. You lot don't eat sword. I'm from Hargeisa and I eat that, yeah. You lot are telling me you don't fuck with it.
I'm serious, bro. Growing up,
I'm saying get away on them sides, you don't eat it.
I don't eat it.
Yeah, bro.
Maybe had the wallet, and I don't know because there's a large.
You eat it in Kenya too. It's called ugali. Yeah, bro. It's a hearty meal, man. It's a hearty meal.
Yeah.
MB, is that you in the chat?
Yeah, that's another MB. I thought that was the same one. In the chat is Mohammed Bashir, innit?
Mequan prefers Basta with extra salid.
Nah, man. That's not me. That's like Basta with extra salid. Nah, bro. I'm actually anti-Basta and I'm a Paris guy, bro.
That's
Allah. Sor I'ano. Who had Sor I'ano? I mean, you're moving wild. She said Sor and I'ano.
CD, we do that. You do Sor and Ano at nighttime during Ramadan for sahur.
I had that like once or twice. I was like, no way is this food. That's not food, man.
No, you do Sor Ano, you cut up some dates, you throw it in there, and you're good for the entire day.
See, even brother
What is that, bro? I said,
what's the problem? What's you guys' problem with sor? Sor, when it's fresh, is banging. That and the vegetable you have, bro.
I'm dead.
Total 10-10.
That's a struggle food, man. No way.
What is struggle food? What are you talking about struggle food?
Yes, I used to eat as well, man. I'm not attacking you, Fozzie. Calm down.
It's grits. They eat it here in the South too. In America,
it's a cultural thing, man. I think.
Ugali na suka mawiki. What is that language?
Swahili, probably.
Sukuma wiki.
Mwaki.
Ugali na sukuma wiki.
Bro, I remember one idiot was telling me.
I think WM's got some fascination with Timijlati Wahas, you know. She loves that. I'd had she's talking about chapati.
Yeah. She said chapati. Oh, was that just
Top tier.
She's low key out, didn't it? Low key.
What's the authentic Somali word for bread?
Yeah, you know the word.
Furun.
Furun?
Oh yeah, who had that thing, that bread market, and cook it.
It's a mufa.
Yeah, no, come on.
Mufa.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I haven't had it in a while, man.
What were you do blocks, man? You kind of like some prestige food eaters, like.
They're prestige, man. These are
super prestige, you know.
Allah made them upper class, innit?
I told you, Khalid. It's Boston, go heavy on the Salid, and that's it.
Come on, go heavy on the Salid. Masara, innit? I mean, straight olive oil. Nothing else, innit?
That's a Salid Sakori, your bastard. That's struggle food, man.
Give me that heart attack.
Heart attack, man. I'm just Somali kunora now. I'm a geli hip claim kunora now, man.
In the Suka, Soma, Luga, Yaswahili.
In the Uka Soma, Luga,
Yaswahili. Man, you might put your time out there, man. Man, putting your time out, man. Niaja.
I was talking to one pro-African brother, yeah, who would like Africa, that's Swahili Habarat. I was like, hell no.
Africa or done Swahili Habarat. What Nagatagni?
That'll be alright, man. Say if you communicate all in Swahili. I'll be alright.
Why Swahili? Why not Somali?
Why in Somalia, they eat pasta with oil and sugar. No, they don't. This is people snapping it for
I heard that as well. No, she's not lying. I heard that as well.
Well, that's Sheikh Benway, bro. Don't believe everything you hear, man.
Nah, it's real, bro. It's real. I've never tried it though.
Listen, guys, we're gonna pump it for another hour, innit? Let's make it 8 hours, innit? Yeah. Let's go for 8 hours, my people. Please, come on. There's 22 of you watching. Give me another 5-10 more likes. Then we'll pump it for another hour.
You haven't tried what, bro?
What's that?
What happened to Muhammad today, bro? He's always usually here.
He's fighting.
Yeah. There's a battle
He's
name.
real, Darod, man. He's the real one.
Come on, my people. Let's get to 30 likes, and then boom.
Oh no.
Pump it for another hour or so. Yeah, well, go on. Listen, MB, someone's got your name out there from someone. He's saying you're original. I'm the original one.
Nah, man, I'm the original one.
Can I walk with them,
I'll walk on with you. Everything go on middle, innit? Guy, wallah, you got a fixation. I don't know, man. Bristol by Kugelminster or something, innit? Everything middle that. Come on, get out here.
No, it's Surka also in there.
Nah, man, you're just trying to avoid the aroma thing, innit?
Allah.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah, man, before you did Harara came out.
No, Harar came out. I'll still say I'm saying it with my chest, bro. I'm from Harar.
هذا كانوا بدش واحد كوكا على الرير كان مدو كمان
ولا نيجا عندنا صومالي هنا كوكا
I'm from Hobyo, I'm from Galmudug. Lada, man, this is G. You know, we need a CRB check with this you.
Yeah, Philly, look.
Melu Somali. Abtris, yeah?
لا كده
وعمرنا أول سنة هذا Ted Rose was signed.
Wow. Wow. That's a Ted Rose. I'm dead.
You guys say none of you guys. What Adado? You walk on? You back in London?
I'm back in London town.
You say you're coming through tomorrow?
Well, I might. But this whole Tommy thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Well, is the Football Lads Alliance thing coming or just EDO?
I don't know who's coming, man. I'm just gonna go there. I know, fam. You know me. Switch on the live. You know my usual routine. I lost my wife on my microphone, so you gotta bear with me with the sound quality tomorrow.
You lost the wire or the mic itself?
No, just the wire, and I ordered it. It's gonna come in by like 15 days time or some shit.
Oh, Amazon's crazy out there, man. If you order anything, they don't have it in stock.
No, they're going to stock it. They want man to order it. You know the whole big thing, innit? And it's just I just need the wire.
Yo, save, man. This shit thing's fucking up my battery.
Yeah. Big up.
Are you using your phone?
I like to big up brother Abdulghani Hussein. Thank you for that, my brother. Thank you. Big up. Yeah. Khalid, who's that? Someone. Aya Adams. Are you going to the party? Yeah, inshallah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yo, what's he?
Come on, someone else, man. 3 more likes, 30. Let's get up to 30 people. Then all gone. Get to 30. Late night. 1 more hour in the party. We're gonna hold it up for 1 more hour. So anyone that wants to just keep it up running with us, let's get to 30 likes. If you ain't touched the like button, hit the like button. Sorry about that. And if anyone can, there's the donation to the PayPal. You're gonna throw a link in. What? 1 in, 1 out. Yeah, I like this guy. This guy does the late night ones.
Mandem.
Random Ali Cap in the building.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
What's the topic, Mandem?
No, well, it's just open mic, man. I know you came in from the beginning, innit? What's that? I bet you anyway.
Say that again.
I saw you in the comment section from early, innit? Yeah, and I ain't seen you for time.
No, I'm always in and out for 10 minutes. Come back, in and out.
I see you.
Yeah, هذا روح لسن عنتونا, yeah.
Yeah. You say you walk on, you only wake up for the food.
You say that again?
Until you come on.
Hard
What's your dish, man?
My dish, do you know what I like, yeah? When I go back home, this might sound weird to some people, yeah, but baris ad and a girl and muqmat, that bangs.
Are you trying to cause a stop? Say that again. Baris ad and a girl.
What the hell is a muqmat?
Yeah, what's muqmat?
Oh yeah, I forgot you are from the south, innit, man. Muqmat is
Otka as well.
Yeah, that's it.
Otka. Oh, you like Otka?
With
oh my god.
And
bro, it looked weird. It looked weird when I was first having it, yeah. But when I had it, wallahi, I ain't gonna lie, it bang.
That's a dangerous thing, fam.
Yeah.
Crazy. That's a stomach upset. That is a stomach. That's oi.
Horta marka ugu horeysa Somalia did, and you taste Anagel, it's a stomach upset regardless anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not for me. I'm in real Somali, bro. When I went there, it was natural.
What better to get that now?
Well, I bent him, man, bro.
No. When you go there, the first 2 days or something, you get that.
Whew. Alhamdulillah, I didn't have the case. I know everyone has a case, but I did not go over any stomach.
Yeah, wait, is this even the water? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that happens to you, man. It's natural, man. You get hit up for about 2-3 days or something.
No, I know, but when I was there, nothing happened to me. Alhamdulillah, I was eating all the normal food, drinking all the normal stuff. Alhamdulillah, I don't know, man.
Oh, you're one of them guys. You drink like mineral water, innit, when you're there, innit?
Wallahi, when I was in Somalia, I was drinking bottled water, man. Bottled water, tap water. Even the tap waters in the houses, they come from the tank. So
yeah. Some people are like that, you know. Some people are like, don't drink the water. Like, man just said, yo, give me that water, innit?
100%, man. But I'm not gonna lie to you. One time I went to Makhaid and I saw the back here, and I felt like puking. That's about it, man. That's the worst that happened to me. But I still came through it the next day again.
Hey, do you know what? Yeah, what pissed me off was man's in a restaurant and munching nice fish and whatnot, and the sit around, yeah, is unreal, bro. Like I'm thinking, what the hell is this? I'm saying, so that's off-putting.
I was getting harassed by cats for food, man. The cats around me, wallah.
Oh yeah, the cats at the restaurants, under the chairs and stuff. Oh my god, that's the one worst experience in the whole of Somalia. Everything else is calm though.
Wait, there's cats everywhere?
Yeah. Bro, there's cats and dogs everywhere, man. Actually, way more cats, to be honest. In restaurants as well. They allow them to stay there though, innit?
That's beautiful, man. Cats are awesome.
No, it's the wrong type of cat, man. It's the wrong type of cat, bro. These they got like some injury or something. I don't know, man.
Do they bite you and stuff?
No.
No.
They're hustlers. That's about it. There's nothing wrong with
them. You know what in Berbera? Oh my god, the us and brother Jamil, the ones in Berbera are hench. I've never seen.
That's it, they're hench.
They're weird, fam. They man are eating good, innit? Everyone's throwing them fish. Everywhere's fish, like.
Exactly. وحبتها وحكينا the best cologne.
The best cologne. They are big. I've never seen cats like that in my life. When I go to Berbera, yeah, I've been there like 5 times in my life, innit? Yeah, cats are fucking weird, fam.
Right.
Allah, I can't believe it, cause anyway, like besides that, Hebta, like they're massive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Bear dogs. Yeah, I know there's bear dogs in Hargeisa and that. You know, Habenka.
Bear dogs.
Khalid, you can make a business out of that, man. Go back.
The cats.
Go back, import you some, and then you breed them and you can sell them for a lot of money. If they're rare, I'm not even playing. I'm not playing.
I mean, the East African cats are rare as well, innit? Yeah, they got that, the ancient Egyptian sort of shape. What are them cats called?
The Abyssinian ones, or they call them Somali too, like the reddish ones.
The ones with the big eyes and.
Yeah.
In Europe, they're very expensive, innit? They're expensive in Europe and America, yeah. Over there, there's buried them. They're weird, fam. Just like, them weird, like, sort of a collection. I don't even know what to call it. I don't know what their name. Or it could be what the car.
We saying there's a market for it, yeah? That's it.
Now there's a cheetah market. Do you import cheetahs? I don't want to say.
Nah, I wouldn't, man. I'm saying, see, them animals there are endangered. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't stop the Chinese coming in and importing it. These Americans coming there to shoot them for trophies and whatnot.
Have you ever heard of the Somali giraffe, the white one, the albino one?
No.
Check it out. Google it when you Googling it. You see it comes out. It's some Adan giraffe, innit?
What? And is it only found in Somalia?
Yeah, it used to be. I don't know. Kenya to do you know man used to have wildlife, you know that? What then Kenya?
Ribah and them thing there. Or all kind of animals.
I don't know, I think there was Morodi, there was a couple of things, but we would have taken. Someone told me we would have got him.
From time the animals are saying, what the fuck are we doing here, innit? It's madness.
They saw everyone leaving though, like we're gone as well.
We're out.
Amin is bugging out. What the hell, man? She said, I got one as well. What is this with Somalis and yellow teeth? She said the water gives you yellow teeth. And she said it's a beauty standard as well.
I don't know.
Gaps is the best thing around in Somali community. They like gap teeth as well. What the hell?
Yeah.
CD's whole existence he's questioning.
I'm bugging out, bro. She said yellow teeth and gap teeth. She said just a stain, not the whole yellow teeth. Fanah. Yeah, Fanah. Actually, I used to hear that as well.
Yeah, Fanah is the little gap. That can be considered beauty to a certain extent, isn't it?
But, she said I have a Fanah, but not. Do you have yellow teeth, Amina?
Bro, come on, man.
No, not like that. No, she said it's a beauty standard. I meant like the little mark you have on your teeth.
I thought it's called Ilkas.
Ilkas, yeah. I thought that's what she meant.
Yeah.
Ilkas.
Yeah.
But that's not something that's done on purpose, is it? I'll say it happens to them.
Yeah, natural cause.
Yeah.
No, natural causes because of the water is flipping. How to say it? Polluted.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like they're actively trying.
Or were you saying Colgate has nothing to do with it, no?
No, it's all that waste that's being dumped on the coast.
I hear that.
I've been back home to have yellow teeth, and they rate chunky girls over slim ones.
It's the salty water.
Check out what that one.
It's not acid, it's called dabar.
Yeah, that might make sense. Salty water. I have no idea though.
It's not salt. Maybe, I don't know, but I thought it was just the polluted water. I thought it was the waste that was being dropped on the coast. Somali, cool. Yeah, which what causes it?
He's trying to speak Somali. Brother Jamil, you bugged out there. Ayyarin, he said ayyarin.
No, but spelling thing is not too much as long as you can understand.
Mineral-rich water causes it. I'd rather nag Falah than nag Ilkaas. Oh wow, Junior Kung's moving mad.
No,
Dabar.
Yeah,
well, like Junior Kun is funny. Earlier, I was like, I'm not trying to hear no music unless I can hear gunshots.
He likes the drill.
that.
Well, I'm exposed to Khabil right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's called Dabar. Yeah, he's right. It's called Dabar.
Afghan men adore fat women, yeah?
Like butt women.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not Afghan, but that's mad. They like butter. Oh shit.
Oh damn. That's a big thing to say. Oh, Macon coming there with some fire as well. You seen the match?
I can't see the same for the track. Wow.
The mad thing is, even in Africa, say for example, if you're a man with a big belly, you're considered rich. You know what I mean? It's mad.
Wow, WM said cankles. No. Man said cankles. I'm dead. Buta lala boi qabatay. Allah, brother Jimmy. No way.
We can make one.
We love him thick.
Come on. Don't discriminate on Somali speakers. You know. Habli عاوم حقود عي والله يا شتاه يا habli. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Yo, guys, I'm off to bed. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
What you say? You're an hour ahead of us in Denmark, innit?
Yeah, well, knackered.
Alright. In a bit, MB,
Take care, bro. Take care, bro.
On Thursday, innit? The next stream's gonna be on Thursday, man.
Inshallah, bro. May Allah help you guys tomorrow and speak scholar.
I don't know why everyone's making it into a big deal, fam. Brother Jamil as well on the hangout. As soon as we're done, we're gonna run it for another about 40 minutes, and then boom.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, bless, brother.
Yeah, anyway, the link in the chat. Does anyone want to jump in? Keep it live for another 40 minutes. We're gonna keep it live and active. Oh.
Any of you guys watched the boxing? Derek Chisora?
No, wallahi, I haven't watched no sport. I just managed to watch a bit of football. A bit of it, but I haven't watched sports for time.
Yeah. Man like Derek Chisora got beaten up.
No, but he's shit though, man. I remember meeting him in Muswell Hill one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You get me?
Yeah, that was his 10th loss, man. Like, he's a gatekeeper, you know?
Inshallah, I'll catch you guys in the hangouts. Anderson Silva is fighting his last fight right now.
So,
yeah, Capo just reminded me. Thank you, Capo.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I've got that fight on as well. I'm just watching on the side. What you man saying? How's good at CD?
Wallahi, man's here. CD's too busy in the
Yeah.
him and Armin on some, I don't know what they're on, innit?
No, it's just, that's my Hawiya sister, man. Kalaha.
Wow. Wow. Whoa, walk one. All right, say nothing.
She's Abgal though. I'm dead.
Fozzy, what you saying, bro?
Well, I'm good, bro. What are you guys talking about?
Fozzy's been doing some, I don't know what you do. You've been going across Europe, innit, man? No shake here. What have you,
Well, I can't, man. This new COVID stuff is an international lockdown, man. There's no flights, none of it.
So everything's driving.
Yeah, even driving, bro. There's none of that, bro. I'm not taking the risk. I'm not even. I'm going.
Yeah. What Horta?
You're pissed. You can't go no. Sorry about that.
What the schools are still going to be open, but they're only going to close certain things, isn't it? So it's still going to be a bit of a maza.
Well, I don't know about the school bit. Brother Jimmy probably knows.
No, they said like the schools were ideally, but they're gonna close unnecessary shops and all that, non-essential, and pubs and all that. I'm saying
Somali guys like candles to the point they are swole.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Ankles. I don't know. Well, I don't know.
That didn't make sense.
Oh, they like cankles to the point they're swole. No, maybe back home, man. Maybe back home.
We don't understand.
HA is moving mad.
Bundesliga.
Wait, she said, I'm not even Abgal. What? I thought you was Abgal. What the hell?
Well, she's Abgal, bro. Don't let her lie to you.
She is Abgal, innit?
This is what happens when you don't talk about Khabil, bro. People start slipping up, you know what I mean? But when you talk about Khabil, when you talk about Khabil, they have a shield up.
She slipped up. She slipped up.
Oh, he's in the slip up. Oh.
Shit, wallahi. I believe you.
Inantu waa inay rarnaato iska fahma. Inay rarnaato? What?
Inantu waa inay
rarnaato.
Iska fahma.
Wax la raro? No, how can you be rarnan?
Are you rahwin?
Oh yeah, no, she said her mom's Abgal. No, she said in the comments.
Oh yes, she did. Yeah, I forgot. She did. Yeah, you're right.
She's Rahanwin, bro. It's still Anakale, bro. You got spit some of my You don't speak of my. Alright, Jamil, what do you mean rarnato? I thought rar means like dadka guri markay iska rarayaan. I don't know.
I don't think it means that. Iska fahma.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up the dictionary. I don't know what that means.
We said your Somali dictionary, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, tell us what it says.
Oh, that's 266. متك صح بعدين. But these are just talking about Garial. Gaditka. It says Ulabta Gaditka Lasaro. Okay, now I have to look up Ulab. What the hell is Ulab?
No, bro, come on.
Ulayska Shay Leyahay. Misan. Okay, so what does that mean then? Okay. Ulabta Gaditka. Oh, He's saying she has to have a big back. I got it. I got it. Yes, Jamil. Is that what it means? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got it, Jamil. I got it. Tell me if I got it correct, Horta. I think that's what it means.
Yo, Kappa, what are you saying, man?
Blessed, bro. Allah, alhamdulillah. So here, he's got that one here, the silver fight on the side. And earlier I was watching a bit of boxing and that.
Well, you watched Usyk and Cesaro,
yeah? Yeah. Chisora came out good in the first couple of rounds. Then the Ukrainian just took over, man. Complete annihilation.
That guy is too much, man. Alexander.
Yeah. But I think he'll be no match for man like Joshua or Tyson Fury.
Well, I don't know. I think he can cause them big troubles, man.
I think he needs to fight someone like maybe Dylan White next.
It depends, innit? Because I think he had to fight Chisora to keep his belt.
Yeah.
That was mandated by the whatever body, WBO, IBF, whatever, WBA.
Yeah, no, Dylan White is gonna fight Povetkin again, isn't it? Next week. Is it next week or the end of the month?
Dylan White.
Yeah. Because
he's fighting Golovkin.
Povetkin, the guy that knocked him out. Yeah.
He's not Golovkin. Dylan White is not Dylan White.
Yeah, like about a month and a bit ago or something.
Golovkin, you talking about Triple G?
No. Not Golovkin. This one is Alexander Povetkin from Russia.
Right.
Yeah, he's a heavyweight.
Oh, the guy who AJ knocked out.
Yeah.
And he got knocked out by him, and White got knocked out by him.
You guys might as well call it a day. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wanagi wa yagi. Fuck, I can't even bother to do another half. See you guys on Thursday, yeah. Check it on Thursday, 1 year anniversary.
So